Hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the apostate, apostate prophet. I misspoke. How is everybody doing? Hope everybody's having a fantastic day. This is supposed to be a professional show. I'm sorry for that.
You literally have a man with a tie and a suit right in front of you, and this is how you act. This is how you act.
I know. I'm so sorry. I know. Yeah.
You were both
glad someone's laughing.
Well, you were both Apostle Prostate on This Week in Jihad. So
that's true. That's true.
Collectively.
So I'm here with David Wood. Nobody's excited about that because he's here all the time for some reason.
That's true. Old news.
But I'm also here with Robert Spencer this time. Robert, how are you doing?
AP, I'm very, very well, thank you, and very honored to be here in this illustrious company.
Well, it is a great pleasure and a great honor.
Likewise.
Okay, well, let's just keep doing that.
The honor is all mine.
All right. So how are you guys doing? David, what's up? Anything new?
What's up, man?
Anything new?
Just my chair.
All right. Wonderful. Oh, you got a new chair. Talk about the chair.
Can you build a chair for me?
Yeah, I could. I mean, I didn't build this one. I've built various things around here, but not the chairs. I trust that to the professionals.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So anyway, I've had a horrible back pain for many, many years. Young people of the world, let me say it here. The stuff you do to your body in your 20s is what you feel in your 40s. All right. I used to work for a moving company. I'm carrying dressers. I'm carrying pianos. And people would say, David, what are you doing? Lift with your legs, not with your back. And every time I would say, I got the strongest back in the world, idiot. And I would lift it straight up with my back and so on. Never had problems until later in life. That's where you start, because see, your back can take it when you're young, but you're damaging your discs, you're damaging all kinds of things, and then that's what you feel in your 40s. And so anyway, horrible back pain. Tried various chairs with various levels of lumbar support. Inspiring philosophy said get a kneeling chair where you have no back support and you're just sitting upright and kind of kneeling in the chair. So anyway, I got that. I'm gonna try this one out. And I'll let everyone know if this works.
Awesome. Sounds good. Wait, hold on. I gotta try something here.
What is this? Who is this?
Mike Winger is the best. I absolutely love that guy.
Huh, interesting.
Mike Winger's biggest fan. It's just crazy. You had to use AI fakery to get someone to say what this loser just said. And what's crazy is it works, because this is totally AI. This is not a person who exists, and yet I want to jump through my screen, knock the stupid glasses off his stupid face, and choke the life out of this dude.
I want to find that lady that was on an airplane who was shouting that the individual in question was not real.
Oh yeah,
because I'm not sure this guy is real either.
This is kind of wild. Despite messing around with AI for quite a while now, I never actually tried those videos that people create with sound. So I decided to earlier just create some. So earlier I created
As you can see behind
this one here, which is very weird.
As you can see behind me, people are increasingly becoming bigger and bigger, and nobody knows why. As you can see,
it makes no sense, but this is what this was.
Why would that be your experimental?
It's a cinematic classic right here.
But this is so far my favorite, man. This is just
Mike Winger is the best. I absolutely love that guy.
This is fantastic, man.
Dude, tell AI to end it with this dude exploding into little tiny bits.
I'm pretty sure it refuses to do that, but I'll try it. Yeah. So, Robert, you had a debate with the
great Dave Smith.
Oh yeah, the comedian, and
everybody always calls this guy a comedian. Is he ever actually funny?
I don't know.
Has he ever told a joke?
I want to say no because I don't like the guy, but then again, I have to be fair. I've never ever heard a single joke from him, so I'm not sure if he's actually funny.
I've never heard a joke from him either. In fact, have we reviewed anything with him in it? I don't recall ever. I mean, I know I must have seen like a couple of clips on Twitter or something like that, but I can't imagine. I can't think of what he sounds like. So I must not have listened to much of him because I can't even think of what the dude sounds like.
Right.
He
so
sounds like the AI guy that loves Mike Winger.
Not a good start. Not a good start.
All right, I'm going to ask the audience here. Is Dave Smith a funny comedian? Yes, no, and I have no idea. Okay. We are relying on you guys because none of us, the three of us, have never heard any comedy from him, so we don't know. I see here already, nope. No. No.
Voyager says, who the hell is Dave Smith?
He's funny, but
Exactly.
he's a dumbass.
Exactly. That's everyone's
It
question.
was a funny once, just the once, allegedly. I don't know him. He is the joke.
Hey, it would be funny. It would be funny if his entire everything he's been doing lately is all like one kind of big joke. You know what I mean?
An Andy Kaufman kind of thing.
That's what I was thinking. Like that's something like Andy Kaufman would do. This is before your time, AP. But there's a weird guy named Andy Kaufman. His stuff was so weird that after he died of cancer, there are people still today, decades later, who believe he's faking it and that he's just going to spring up after decades and go, ha, 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 because that is like exactly his sense of humor. He was really, really weird.
Yep.
Interesting. I don't know, man. I'm kind of curious now, you know.
You're curious of whether he's funny?
Yeah. No, I'm kind of curious.
Are there any videos of him being funny, or is it all just hating?
Oh, here we have. Yeah, here you have him on stage as doing stand-up.
Oh, we can't hear anything, of course, because.
Wow, great job. Yeah. Well, if he's the silent comedian, then that's technically makes him a mime.
Not up to date.
Wait, hold on.
Keep you guys up to speed, okay? If you're not up to date. Kanye West loves Jews. Yeah, you guys probably thought he still hated Jews, but that's just because you're not up to date. He loves Jews. You got to follow him on Twitter to keep up. But this is true. Kanye West tweeted that he saw 21 Jump Street, and it was so funny that now he loves Jewish people. I'm a Jew.
This is funny.
There
was something funny in there. There were people laughing.
That's why they call this guy the White Eddie Murphy, because he's funny.
Were they paid?
This guy's the White Dave Chappelle.
The guy, he didn't say anything funny at all. It was like he was reading a newspaper. Kanye West has reversed himself in regard to Jews. Details at 11.
He was literally just
funny in this.
He was just explaining what happened. He wasn't even telling a joke, but it's supposed to be a joke.
And they laugh at every line.
You guys are just jealous because you don't understand his sophisticated sense of humor.
That must be it.
You guys are in the lowbrow stuff, like, oh, he farted, or that fat guy fell down and hit himself on the ice. Whereas this guy's doing highbrow.
Mm-hmm.
Highbrow comedy meant for people who are deep
not a
thinkers.
good Jew. I know I'm not a good Jew because when Kanye tweeted that he doesn't hate Jewish people anymore, I swear to God, my initial gut reaction was like, you fucking caved, you bitch. You know?
Okay, I don't want to listen to anything further. I'm done with everything. I don't want you.
That was literally the funniest thing I'd ever seen.
Yeah.
In my entire life.
I'm laughing now.
I don't even know what to say anymore.
You're not supposed to say anything. You're just supposed to laugh. Just supposed to laugh at how funny this guy is, man.
Now this guy is funny.
This guy here? Yeah, I heard so.
Yeah,
I heard so.
And I have to say, if Robert's talking to him, see, if the guy's funny, you'll know it because Robert laughs hysterically.
Yikes.
At anything that's even slightly funny.
That's always been a curse.
Robert is the proverbial canary in the coal mine.
The Ed McMahon of life.
Yes.
Nice. I saw a clip earlier from this debate. Somebody was saying Robert Spencer destroyed this guy. Wait, who was that? Here.
I
The
haven't seen 2 seconds
jihad
of it.
watch Robert Spencer eviscerated comic Dave Smith in their debate.
Wait a
see?
second. Wait, let's see the name of the person who posted that comment.
Eitan Fishburger.
Yeah. Eitan Fishburger Goldstein McBurgenstein. Come on. Come on. What would Dave Smith have to say about this?
Now let me let me hear this part here.
Listen, I think again, these questions are. I don't like the spread of nuclear weapons at all, and I don't. Sure, should they be deterred? I think there would be a great way to deter them by making a deal. I think that would be very possible. I think the Iranians have demonstrated that they want to make a deal. Donald Trump seemed to be signaling he wanted to make a deal. It's kind of unclear what his true intent was, but then they threw in the idea that you have to get rid of all your centrifuges and all your uranium, and the Iranians weren't going to go along with that. And so, yeah, I think a reasonable deal could be struck here where Iran doesn't get nuclear weapons, but even if they had them, that doesn't mean we should launch a regime change war there now. This is just madness. There's no concrete.
Oh, this is interesting.
So that's it. That's I think that's the clip that OAN sent out to promote the debate.
Hey, that's funny. He just said Robert Spencer eviscerated him, and it's just a clip of Dave Smith talking.
Well, because what he's saying is also very stupid, so I guess it makes sense, you know.
All I had to do is show up.
Yeah, and you were just smiling there, and it was quite obvious that he's talking nonsense. I mean, there is a very big elephant in the room. For those who are aware of Iran's nuclear program and the uranium enrichment that we're talking about, and what the problem actually is with Iran continuing with their nuclear program, he seems to be talking like somebody who doesn't actually understand the topic here. Mm-hmm. So that's what it looks like to me right now, but I don't know the full context. I haven't watched the full debate yet. But should we start with it?
Okay.
We should watch the entire thing, man. See,
yeah.
For everyone who's watching, you notice we pause a lot on stuff. That's because of copyright issues. If we didn't stop, we would instantly get a copyright strike after like a minute of playing someone's stuff. And different channels have different sort of thresholds. Sometimes you can, like a music video, you probably get shut down after like 10 seconds or something like that if you're playing it. But anyway, Robert has posted this on his channel, and therefore you posted this on your channel, right, Robert?
Yes, I did.
Then that means we're good to watch as much or as little as we want.
But wait, first, hold on. I have to check if this worked. Wait.
Mike Winger is the best. I absolutely love that guy.
Now that's a video, AP. AP just enlightened me to the potential good that AI can do. And I was guys, I haven't done any of the AI stuff. I've stayed off of that. But now AI is my new best friend. All sorts of ideas, brilliant ideas.
You were the Martin Scorsese of our age.
This is brilliant, man. It actually worked. That's good. Anyway.
Now I'm afraid this guy's going to go up in flames.
Nice.
Discussions that I'm seeing about their...
Right.
Thanks, Matt.
What did Matt say? Why are you thanking him? Okay,
I don't remember.
Hang on, Robert. So hang on. What's the topic? The Anchorman Show, U.S. supporting Israel debate. So it's about... Is it on like specifically on the issue of Iran or just in general?
It's about should the U.S. support Israel in taking out the Iranian regime or striking the Iranian nuclear program, that kind of thing.
Okay.
You'll probably hear it if you just wait and listen to it.
Now, hang on one second, because there is this issue of support, right? Which was the same sort of issue with AP's debate with Andrew Wilson, that it's should Christians support Zionism? And there's like multiple words in there that you can interpret in different ways, but support. So is it on the, is the idea, should U.S. like join in the bombing? Or because keep in mind, I support a regime change. It doesn't mean I think that the United States should be doing it. I support like the Iranian people doing it, and then if people want to help them do it and stuff like that. So it doesn't involve me actually doing it. It's like saying if someone says, I support communism, that doesn't mean you're like actively doing something to impose So anyway, the point is it understood that you guys are specifically talking about like supporting by the U.S. going over there and bombing, or is it just like a general, some sort of support or something?
Just general, because I actually made this distinction to them in the discussions before the show, before I agreed. I said, well, look, I don't support going in with American forces or something like that. And they said, that's all right. You can make that distinction during the debate. And so I did.
Nice.
I'm talking about the same kind of support you were just referring to.
Nice. So let's have a look at it.
More
What does
folks
this
together,
dude's face
challenge
look
conventional
like?
wisdom,
Someone-
and discuss the major policy questions of the day on digital platforms. Tonight, we ask this question: should the U.S. support Israel in taking out Iran's leadership? Taking the affirmative in this debate is Robert Spencer, director of Jihad Watch. Taking the negative is Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem podcast. I'm former Congressman Matt Gaetz. I'll be your moderator. The Zero Hedge debates begin now. Each side is afforded a 4-minute opening statement, and we begin with Robert Spencer.
Thanks, Matt. Obviously nobody wants to go to.
Very quick question, Robert. From what I can tell, Matt Gaetz has his own opinions on this issue that are not very, that are kind of very, very terribly misinformed. Was he just a moderator during this debate, or did he actually also?
I've
take a
heard.
position?
I've heard no. But go ahead.
That's correct. Yeah, he wasn't really as bad as he could have been, but I think he was probably. I'd give it him about 65% on Dave's side,
Okay.
and there is at one point he's really trying to fry me on the issue, as you'll see much later, of how much money the U.S. should spend to defend Israel. And
well, that's actually good, because I heard people describe this as a 2v1 debate because they were both going at you. So if you're saying it wasn't that bad, that's cool.
1.5 v1.
Yeah, but AP's writing that this dude seems. I have no idea beyond a couple of tweets that I've seen, but he seems horribly misinformed about issues. And
yes,
it's one thing to be horribly misinformed about issues, but also to be horribly misinformed and have no clue what you're talking about, and yet to constantly talk about things, that's a problem. So the big one was what was it yesterday? He tweeted,
Yeah, let me pull it up.
when is Israel going to give Arabs the right to vote in Israel? It's like,
so here, if Israel is a democracy, when do all the Arabs who live there get to vote?
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I saw some Israelis go when it's voting day, when it's election day.
And of course, the comment section is full of people bashing him. But this is one of those sad things that has become so rampant nowadays, where people with absolutely no clue on the topic think they can talk about, or think they should be talking about it, and think they should be making great assertions about it, and should be authorities on it, and so on. It's very strange, very, very strange. So Israeli Arabs are completely and fully capable of voting, are allowed to vote, have been voting, form over 20% of the population, and are allowed to vote. Most of them do vote, and so on. They even have their own politicians in the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. They have them in the Supreme Court, and so on. So this is just, it's very strange too.
So this guy, a former congressman who is this completely ill-informed, is having a debate. All right, good to know.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Anyway,
he was not this nuts in the debate.
Okay,
that's good. Good.
I saw the posts on X and I was kind of shocked because he wasn't that bad.
Let's see.
He does look like he's constantly like squinting from the sun, though.
I think it's probably all the facelifts.
Yeah, he has like massive Botox or something.
Why are you guys attacking? I was just thinking he was like doing a Clint Eastwood impression.
Yeah.
No problem is
No, you're interrupting this guy, man. He's
I'm trying to listen to Robert Spencer.
Go to war with Iran. The problem is, in all of these discussions that I'm seeing about this issue, nobody is actually talking about the fact that not just one side gets to decide whether the war will begin or not.
Good point.
And it may well be that Iran will attack the United States, and it won't be up to anyone whether we go in to fight Iran or not. At the same time, nobody is envisioning the kind of quagmire that we had in Iraq and Afghanistan. Nobody is talking about boots on the ground. There is talk about regime change, but that's become a very charged term. It doesn't necessarily mean some sort of wrong-headed, misguided, unfocused project to bring a political system to a people that doesn't want it or understand it. And so what we have in this situation is quite different. The president, as a matter of fact, just today said that he was talking to Tucker Carlson, and he said, "Are you okay with nuclear weapons being in the hands of Iran?" And Trump went on to say, and he sort of didn't like that. And of course, nobody really likes that. And Trump said, if that's okay with you, you and I have a difference. It's not just Israel that has said that the Islamic Republic of Iran is working on nuclear weapons. This is something that has been abundantly established by investigations of the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is, of course, an arm of the UN, works closely with several UN agencies. And the UN is no friend of Israel. The UN, as a matter of fact, has a standing item. The UN Human Rights Council has item 7 on its agenda every time it meets to condemn alleged human rights abuses of Israel. So the IAEA, working closely with the UN, is not likely to exaggerate an Iranian nuclear threat, but the IAEA says that the Iranians are enriching uranium at a rate that is far beyond peaceful purposes, and that this is indeed an imminent threat. And so I hope that the president doesn't have to strike in Iran. I hope that it doesn't come to that. He's talking today about bringing Iranians to Washington to talk with him at the White House. And he's the great deal maker. Maybe he can do it again. At the same time, it may become, unfortunately, necessary for the real peace of the world to strike Iran's nuclear program in tandem with Israel and to take it out so that this regime cannot endanger the life of the world as it has thus far in numerous ways. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean regime change, but if it did come about, the first people who would welcome it would be the Iranians themselves.
Yeah,
who have made.
That is a that is a very important aspect. We have so many people out there nowadays who presume to speak in the name of Iran or Iranians. Many people still don't understand the issue. Actually, many people think that that Israel is an aggressor against these people, the Iranians. But wherever do we see Iranians actually complaining about this? Do we see Iranians actually protesting in the West? Do we see them protesting against the war the way we saw people protesting against Israel in the name of what they call Palestine? We don't have Iranian protesters in the West protesting against Israel for Iran, because Iranians are vastly against the Iranian regime. They are against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Iranians wish that the Islamic regime was taken down today so that they could build or rebuild their actual real Iran, which they all want, in which they want to live in peace.
Indeed.
This is a serious ongoing issue that everyone seems to think that Iran is just like these other places, and it's not. You're talking night and day different. AP pointed out the other day, when you're looking at statistics, and so the United States invades Afghanistan, and we want to make Afghanistan good. Guess what? Check the polls. 99% of the population want Sharia law. 99% of the population. Is it going to work long term to have the United States pulling the strings in a nation where 99% of people want Sharia law? No, you're kind of doomed to long-term failure in that situation. So people are looking at that going, well, the same thing will be in Iran. No, people in Iran do not want Sharia, and they are absolutely repulsed at the idea and it's a Muslim minority country. You're talking 40% of the population still identify as Muslim. It is a completely different kind of population. So if your argument is based on the idea that, well, it didn't work in Afghanistan, so why would it work in Iran? You're talking about two completely different places there. One population hates Western democracy and so on, love Sharia. Other place, hate Islamic law and really want a Western style democracy. Very different.
And here we have the data. This is from Gaman, which usually has conservative estimates of the votes. But in response to the question, Islamic Republic, yes or no? So the respondents here are mostly Iranians inside Iran, but also some outside Iran. So the question is asked whether they want an Islamic Republic, the one that is currently in power, or not. 81% of respondents inside the country responded no to the Islamic Republic. 81% of people inside Iran say no. So this is not just like the current government. This is the state. They want to get rid of the system altogether. Nobody wants this. 81% is for regime change. They want to get rid of the Islamic Republic once and for all. Only 15% of people inside say they support the Islamic Republic. 4% were not sure. And look what it says after that. Of the Iranian respondents abroad, 99% responded no, opting against the Islamic Republic. So of the Iranian diaspora, those outside Iran, 99% is against the Islamic Republic, which is why they are mostly outside Iran. Those inside Iran, the vast majority also doesn't want it. Who really wants this? A small minority of this country is collaborating with the brutal Islamic fascist dictatorship and keeping it in power. The first people to be happy about the downfall of this Islamic regime would be the Iranian people themselves.
Absolutely.
Anything to add? No. Okay. Good. Powerful.
It is abundantly clear that they hate this regime. In Afghanistan, they love the Taliban. In Iraq, they
Mr.
couldn't wait to get rid of Saddam to establish Sharia. In Iran, it's different.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Spencer. Dave Smith, take it away.
Wait, how long was it supposed to be?
About 4 minutes.
Then why did he only give you 3.5 minutes?
I don't know. They called my name, so I stopped. You'll see that Dave, when they told him he was over time, he said, "Oh, just a little bit more," and then he just went on and on and on until I ostentatiously looked at my wrist, which has no watch, and then Matt stopped him.
In taking out Iran's leadership.
I want to hear that.
Taking the affirmative in this debate is Robert Spencer, director of Jihad Watch. Taking the negative is Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem podcast. I'm former Congressman Matt Gaetz. I'll be your moderator. The Zero Hedge debates begin now. Each side is afforded a 4-minute opening statement, and we begin with Robert Spencer.
So here's where we start. And here's where he calls your name to stop you.
To establish Sharia. In Iran, it's different.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That was 3 minutes 20 seconds.
That's very strange, man.
Yes. So let's see how long he gives Dave.
That's very, very
much
strange.
Longer.
Huh.
Much, Mr. Spencer. Dave Smith, take it away.
I'm honestly almost just in disbelief over this entire debate. I can't even believe that we're here in 2025 after just electing Donald Trump, winning every swing state.
Wait, I don't even get it. I can't even tell what he would possibly be in disbelief about from.
Yeah, I can't believe there are people who don't like Iran. I can't believe that Trump, who said like 500,000 times that under no circumstances would Iran be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, even though he said that over and over again while campaigning and over again for his entire adult life. I can't believe that he won, and now we're talking about making sure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. I'm shocked.
David,
Well, he's setting up his straw man, see? Because
yeah.
I said nobody's talking about boots on the ground, and you'll see he's going to start talking about American armies in Iran as if that's what I was arguing for.
Yeah. By the way, where's that coming from? Is anyone suggesting that?
I don't think anyone is.
Like even people who believe. So you got people who say, let Israel deal with it. We'll be cheerleaders. We're not going to get involved. If for people who are saying we should get involved, I would guess that would just be bombing the crap out of anything that looks like some sort of nuclear site. I would guess that's what they're talking about. I haven't heard anyone saying, yes, and we're going to raise the army and invade. I'm saying that because like people jump to instantly stupid conclusions about anything you say right now. Like if I will post, I would just say, hey guys, just remember you're talking about a terrorist regime there. And then people will start responding and going, I think that ex-felons should be eligible for the draft now. And it's like, one, I think ex-cons should be eligible for the draft. They would make some good soldiers. They're not scared of stuff and so on. But anyway, like now you're talking about drafting. Now you think that the United States is about to start drafting people to go fight in Afghanistan, and like what level of, and again, this would all be based on me saying, hey, don't forget that these guys are terrorists and that, they've got their grubby hands in anything and the people hate them and so on. Oh, so you're saying that are you willing to be drafted and go over there? And what are you guys talking about? Like, in other words, who's saying any of this that they're representing the regime change side as saying, right?
That's a constant problem throughout this debate. He kept doing that all the way through the hour.
David, what is your how do you think steak should be cooked?
Medium rare.
I can't believe I'm in absolute disbelief that I'm hearing this. I can't believe that it's in the year 2025 we're still talking about this right after Donald Trump has been elected. This is just absolutely insane to me. This is basically what this just sounded like to me, man.
Yeah, it sounds like boilerplate that he probably does a lot when he's out there debating people. Yeah,
I pointed out, I think it was this morning. I think it was early this morning. I pointed out, it's like, hey, if you're one of these guys who's looking at Israel going, oh man, they're fighting Hamas, they're fighting Hezbollah, and now they're fighting Iran, and they're fighting the Houthis. What are these guys just obsessed with fighting? Seems like they want to deal with the problems now rather than put them off to the next generation the way every other nation always does. Like there's a problem, we'll just shove it off to the next generation, let them deal with it and so on. Seems like they want to like, okay, let's deal with the problems now so that the next generation doesn't have to deal with an Iran who wants to brutally annihilate them and so on. Seems like Israel wants to deal with the problems and threats now instead of pushing them off to the next generation. But what's the response to any of that? It's along these lines. Oh, so you're saying that we're going to put boots on the ground? It's like, what are you guys even talking about, man? Where are you getting this?
Okay, are you done?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, I know as soon as you push play, he's going to say something stupid. It's going to piss me off, man.
So let's go.
And the popular vote, that we're actually having 2003 all over again, and with all of the same characteristics, just blatant lies, complete misrepresentation of the evidence, a bunch of different fabricated justifications for the war that aren't even coherent. The truth is that many people, no one wants war with Iran are the first words we hear. No one wants war with Iran. You sure about that? Iran has been on America's list of countries to overthrow since at least 2001. We have
why would this be surprising to you?
On the record who told us that he saw these plans. George W. Bush put Iran on the axis of evil after 9/11, even though they had absolutely nothing to do with 9/11. He then
and why do you think they did that, man?
I'm just saying, why is he surprised? He's saying, look, I seriously can't believe that right now in 2025 we're doing something about Iran. It's shocking. And I mean, as my evidence, guess what? For the past 25 years we've been planning this. I mean, imagine. Is that what he just said, or did
we haven't done anything for the last 20 years, and now we're finally doing something.
Yeah, we've had a plan in motion to do this all along, and suddenly we're doing it. Matter of fact, as far as Israel, like jumping on, like seizing this opportunity to deal with Iran, it really seems like, okay, there are all these issues that we need to deal with to make a safer future, and right now we have a political climate, especially in America, that will not be a constant monkey wrench to us dealing with these threats. And we don't know what the next administration will be like. We don't know if they'll be completely insane or something like this or hate us. So kind of deal with all this stuff now while we have like a window, a narrow window of opportunity. And this guy's shocked. This guy's shocked at this.
Well, you notice what he's trying to set up is the idea that Iran is completely innocent, that they've just been minding their own business, and George W. Bush put them on some list to overthrow the regime, and for some reason wasn't able to pull the trigger, couldn't get it done, and neither could Obama or anybody else. And now finally we're getting around to it. But he never acknowledges that Iran has any responsibility or any agency at all. They're just the innocent victims in all this.
You know what's very funny? Lots of people are not aware of this, but I'm sure somebody can expand on this further. But we keep hearing this narrative that back in 2003, we're making the same mistake as in 2003, and Israel actually consistently from the 90s, I think late 80s or early 90s, until today, actually, consistently warned the United States, even before and after the United States was involved in wars with Iraq. Israel repeatedly warned the United States and said, Iran is the bigger problem. You are going for Iraq, we get it, but Iran is actually the bigger problem. When America was about to enter Iraq, Israel said, actually, Iran is the bigger problem. This is the greater target, the bigger target. Iraq might be currently a temporary issue, but Iran is the bigger problem. After the invasion, after Saddam had been taken out, the Israeli intelligence, Israeli authorities said that America took out the wrong target, that Iran is the bigger problem. So Israel has been saying this for the longest time. To now come and make it look like, Israel is just dragging us into wars, Israel is pushing us into Iraq, and this and this and that, is complete nonsensical. If it was Israel that was in charge, that was pushing us around into wars, we would have gone to war with Iran 20, 30 years ago, because Israel has been saying it over and over and over again. And I'm pretty sure that Israel had the chance to do what they're doing right now to the Islamic regime of Iran a long time ago, but they didn't do it. They finally got around to doing it and are now taking care of the problem. Honestly, I think people should be thanking Israel for what they're doing right now.
Invaded the two countries that touch it and destroyed the two countries. And you're going to sit here and say no one desires war in Iran? Is anybody who knows anything about DC knows that there are very powerful forces. Not a single honest Trumper, MAGA person in America would say that there aren't powerful forces that have wanted war with Iran for years. And the fact of the matter is that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. The Director of National Intelligence released her annual threat assessment 2 months ago. She reaffirmed it very recently. There's just no evidence of it. And even as you quote the IAE, they came out and said that Iran is not developing nuclear weapons. They have a latent nuclear deterrent. It was in no way something that justified a first strike from Israel. And the idea that this regime change...
Can you hold it up a minute?
This is a straw man here.
Yeah, well, he's totally lying. The IAEA, as I quote them, I think later on, the IAEA says that Iran is enriching uranium at a level beyond what is needed for civilian purposes. And so it's very clear that they're working on weapons. And he even then he tried to make out, you'll see later, he says, but read the end of the report. And I didn't actually have the end of the report with me, but I knew that the end of the report didn't contradict what I was saying. And I looked at it today after the debate, and actually what I was reading out was the end of the report. And so he was just being patently deceptive. Also, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, that he mentioned, it is true. It was widely reported over the last few days that she said that Iran was not working on a nuclear weapon. And a reporter actually even asked Trump about this. And yes, so she responded today that this was fake.
Look at this. Here we have her. He just quoted her. And to be honest, I also only saw the media report. I saw how the media brought this to Donald Trump. Donald Trump said, "I don't care what she says." So I thought, okay, apparently that seems to be what happened. Honestly, I was also a little bit surprised. I also was fooled by the media. Because here's Tulsi Gabbard. She says the dishonest media is intentionally taking my testimony out of context and spreading fake news as a way to manufacture division. America has intelligence that Iran is at the point that it can produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months if they decide to finalize the assembly. President Trump has been clear that that can't happen, and I agree. My full testimony below. Let's have a listen to that.
Iran continues to seek expansion of its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict. Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs, including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region. Tehran has shown a willingness to use these weapons, including during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq, and in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024. Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons.
There you go.
Iran will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, and helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorists and militant actors, which it refers to as its axis of resistance. Although weakened, this collection of actors still presents a wide range of threats, including to Israel's population, U.S. forces deployed in Iraq and Syria, and to U.S. and international military and commercial shipping and transit.
There you have it. There you heard it. Iran's nuclear program, Enrichment, is far beyond what is necessary for civilian purposes. I think the number is like, what for civilian purposes is actually, it's usually purity between 5 to 10% or something like that. And Iran openly announced that they have achieved and are working on and completely defend and justify 60% purity, which there is no civilian use for at all. It is purely for nuclear weapon purposes.
Indeed.
With such levels of uranium, they could within just a few weeks create a nuclear weapon. That is the problem.
Yep.
That is the entire problem here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and be honest, guys. I don't trust my own government when they're saying this nation is preparing weapons, because we've heard this before. So I don't completely trust the government when they're telling us we need to be worried about this scenario. However, with Iran, I don't believe that it depends on anything like that. You have a terrorist regime that is controlling multiple terrorist groups and funding multiple terrorist groups around the world, and has the stated goal of wiping out Israel and America and all this stuff in their little doomsday cult. So I would look at that and say, hey, you have a regime that's responsible for terrorist attacks all over the place. Do we have the right to go in there and crush that regime? Absolutely. But so in that situation, given that you're already dealing with a bunch of evil scumbags who should be replaced with some other regime, especially when you have the vast majority of the population wants these guys out as well. Their own people hate them. Why? Because they're out killing their own people and raping their own women and stuff for not wearing hijabs and so on. Anyway, when you have that sort of situation, it's like, Okay, I don't think I need tremendous evidence that you're going into a nuclear program. If I even think you might be doing it, that's enough, because you guys were on some screwed up ground anyway. You should have been dealt with even if you weren't building nuclear weapons.
Well, David, that's fine, and I'm not certainly calling for trust in the U.S. government, but it's also important to remember that what Gabbard is saying here is the same thing that the IAEA said in its report, or the IAE, as Dave Smith called them. The IAEA, the International Atomic Energy. Yes.
Yay!
Exactly. And they have said that they are enriching uranium at 60%. And that's a UN-linked agency. They work closely with the UN. The UN, as I explained, they hate Israel. They don't have any reason to exaggerate some kind of threat out of Iran. And so I think while there's no reason to trust the U.S. government, the IAEA has no reason to exaggerate or lie in this case. And so I don't trust them entirely either, but I don't see what purpose they would have to be dishonest about this particular information.
Yeah, let's look at a report here. So this is from AP, which is my personal news channel.
You got to go to the Daily Wire.
So it says, so here is Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. He says, I have said it before and I repeat it again. Uranium enrichment in Iran will continue with or without an agreement. The headline is that Iran insists it won't stop enriching uranium and agrees to new rounds of U.S. talks. So here's the thing. Some people, including Dave Smith, say, oh, Iran was ready to talk. Iran was ready to talk. They were ready to talk. It doesn't matter if they were ready to talk or not. Within the 60 days given to them, they did not agree to make an agreement to back down on their nuclear program, on their nuclear enrichment. They want to talk about different conditions, about what we can do, but they say they will never and absolutely never give up their nuclear enrichment program, which is the problem. Because let's see here somewhere. Iran's 2015 nuclear deal with world powers capped Tehran's enrichment level at 367%. And reduced its uranium stockpile to 300 kilograms. That level is enough for nuclear power plants, but far below weapons-grade levels of 90%. Since the nuclear deal collapsed in 2018 with Trump's unilateral withdrawal of the U.S. from the accord, Iran has abandoned all limits on its program and enriched uranium to up to 60% purity, a short technical step from weapons-grade levels. There have also been a series of attacks at sea and on land in recent years, stemming from the tensions even before the Israel-Hamas war began. So, since it was capped at 367, and they recently got it to as high as 60%. Once again, 3 is totally sufficient for civilian purposes, for energy purposes. 60, there is absolutely no reason, no single reason at all to have these levels of purity. It is purely for nuclear weapon purposes. And at this level, with the facilities that they have, it could take them weeks, maybe months, but possibly just weeks to develop and ready a nuclear weapon. And nobody wants this because Iran has been fighting proxy wars, has been threatening the annihilation of Israel and America for decades, for half a century now, and so on.
Indeed. Oh, sorry.
No problem. No problem. As long as it doesn't happen.
Professional.
Yeah. So. All right, let's.
Which is going to be different. Well, why does it feel so similar already? It's based on a lie of a nuclear threat. We're talking about liberating the people. I mean, I guess maybe one of the differences I spot, Matt, I bet you would find this kind of funny, but the Israelis are posting pictures with the son of the Shah. So I guess we're making the world safe for monarchy now. I guess we're in the business of spreading monarchy to the Middle East. Well, I don't see any indication that that's going to work out any better than spreading democracy worked. And either
what exactly is wrong with having a monarchy? What exactly is wrong with giving people a monarchy if they want a monarchy?
Yeah, what the heck is he
So,
talking about there?
there is a difference here. Let's put the
he has
difference
a
here
big
right.
favorability rating compared to the regime.
Let's have the let's break it down very simply. Again, David addressed it early on in this conversation, but spreading democracy is what he refers to what was done in Afghanistan and Iraq, where the U.S. actually went and tried to implement democracy. The problem is that the vast majority of Afghans did not want democracy or liberal secular democracy. The vast majority of people in Iraq did not want secular liberal democracy. So it was basically imposed on them. Iranians are different. Iranians are not Iraqis. Iranians are not Afghans. In Iranians, the vast majority of the population doesn't want Sharia law. In Iraq and Afghanistan, they do want Sharia law. In Iran, people, according to the most conservative polls, 50% of the population, or nearly 50% of the population, when asked who they would like to vote for if they had the chance, given a list of people, 50% or so would vote for Reza Pahlavi, the crown prince, whom people want to see as a monarch, as king, as Shah. And Reza Pahlavi wants to establish a democracy under a monarchy, which, by the way, is something that exists across European nations.
Yep, he showed no awareness whatsoever of the differences that we've been discussing between Iraq and Afghanistan on the one hand and Iran on the other.
Yeah, it's like it's seriously amazing that everyone seems to think that every place from basically Egypt all the way over to, I guess, close to China, they're all in the same situation, and they all have the same levels of obsession with Islamic law, and they all have the same attitudes towards democracy and towards everything else. And it's like, dude, look at a poll. Look at any poll about
Look
Iran.
at the history of the countries.
And seriously, like, what's he? Oh, what they're going to get a monarchy? What are they going to? Oh my goodness, are we in the business of exporting monarchy and kings? It's like, dude, if the people hate the 12-er Shia doomsday cult theocracy that is currently leading them, and they prefer a king, why should they not be allowed to have a king? Like, what? I don't even understand what he's saying. Like, well, that's a stupid idea. What? That a king who gets along with people and would get along with Israel and has actually called for the Cyrus Accords, where they have where there's an agreement with Iran and Israel, between Iran and Israel, moving forward, that they're actually going to be on good terms. Like, that's what we should be avoiding, and we should demand staying with the doomsday cult. This is like, I don't know, this is just insane, and I have to say, pretty stupid.
I thought it was a kind of a gotcha point. If you don't really think about it, then it sounds great.
It does.
So it's a debate tactic. It's not really.
We don't like
really
kings, do we? We don't like kings in America, do we? We're down with kings, right? Okay, well, this Robert guy, he wants a king.
Them bunch of Arabs wants a king, and this guy wants to give him a king. Well, dude, man, here's New York Post. A recent survey by the Empirical Research and Forecasting Institute found that 79.9% of Iranians opted for Pahlavi as their favorite leader over current rulers or alternative opposition figures. Iranians are also increasingly looking to secularize their country, with a government survey leaked to BBC Persian showing support for demarcation between religion and state climbing from 31% to 74%.
31. That's what we're talking about when it's like, when we're saying, hey, if there's any place where this would work, it's this place, and it's kind of like right now. You have all-time highs of people saying we are sick of this regime. We want to change. We don't want to be this constant terrorist threat to the entire world. Get rid of these guys. And this guy's going, no, because they might get a king instead, a friendly, nice king who gets along with everybody. Can't have that.
They probably shouldn't have democracy anyway. So,
wait, it's not America's business. We have to appreciate. Look, as you even mentioned there in your opening, it's like you lay out the argument. Now,
excuse me, what is this? What is with this stupid mindset? It's not America's business. if it's not America's business, stop talking about it. Okay, stop talking about it. Stop talking about what we
Yeah, it's
should.
not
and
your
shouldn't
business,
do.
dude.
Yeah, if it's if a nation in question wants America involved and they ask America to be involved, then don't come with the line, "It's not America's business." Don't come
Well,
with
they're
this
also they're
stupid, ridiculous line. And
chanting "Death to America" over there, but of course,
yeah, yeah.
you'll see he dismisses that. It's just talk.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah,
We
and
don't know
I have
what-
to say, as far as the window of opportunity, so AP, you pointed to the poll. You know, if you just go back 10 years, you get completely different numbers. And right, like now, people are absolutely sick of it. People have been for several years, like protesting in the streets and so on, and the regime cracks down on them. So you have this this unprecedented support for regime change. That's what the people want. You have Iran, which has had its fingers and its tentacles in all these different terrorist organizations, attacking Israel, attacking elsewhere, and so on. So you've got Iran basically is a threat to tons of people. You have them, according to you guys and your sources and studies, working on building a nuclear bomb and so on. You have all of that, but also in addition to all of that, as far as the narrow window of opportunity, Iran tends to form alliances with places like Russia and so on. And right now is not a good time for places like Russia to get involved. Whereas 5 years from now might be. 5 years from now, Iran might be completely unstoppable based on alliances that it has with various nations and so on. You got this narrow window of opportunity. We're saying, okay, yeah, you might want to take it right now. And no, you can't do that. You might get a king.
This is another one of these things, Ataraxia. It's not our business, AP, unless you had or have a uniform on. It's not yours either. I'm sorry, but having a uniform on, being a soldier in the army, does not give you the right to decide what your country or your country's military should and should not do.
Yeah,
I don't understand. Like, I don't want to sound.
No, this is stupid.
This is a little bit. It's a little bit rude of me, but if you become a soldier, if you become a part of the military, you basically forfeit, and you don't gain access to becoming the decision maker over what your country or what your military should do. That's not what you are doing. You are becoming a soldier, somebody who fulfills the obligations given to you by those who actually make those decisions. You have this individualist
people who vote them into power.
Yes, you're imposing your individualism on the military here. It's completely misplaced. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way. You are, as a soldier, as somebody who wears a uniform, in no position to decide what your country should and should not do geopolitically. It's not up to you.
Well, it's just idiot. It's just insanely idiotic to say you're not allowed to have a thought, or you're not allowed to have a thought about something unless you're a soldier. Like, what the hell are you talking about? There's a terrorist regime calling for our death. Am I allowed to say, you know what? I don't like these guys. You know what? I don't think these guys should be in power. I'm not allowed to say what are people just make up these little rules and then they demand that everyone abide by their stupid, insanely idiotic rules. Guess what, buddy? The Constitution says I have a right to speak about these things. First Amendment, buddy. First Amendment in your face.
You know, they've never thought about this because America has a civilian commander-in-chief. The army and the rest of the armed forces are under the control of a civilian.
They work for us.
Nobody is working. Constitutionally, the guy who doesn't have a uniform on is making the decisions for the people in the uniforms. And so the idea that you can't make decisions about this unless you have a uniform is completely unconstitutional and un-American. And that guy should be deported. Who said that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Deport,
Whoever said that, yeah, go to Afghanistan, buddy. With your anti-American nonsense. We're allowed to speak. We're the one who pay taxes, who are the ones who fund the military. Why do we fund the military? Primarily to protect us from dangerous people. That's what they're there for. That's what the military is there for, to protect us from dangerous regimes that want to wipe us out.
From people like the person who made that comment.
You have to shut up. The First Amendment only applies if you're wearing a uniform.
Deport.
Yep. Send that person to Antarctica. You're going to Antarctica, buddy.
Okay, I want to listen to what Dave Smith. What else?
Calling
Dave Smith
ice right now.
And then I want to have some super
It's
chats.
going to happen. Look, America, the Israelis will
Gotta
sit
pick
here
one
and
for
say that Iran attacked them on October 7th because it was their proxy that came and attacked them. Well, by that same logic, is Israel not our proxy? I mean, not that that's exactly the relationship, but we
Wait a minute, I thought they're our bosses and they control everything we do.
Intelligence cover. Evidently, Trump was negotiating to distract them from this attack coming in. And yeah, we don't know now. We have
I'm sorry, but I've heard lots of dumb things, but this might be one of the dumbest things I've heard come out of his mouth. So Hamas attacked Israelis, not Israel, by the way, mostly just regular Israelis, on October 7. And Hamas also, I could just find it. Hamas also openly said that it is Iran that trains them, that gives them weapons, and so on. Iran also has a military branch, a branch of the military. We talked about this before, called the Quds Force, which is directly a branch of the Iranian military, of the IRGC, that is meant to specifically organize and fight proxy wars. So the Quds Force, which stands for Jerusalem Force. Imagine. So why does Iran have a military force named Jerusalem?
Yeah, Ron, it's none of
Why
your
could it be?
business. It's
Why
none of
could
your
it be?
business what the Jews do.
Is one of the 5 branches of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC. It specializes in unconventional warfare and military intelligence operations. U.S. Army describes the Quds Force as an organization analogous to a combination of the CIA and the Joint Special Operations Command in the United States, responsible for extraterritorial operations. The Quds Force supports non-state actors in many countries, including Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the Houthi movement, and Shia militias in Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan. According to Michael Wigington et al., the Quds Force is a classic example of state-sponsored terrorism. This force was established specifically and given a very symbolic, very clear name, which also kind of explains what its purpose is. A branch of the military that was created specifically just to create a network of terrorist organizations, to fund them, to funnel Iranian funds to them, to give them weapons, to give them training, to give them directions in order for them to do the dirty work, the revolution abroad for the Iranian Islamic regime. Hamas is one of those organizations, one of those terrorist organizations that has been consistently instructed and given funds and trained by Iran's Islamic regime. The October 7 terrorist attack was carried out with the help of the Islamic regime of Iran. Hezbollah attacked Israel at the same time with the help of the Islamic regime of Iran. In fact, one of the great outcries was when Israel bombed a building that was part of the embassy compound in Syria. What Israel bombed there was a meeting held between Quds Force members, Hezbollah members, Syrian army members, and others who had come together for their regular meetings to arrange terrorist attacks and proxy wars against Israel. I'm sorry, if your state has a very clear terrorist network that wages a proxy war against Israel, they should expect to eventually be attacked and brutally pounded.
But not in the way Muhammad was brutally pounded on the night of Al-Zut. Just wanted to clarify that. What are you laughing at? I just want to clarify that because someone would think that. Someone would think you're talking about the same thing, right?
Of course.
I want to clarify terms.
That's important. Thank you. Anything you want to add, Robert, to this?
Well, there's plenty that's going to come up that's related to it. I told him about how much that Iran gives 93% of the funding of Hamas and things like that. And of course, it doesn't make any difference. The facts, he's impervious to the facts.
Hang on. Look at this. I don't want to keep giving attention to someone who's screaming for attention, but It is funny here. Look at this. So brave. Continue to advocate for a war you don't have anything to do with. Well, you don't have anything to. It reminds me of people who say, "Why are you guys talking about the Quran? Why are you talking about the Quran? You're not even Muslims." The Quran was talking about me way before I ever said one word about the Quran. Same thing with Iran. They were talking. They were saying a lot of things about us and what they love to do to us long before I ever knew what Iran was, because they were talking about me when I was still a toddler. But look at this. Use the First Amendment you did nothing to protect. Notice the assumption. Now we don't. Huh? Now we don't have any right to speak unless we have violently defended the First Amendment.
Well, I actually have.
Yeah,
I was almost murdered for defending the First Amendment. So by Ataraxia's lights, I can speak, and I still say he should be deported. I'm surprised you haven't already been sent out of the country.
Yeah, and by the way, we have been doing something to protect it. We've been opposing Sharia and Islamic law, which wants to take away your First Amendment right. But the idea that if you are, I mean, just think about how insane this is from the perspective of military. They go out and protect stuff so that we have rights. And Ataraxia is saying, no, you don't have rights unless you actually go out. So the only people who have the First Amendment rights in the United States of America is the military. According to Ataraxia, these are the people like trying to educate us and so on. They're like the dumbest people in the world. They're like bots.
You can continue trying to be brave. I'm not trying to be brave. I'm just trying to do whatever needs to be done here.
I'm brave. I'm complaining in the comment section about things that are none of my business. Ataraxia, be consistent. Be consistent. Nothing you're saying, according to you, we shouldn't be concerned about that. You're telling us what we're allowed to be concerned about. Well, fine. We can tell you what you're allowed to be concerned about. You're not allowed to be concerned about anything we're saying. So shut up.
Do you have ICE's phone number?
What's that?
Do you have ICE's phone number?
Oh yeah, let's call ICE.
Yeah, I want to get this guy out of here.
You're gone, Ataraxia.
Ataraxia, you're gonna be deported, man.
Bye.
You're gonna be deported.
At least as of 2007, the Pentagon told George W. Bush that we do not have escalation dominance in a war with Iran, meaning they can hit so many of our bases and our embassies in the region. Is a huge risk. And what's going to happen then? It's easy. They all start off, oh, there won't be troops on the ground. It won't be one of the bad regime changes. It'll be a good one. What happens when a few Americans get killed in this? You think Donald Trump's going to take that and not start bombing the hell out of this country? This is so incredibly risky.
I think he would start bombing the crap out of them.
And just to be clear here, and I'll end on this. I just can't overstate this. When I say this is so incredibly risky, what we're risking is the United States of America. And I don't just mean like because Iran...
Wait. This is interesting.
It's not interesting at all.
I heard him argue several times or many times before that Iran in no case poses any...
Yeah, he says that later. He says that, what are you talking about? The United States isn't at risk? That's ridiculous. But what he means here is that if we oppose Iran, then it risks the whole country. He'll say it.
How?
Well, he'll let it.
How does it suddenly
explain here?
No, I'm trying to think. I can actually think like if he's saying on some like higher level, like the United States is going to become a thing that we don't like, and so we will no longer be the United States as we know it. If he's saying something like that, then
yeah, I think it's something like that.
Okay.
Could beat us in a conflict. But honestly, ask yourself, let's say you're wrong. You know, I don't know.
Wait, hold on.
What we're risking is the United States of America. And I don't just mean like because Iran could beat us in a conflict, but honestly, ask yourself, let's say you're wrong. You know, I don't know where you stood on all these last regime change wars, but I know that almost everybody who's trying to sell this one was catastrophically wrong about all the last ones. What's the chance you're wrong here? When I say you're wrong, I mean that regime change doesn't work out well, that actually it becomes a disaster, that actually, even though the people didn't like the government, I don't know, this radical government that has ruled since 1979, with all of the most powerful governments... Okay, I'll wrap up real quick. With all of the most powerful governments in the world trying to overthrow them, they've still hung on. Who's to say that another radical group doesn't go out there? And we're not in the position we were in 2003. We're $37 trillion.
What other radical group?
Our country is completely divided in a way we haven't been before. Donald Trump needs all the political capital he can right now to get his immigration issues through, and that's all.
I see you looking at your watch.
Yeah,
Robert, you got to do it. You got to do it with the arm with no watch like this.
Well, I didn't have a watch. Okay.
Don't. Oh, it was good. Okay, good. You did it correctly. You did it correctly, sir.
See, no watch.
Oh yeah, you did it
correctly.
I
apologize.
Risk
time.
There you go. No, and you got to do the tap occasionally, like.
Yes.
Let's see. How long did he talk?
Almost over this entire debate.
440 to
$1 in debt. Our country is completely divided in a way we haven't been before. We have Donald Trump needs all the political capital he can right now to get his immigration issues through, and that's all. Sorry.
Okay.
So he spoke a whole minute longer than you did.
Mm-hmm. Well, that I think that's a reflection of the fact that Matt was essentially on his side.
Yeah, that's pretty shameful.
His entire final point there was just stupid. Regime change isn't going to work. Why? That like of all the places on the planet, of all the countries on the planet, the place where a regime change has by far the best chance of actually working and making things better, I would say close to 100%. Now you can't rule out the idea that an alien's going to come in and take over and like blow up the world or something like that. That would be theoretically possible. But this would be a really, really good chance of a regime change. Why? Because you already have the doomsday death cult radicals in charge, and you have the rest of the population who doesn't want any of that. So if you take out the insane, deranged, and it's a place where you have massive, massive support against wanting these religious nuts in charge of them. Mm-hmm. You have a place that has a history of always having kings, and they like the king that would actually come in. And so you have people either saying, hey, we want democracy, or we want our king, or some sort of hybrid like they have in the UK or something like that. But any scenario like that would be better than the current regime. Anything that you could suggest as having the slightest chance of taking over is better than the current regime. So I have to say, if there are other reasons for not wanting a regime change or something like that, then I'd be happy to hear them. I don't know everything about this, so I'd be happy to hear what the options are. But as far as what he just said, that's stupid. He's still treating Iran and the people of Iran and the regime of Iran as if they're like Afghanistan or any of these other places. They're not, guys. They're really, really, really different. Don't know how we can make that any clearer.
Now look at this. Iran had a monarchy that spanned over two and a half millennia, beginning with the Median dynasty around 700 BC and ending with the Pahlavi dynasty in 1979.
2,700 years these guys had a monarchy.
A monarchy?
Mm-hmm.
And now we're going to put a monarchy back?
Yeah, it'll never work there. That'll never work in a place that had it for 2,700 years, and then they had a few decades of something different, and they said, hey, actually, we'd rather go back to the monarchy. That is the one place a monarchy would not work, sir. What basis do you have for thinking that these people would be okay with a monarchy? It's only the population saying it, and they only had one for 2,700 years. Why would it work?
Yep.
Yeah, Gentile for Jesus Christ says, God bless you, Ridwan and David, in Jesus' name. But he didn't say God bless you to Roberts, which is very, very shameful. Love you guys. AP, very important Zabiba song when? Zabiba song is coming soon.
Yeah, you keep saying that, but we're worried you're going to be saying that next year and going, yeah, the Zabiba song coming soon. You don't know, Robert. AP, just play like a couple seconds of it for Robert. He's not familiar with this.
This is a professional show, man. I don't want to play a Zabiba song. A professional show.
Robert will love the Zabiba song.
I like raisins.
Yeah, I gotta find it for a second. The Seal of Prophet said, Robert's on the live stream. What a treat! Oh, hi, Apostle Hustle. What the heck is Apostle Hustle? Oh, wait, here.
Zabiba, Zabiba, I got a big Zabiba, 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 I got a big Zabiba, forehead looking like a cocoa bean. Praise be to Allah, I'm such a machine. I hit that rug like 5 times a day. Now I don't got something righteous to say. Imam walk by, he getting that nod, cause my
yeah, so it's good, right?
That's even better than Allah is a false God, a false God, a false God.
Nice. So there you go. Now we have ruined a professional live stream here, man.
Robert, we're gonna have all these. Watch, we're gonna have all these young Muslims walking around going, Zabiba, Zabiba, I got a big Zabiba.
Yeah, praying on Friday at the mosque. doing the prostration and in their minds. It's Zabiba, Zabiba.
It's a brilliant strategy, Robert. AP's making dope tracks that they cannot get out of their head, but then they're going to be like, oh, what's this new jam that I've been jamming to all day? Zabiba. Oh, it's such a great song. Who's this by? Oh, the apostate prophet. Hey, let me check out some of his other stuff. And then they're on their way out of Islam.
Yep.
Boom.
It's a beautiful theory.
But Dave Smith would be like, but if a bunch of people leave Islam, why do you think that would be any better? You don't know.
We failed the last few times. So, Paul, important. Dave mentioned Netanyahu 2002 Congress testimony as evidence against Israel. He wasn't Israeli minister that year. He was private citizen.
Also, Dave consistently acts as if Israel just cracks the whip and everybody in Washington says, yes, sir. Okay, we'll do it right away. Nobody in Washington has any ability to act on their own or to draw any conclusions of their own, make any judgments of their own, make any decisions. Is American foreign policy for the last 20 years at least, according to Dave, is just whatever Israel says. And it's not even what the Israeli government says, as the guy points out here. It's just what any random Israeli, if they say, go invade this country, oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, Dave just debated Konstantin Kisin on that as well. I saw a little clip of it, but Konstantin pointed out, was like, so according to you, like the United States government, like anything Israel says, they say, hey, do this, and then the U.S. That's what you seriously think that the U.S. government, and now the Trump administration is just like, okay, anything Israel says, we go ahead and do, and they're not doing what the U.S. government isn't actually evaluating this and deciding what is in the best interest of America. They're just, oh, Netanyahu says it, just like he was a random guy in 2002, but he said something back then, and that's what we based all our policies on.
That's it.
It's this weird thing because people say that and they're like, look, Netanyahu said this in 2002. It's like, what role did that play in absolutely anything anyone did? Right?
Yeah, well, that's the other thing about his list of countries that the U.S. was going to overthrow. You know, this is some policy paper somebody drew up. There are thousands of those kinds of papers dealing with hypothetical situations of various kinds. And he elevates it to the level of American foreign policy as if this is some sort of plan that's been carried out. But when I quote, you'll see later in this debate, the Ayatollah Khamenei himself saying, death to America is not just a slogan, it's a policy.
Yeah.
He waves it away.
Yep. There's an ancient saying coming directly from Rome, which is if you want peace, prepare for war.
There you go.
Nowadays, for some reason, it's like, no, we can't have war. You can't have war. Even if it's necessary, you can't have war.
Yeah.
Earth Prism, Shabbat Shalom, everybody. God bless. Shabbat Shalom. And Nasara confirmed Robert won the Mubahala. He did.
Thank you.
Yeah. Khaibar's Barbecue says, age has alzuted David Wood.
Yikes.
I was talking about my poor back.
Ash
it's true.
That's not Mike Winger. This one, the one in the middle is Mike Winger.
No, talking about the one who got exploded.
No. Paul, Dave just reacted to Tulsi Gabbard tweet and called her a lying warmonger. Also, Laura Loomer is an anti-Islam role. You should go on her show.
I've never had an anti-Islam roll. Is that like an egg roll?
No, it's sushi.
That's a good question. Anti-Islam roll.
Yeah, I'll have 3.
Let's see what Dave Smith says. Wow, Tulsi is now the Colin Powell of this administration. She knows better, but has chosen to lie through her teeth to sell a war. She's worse than the others because she spent her career pretending to be against regime change war in Iran. What an utter disgrace. Weeks. This is just made up today. Dude, this is what people have been saying for ages, man. Are you retarded? People have been saying weeks for ages. People have been saying weeks as in Iran has the capability, if it continues to 60% to this enrichment, to create nuclear weapons within weeks. People have been saying this for a long, long time. Why have they been saying it? Because it is true. Because it is scientifically true. Because Iran themselves admitted to having 60% enrichment. Because that's what that entails. It contradicts every single piece of intelligence on Iran for 20 years. No, it doesn't. Even Netanyahu never went so far. He actually did. This is blatantly wrong. This is blatantly false, man. Pretty sure we listened to Netanyahu just a few weeks ago make an announcement about Iran and talk about nuclear weapons.
He raises Netanyahu. Actually, Matt Gaetz played the video. It's a gotcha video of Netanyahu saying over the years, they're just weeks away, and then 5 years later, they're just weeks away, and 5 years later, they're just weeks away. And they never take into account the fact that in between all those things, there were disruptions of the Iranian nuclear program. As that was in my answer, and I have more here ready when we get to that. That what Netanyahu said every time could have been completely accurate, and then the Israelis set them back.
But think about this here for a second. So Dave Smith cited Tulsi Gabbard to you in the debate as having disproven the notion of Iran developing nuclear weapons or working toward nuclear weapons. Then, after Tulsi Gabbard makes a clarifying post about this, and by the way, posts a video of her testimony, which Dave Smith was referring to when he used her as evidence, Dave Smith then says that she is a liar and she changed and this is just made up today. No, Dave Smith, you idiot, you never even paid attention. This is the very same evidence that you falsely used.
That's right.
Dude, this while you were saying that, it reminded me of exactly what happened last night when we saw Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hijab using Sheikh Tarana, because do you see, this is the proof, and then he like exposed them as liars, and then you can't trust him, he's an evil, disgusting person. That's like Dave Smith right now. Someone said something that I think agrees with me. Yes, you see, this is the hero of the speaker of truth. She disagrees with you. You can't trust her.
There's a bit in the Sirah just like that Abdullah, the rabbi who becomes a Muslim, and the Jews come. They call the Jews in while Abdullah's hiding. And Muhammad says, what do you think of Abdullah? And they say, oh, he's one of our best men. He's so wise. He's so intelligent, etc., etc. And then they say, Muhammad says, what would you say if he became a Muslim? And Abdullah jumps out and says, La ilaha illallah. And they say, Abdullah is stupid and corrupt and evil. And that's the story. The Jews are lying again.
Totally happened. I'm pretty sure that happened. Yeah. Yuck. Hey, Dave, did Mike Winger give you permission to stream tonight?
Yeah.
Okay. Bell Galactica in Darth Vader's voice. Do not underestimate the power of Al-Zut.
Do not underestimate the power of Al-Zut, especially when it involves sesame oil and Momo's butt. Boot. Oh, Robert, you don't know what that's about.
You got to have rhyme, boot and zoot.
Yeah, we're looking up. We're looking up a Muslim scholar that the Muslims were using to avoid the Islamic dilemma. And what you find in the Muslim sources that he was notorious for practicing mutta to the point where he had to give kids certain names so that they would know not to sleep with all his mutta wives and stuff like that he's had over the years and so on. Anyway, it was said that he used to inject sesame oil up his butt to help him perform with all his mutta wives and so on. Anyway, this was the great scholar that they were going to.
Tony Lapidus tweeted at you his sketch of Dave. Oh, he did? Let's see.
Oh, hey, that's that guy who does the impressions, right? Tony.
Yeah.
That guy's funny.
Tony Lapidus. It's
another Greek, just like AP and me.
Powerful. Yeah. I recently became Greek. I changed from Turk to Greek. So
exactly.
El Harrison says Robert has the patience of a saint.
If only.
Powerful. I love all your funny accents. Do Dutch. I don't even know how to do a Dutch accent. I just know how to do a fake Dutch speech.
I remember Geert Wilders when he spoke at one of our rallies in New York. Yeah, I learned that from him when I met him those times way back 10, 15 years ago, maybe longer, and he was Geert Wilders, and he would say, I remember the somebody called something out from the crowd, and he said, "Indeed." And I thought that's the Dutch accent right there. But that's all I can. That's the only word. That's it. Indeed.
Indeed. Nice. It kind of sounds like a German accent, but it's worse.
Oh, hey, yeah. He tweeted. He shared someone else's tweet to you, and the tweet was, "Apostate prophet, if you're covering the Dave Smith debate, you should also watch this too funny skewering of him." And that was Tony's rendition of Tony's impression of Dave Smith.
When was that? When did you tweet this?
I just went to his page. It's like a couple tweets down, man. It's like recent. It's like, matter of fact, it's an hour ago. No, it's 2 hours ago.
If you
go to Tony's page, man, it's right there.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah. Okay, I see it now. I see it now. All right, fine. Let's have some comedy since Dave Smith is not funny.
Dave Smith. Well, joining me today is Israel's advocate, Natasha Hausdorff, and Comrade Dave Smith to discuss Israel's ongoing war with Hamas in what I hope to be a lively debate that I intend to moderate with complete impartiality and fairness. Comrade Dave Smith, welcome to Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I mean, it's great to see that the Qataris have had a positive influence on you and that you've come over in actuality to the right side of history.
Hang on. I just want to clarify something.
Hang on.
I'm glad that he picked up on the same thing that I just got so annoyed by with Piers Morgan.
Hang on.
It's so annoying, man.
Don't want to come over to any side. And of course, nothing or no one can influence me to do anything. I'm a man.
Right. I apologize. I just meant that it's great to see your evolution in accepting that Israel is a satanic, baby-killing, women-starving, man-shooting state of pure evil. I mean, that's just reality.
I agree with that. I want to bring in Natasha Hausdorff. Natasha, what do you think of the idea that Israel is a disgusting, demonic state?
Piers, I think there are really legal implications to using...
Hang on. Bullshit.
Piers, ask her if Israel has nuclear weapons.
Well, does Israel have nuclear weapons?
I'm sorry, what does that have to do with me?
Hang on. Shut up a moment. It's got everything to do with you. Does it have nuclear weapons or not?
I wouldn't know any more than you or Comic Dave Smith.
Hang on. More bullshit. Utter bullshit. You stupid woman. You personally killed thousands of babies and women.
Oh, Piers, you know what? By the way, now she'll say that's a blood libel and anti-Semitic.
All right.
Piers Morgan, can I get a single point in here?
We can. This is my interview, my show. Are you in Israel engaging in a form of genocide? Yes or no?
Terms like genocide have legal implications and meaning. It seems to cheapen the term if you keep bending the definition to simply
What absolute flannel? Load of bullshit.
No.
Let me bring in Comrade Dave Smith. Dave, launch into this satanic cow.
Sure, Piers, she won't answer a single question. Like, she's just paid by Israel to pretend that she's not killing little kids, but we all know that in reality, she is. Ask her why journalists aren't allowed into Gaza.
Do you want to answer that?
Well, Piers Morgan, the reason for that...
Hang on. Bullshit again. If only I was allowed to go into Gaza and cover this conflict on my own, I'd be the first journalist to send my team of other journalists to go in and I'd draw my own conclusions on how Israel's conducting this war by using my personal military experience, which entails talking to my brother, who was a colonel in the armed forces.
Piers Morgan, may I please get one word into...
No, because you're talking absolute bullshit.
This is really good. This is really good.
So why did we just watch an actual? Why did we just
joining
watch
me today?
Actual clip from the Piers Morgan Uncensored show?
This is literally how it actually went, man.
That is. It's
This is
basically
how
a
it went.
condensed version of the entire thing.
Yeah. This is how I remember the whole conversation, basically. This is how I remember the conversation. Let's see. Oh, is this it?
To this conversation. You're playing a different game than me and Pierce are. We are having a conversation about what's actually going on. You're a lawyer who's
wait. This here is much better here. This here is much better. Hold on. Here.
Oh, you got the compilation?
Well,
I don't give a damn.
There has been facilitated over the course of
But
this
that is
war.
simply not true. I'm sorry.
Well,
no, hang on.
Forgive me. You've asked me on here
Hang
to
on.
answer these questions.
I can challenge you.
The study that was conducted.
Why are they so hungry then?
The study that was
Well, hang
conducted.
on, why are they so hungry?
May I finish this point and I'll
Yeah,
come
but
on to answer
why
your
are
question?
they so hungry?
Well, there are.
Why are they
what you are basing your assessment on, I'm afraid.
Why am I hungry?
It's just Hamas propaganda, which you must accept as
no.
Piers Morgan. You're not allowing me to answer a single question.
I am.
Because it is.
Liar.
I am. Oh man.
It is, as has been the case previously.
Israel- hang on.
It's also the Gaza Humanitarian
Israel has
Foundation. The assessments of Hamas casualty figures by experts and statisticians have found them to be preposterously inaccurate, fabricated.
Well, let me ask you,
Hear
children.
the explanation.
What? I just-
The viewers aren't going to get any benefit of
the viewers can make their own mind.
victims and targeting those strikes deliberately.
So it counts the
I'm sorry, this is perfectly logical. that
It's
it
actually not
counts-
logical.
If you'll allow me to answer the question, that have been projected.
How do you know
throughout
the
this war.
ratios?
I'll explain. At between 1 to 1.
Man, this is so ridiculous. This is just absolutely ridiculous.
Pierce Morgan, everyone. Hey, you know what's funny? If he like converted to Islam, they always want to take Muslim names, so he'd have to change his name to Pierce Muhammad, which would mean something completely different to us. Welcome to my brain, ladies and
That's a
gentlemen.
good point. Pierce Muhammad. Oh man. John West, Robert Spencer spit facts. DS was a straw man, generating machine. Congrats on the comeback after losing to David Wood.
Wait a minute. I didn't lose to David
You
Wood.
got crushed by David Wood.
Nonsense.
You were not ready for my Dia al-Kalbi argument.
There was, what was it like that before the debate, they raised their hands. How many people believe Muhammad really existed?
Yeah, you
And
want
everybody in the room
There's
raised their hands.
There's a couple of
And
gullible
then
people in
at
every
the end of
audience,
the
Robert.
thing, it was like 30%, 40% were on my side. So it was
There's
clear
a couple.
victory.
There are a couple gullible people in every
It
audience.
was a
who will fall for your nonsense, Robert.
smashing world historical victory.
All right, I'm on Dave Smith's side now. Dave Smith and Pierce Morgan for life.
hang on.
Mark H. The moment I saw a thumbnail, I knew Robert Spencer intellectually molested Dave Smith.
Yikes.
He intellectually outzooted him.
Wait, you don't know what this is about?
No, he doesn't know. Robert doesn't know your soundboard, man.
Okay, how about here? Let me play it then.
Are you sick in the mind? Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient and intellectually molested and ideologically molested?
Wait, where did Robert go?
Robert disappeared.
Where did I go? Am I gone?
This is
Can you
weird.
hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah,
we hear you.
We can hear you. We can just not see you.
Nothing's changed over here.
That's weird. That's probably my
He did
system.
something weird.
I don't know what to do. I can't because it's on.
Huh, interesting. Well, I shouldn't have played a clip. See, this is the curse of Mohammed Hijab.
Okay, if I stop the cam, maybe it'll turn back on.
Look at what Mohammed Hijab did, man. I have to say, I would be disappointed right now that we lost Robert, but after him talking trash about our debate, I say good riddance, sir. Good
Robert,
riddance.
how about disconnect and connect back again? Because I
I
see
think
that
that's what he's
there's a device problem. I see him down here, but there's a device problem.
Okay.
Click on
Yeah,
the link
Robert.
again and come back in.
Yeah, if you can hear us, Robert, just shut all that down and then start it back up again. Oh, there he goes.
Wait, now there are two Roberts.
Now there's two Roberts. That's weird.
Yes, am I stereo? Yikes.
No?
No.
What
Okay,
the
now.
heck?
Okay, no, everything is fine now.
It is?
Yeah, you're
I
good.
think so.
Okay. This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them.
Nice work. Knows too much. AP allies didn't resupply and feed Germans from behind enemy lines. Dealing with the population in the region after it was liberated isn't the same thing. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we can talk about that forever. No, it's too much at best, but I agree, that's true. At best, comparable to doing so in Gaza Strip after the enemy surrenders and it is liberated from Islamo-Nazi occupation. Though by percentage of the Muslim population, there is even much worse than the Germans were. I agree, but I still think that Israel is doing a good job in Gaza right now, okay, as they have been. There is no need to make things worse. Little R times. Is it possible to obtain a Quran in chronological order instead of the current order? You can
I'll tell you, I was going to put the critical Quran in chronological order, but as I was doing the research, putting it together, I saw that many of the surahs are not units, and they are not from the same chronological period, even within the surahs themselves. And
Yeah.
so it became impossible to do. So I just went with the traditional order.
Yeah, and so you have that. What I mean, you'll even have like part of this surah is Meccan and part of this surah is Medinan and so on, or this verse is from the Medinan period and the rest of it is from the Meccan period and stuff. So you have those kinds of issues. But then in addition to all that, you have disagreements on the timeline. You have some people say that this is Meccan and some people say that this is Medinan. So it's like, who do you even go with on that? So yep, it is it's a very difficult task.
Indeed.
Indeed. Zachary Gelpy says the saddest kind of Jew is a self-hating one. I'm not even sure in what regard, in what way Dave Smith is actually Jewish. He keeps saying
first of all,
Jewish,
his name is Smith, not Smithsbergstein or anything like that.
I have seen lots of Jews contest that he's actually Jewish, but I don't know why. I don't know anything about it. I don't know more about it. I have no idea.
Don't Jew check me, bro.
Huh?
Don't kosher check me, bro. What?
Ash Mai says dumb as a rock and unfunny, rough. It's very rude and true. Mosh Cohen, Dave is the perfect example why we don't like American Jews.
You just heard it. Israeli Jews don't like American Jews, ladies and gentlemen.
Entitled and using "I'm Jewish" as a card toddler.
I don't know. That may be, but I'll tell you something. I looked into the comments on the Matt Gaetz posting of the YouTube video of the debate, and it's just incredible how many of them are openly Jew-hating and saying, oh, I knew what Spencer was going to say as soon as I saw his nose and things like that. Yep. And just assuming, of course, that I'm Jewish, as many people do. But they obviously hate Jews, and they are increasingly open about it.
Oh, yeah. And they sort of all follow each other around like a little cult. And then so after everything that happens or every tweet, they sort of like swarm. Oh, what a powerful point. What a powerful point. And it makes it sound like they're bigger than they are.
Yes.
That's true. Abu Baker al-Puff Daddy, in the debate, Mr. Spencer was professional, informed, articulate, and effective. Mr. Smith was a bit out of control. He had good points, as did Robert. That's very rude of you to say.
That's very rude, Abu Bakr.
Yeah.
I don't know.
AP and Robert's laughs are so adorable and endearing.
Adorable. Is that on purpose, you think?
Probably.
Gabriel Valencia, can I get it? They beat me in the desert.
They beat me in the desert.
I forgot to put that on my soundboard, man. I need to put it on my soundboard. They beat me in the desert. Abu Bakr, what should U.S. policy Trump admin be to Syria?
Well, certainly they shouldn't be palling around with Ashura, who's a jihadi, who's Al-Qaeda. But Trump thinks he can make a deal with everybody on the basis of mutual self-interest, and this is why he's reaching out to him. It's understandable, but the idea that he's no longer a jihadi is at best unproven.
Yeah,
but everybody makes mistakes, Robert. Like,
yes.
I said wrong things in the past. I did wrong things in the past. I maybe took things that didn't belong to me, accidentally. Things.
Yeah, I still want my shoes back.
Yeah, and that guy. And that guy was an Islamic terrorist, part of Al-Qaeda and partner of ISIS. Everybody makes mistakes.
Just a little mistake, being an Al-Qaeda leader for 11 years.
Moshko, ironic, his podcast is called Part of the Problem.
And he is.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, apparently it is.
What a dork.
And Nasara says, so DS acknowledges he's part of the problem. He is, and he does. Daily Wire, Israel subjecting itself to suicidal standards, costing the lives of its soldiers, people, and war effort for evil hypocrites who hate it no matter to complain unless isn't a good or moral argument. Good. I guess we're still stuck on the whole issue of what Israel should do with the Gazan population.
Yeah, Robert, just so you know, Knows Too Much is a fan of starving the entire population to death and so on.
That's not what he said.
Not realizing, not
straw man.
realizing what that would actually do.
That's not what he said, man. Recycle Bin Laden says, why help Israel if they have space lasers? This is a good argument. Fair
Because
point.
you don't want them to have to let their space lasers out of the bag, man.
Yes. Knows Too Much said, you're right that Israel needs to be careful and wise in its approach, but appeasing evil is never the answer, leads to more capitulation to it. That's true. I agree completely.
Who's talking about appeasing evil?
You did time and repented for your deeds, which is nowhere comparable to the evil done by the Palestinian cultists in Gaza. Some evil is beyond redemption.
This dude's obsessed, man.
I don't know that
That's
any
Dan.
evil is beyond redemption because that would reflect on the Redeemer. The Redeemer can redeem anyone. Now, whether they want to be redeemed, whether they repent, that's another matter.
Yeah, it's I was redeemed because I had an opportunity to be redeemed. You're saying starve everyone to death and then no one has a chance for any redemption ever.
There you go.
Yeah. Sassy Dan says, libertarians love to bring up failed involvements and ignore successful involvements and horrific things that happened because of refusal to get involved.
Well, that's true to a certain extent. I mean, like, they all are talking, Dave Smith and many others right now, saying regime change is terrible. It's always a disaster because it didn't work with Saddam Hussein. But you know, what if in 1945 the Allied army was saying, we can't remove Hitler or the Nazis. We have to make sure the Nazis stay in power at the end of World War II because we don't want regime change. I mean, who knows what would come after that?
Well, it's also hilarious because our entire country is based on a regime change.
Yes.
And guess what? Why did it work? Because you had a population that was ready for it. That's why it worked. We're looking at Iran, and so we're looking at regime change. Like when Syria was about to have its regime change, we're like, this is not going to go well. This is not going to go well. Why? Because what are you going to be replaced? But what is Assad going to be replaced by? A bunch of freaking ISIS terrorists. This is not going to go well. This is not going to go well. So you had a situation where it looked like things at best were going to be the same and probably going to be worse. It doesn't look like things are going to be any better with a bunch of reformed ISIS jihadis there. But there's no comparison between that and, put it this way, Iran is more like the United States before the United States. There's a population that's ready for it. And guess what? There were other nations that helped us. There were other nations that helped us in that situation. And guess what? It worked. It worked. It helped. Yep. It was good.
Where regime change did not work, the problem wasn't the United States. The problem wasn't regime change. The problem was the population and the country in question, which was not ready to go through a regime change, or which I'm not even sure if it's a correct thing to say. It wasn't ready. It just
wasn't willing.
Bound to become completely messed up. In the case of Iraq, for example, we have a country that is made up of multiple different factions: radical Sunni, radical Shia, the Kurdish people, and so on, and then other factions among them that it was bound to shake up and become a mess. And guess what? In the future, it is going to become a mess again, because right now it is still dealing with those problems. It doesn't really depend on whether there is a regime change imposed by America or not. It is that the countries in questions, I'm sorry to say, are terrible countries. And when we speak about Iran, we are not speaking about the same kind of country. Afghanistan was similarly pretty bad. It had already, prior to America going in there, gone through tribalistic warfare, Islamic civil war, communists involved, and so on. It was a giant mess. It's going to become a mess again. Iran is not the same. It is not the same thing.
Indeed.
And also, what do you mean? What do you mean Iraq regime change didn't work? Saddam is dead. He died a horrible death, so it did work.
Well, ISIS came after.
Well, they died too. So. Most Americans don't care if Iran, Israel, Palestine, or any of these places even exist. We care about Arkansas, South Carolina, Kentucky, Utah, USA. Okay, that's good, Jake. Finally, Rigovich says AP's Protestant theology is whack. What Protestant theology? What are you talking about? Not sure
Orthodox
what Protestant theology you're talking about. I don't have any Protestant theology. What do you think? What are you talking about?
I know what he's talking about. You do too, right? That you support Israel.
I think
they're saying you have to hate Israel to be Orthodox. I get this all the
precisely.
time myself.
Yeah. Oh, here we have two Orthodox Christians. Here we have Robert
Indeed.
Spencer, who's also Orthodox Christian.
And one unorthodox Christian.
Yeah. One heterodox Christian.
Yes.
One pure biblical Christian. One uncorrupted biblical Christian.
Right. You keep telling yourself that. All right.
The debate.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
So, Mr. Spencer, I want to pin you down on precisely the position you're taking
But
here.
not the way.
Do you believe that there is a basis right now? In your opening statement, you made a lot of characterizations about what could happen and predictions about
Wait, I
potential.
want to hear that again. The Botox guy.
Needs all the
Mr. Spencer, I want to pin you down on precisely the position you're taking here. Do you believe that there is a basis right now? In your opening statement, you made a lot of the characterizations about what could happen and predictions about potential developments in the conflict. But right now, do you believe the United States should support Israel in taking out Iran's leadership? And can you give me just a quick answer to that question?
Well, it depends on what you mean by support. You know, in World War II, Franklin Roosevelt did not get the United States involved in the war until after Pearl Harbor, but he did everything he could to help the British before that. There was the Lend-Lease program, there was the propaganda war, there were all kinds of ways in which he was aiding the side of freedom against the Nazis before Pearl Harbor, but he didn't get involved until Pearl Harbor. I think that's a perfectly
so is that where you think the U.S. should be today? I just want to understand that for clarity, the sake of your position, are you saying we should be in a lend-lease, provide weapons to Israel, or do you believe the United States should directly be involved in striking assets in Iran?
Exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
The idea that this is some sort of betrayal of MAGA, as Dave was suggesting, is ignorant of the fact that Trump, in his escalator speech, his first political speech announcing he was going to run for president in 2015, he says, "I'm not going to allow Iran to get nuclear weapons." Now, I don't know what people thought he meant by that. He reiterated that many times over the years, and now he's saying the same thing. And you've got a regime that actually has ordered its people every Friday in the mosques all over Iran. They have to chant "Death to America" as well as "Death to Israel." And it's important to note, this is not just braggadocio or sloganeering. The Ayatollah Khamenei actually said not long ago that the situation between America and Iran is this. This is November 1st, 2023. When you chant "Death to America," it is not just a slogan, it's a policy. And it's a long-standing policy, in fact, because it goes back to 1979, to the seizure of the embassy, the taking of the hostages, the taking of the CIA agent William F. Buckley, not the National Review guy, another one, who
Another
was
CIA agent.
Yeah, well, you probably got a point there. But in any case, he was brutally tortured and murdered by the Iranian regime in the 80s. Hezbollah is a wholly owned and operated subsidiary of the Islamic Republic of Iran, created by the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps. 1983, they killed 241 Marines in the barracks in Beirut. You've got just a couple of years ago, Tom Cotton asked Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, has Iran attacked any American interests, American bases in the last couple of years? And if so, how many times? And Austin says 83 times. And Cotton says, okay, how many times did the U.S. respond? And he said 4. So that's 79 unanswered attacks from a power that is chanting death to America, saying it's a policy, not just a slogan. And that projects weakness. If you just let that keep happening and never respond, then you are exactly the same thing that Dave is saying is going to happen, but not in the way he envisions. You're going to lose the United States.
Dave Smith, your answer to Iran deserves it.
We're gonna.
Did I say Iran deserves it?
It's literally what you just said. Iran
Literally,
deserves it.
yeah.
All
Literally.
I heard you say in 4 minutes was Iran deserves it. Take it. Take your medicine, suckers. That's what I heard.
That's with an A, not the hard R, right?
Yeah. All I heard was consequences.
Death to Iran! Death to Iran! That's literally what you just said.
Yep, literally.
Literally, word for word.
Yep.
Man.
States, you're telling me that militarily Iran is going to take out the United States of America? The idea is so preposterous. This is a country that does not.
Robert, why did you say that Iran will take out the United States military?
Well, see, this is another thing I didn't say. Iran doesn't have to be able to take out the United States of America to be able to cause serious harm. And he's setting up straw men and knocking them down. He does that all through this.
Robert.
Yes, sir.
How can you possibly believe that Iran would conquer the entire world and colonize Mars and take that over? Seriously, Robert.
You're seriously suggesting that Iran is going to build an intergalactic empire?
Yes, with the Death Star.
Have an air force capable of delivering weapons to us. We're the most powerful country in the history of the world, and this is a puny third world country. Although, compared to the other puny third world countries,
did he say puny? Iran is huge, man.
Just think about this, man.
I don't think he knows what Iran.
Look at that. He's putting us both to sleep.
Everybody, the war fever and the drums are beating. Let calmer heads prevail for a second. I just told you that after 9/11, the war-hungry George W. Bush put Iran on the list of axis of evil and then invaded and destroyed their two next-door neighboring countries. And your response was the kids yell some chants? Therefore, they're threatening.
Well, you see, it's just a complete misrepresentation of what I was saying.
Straw man.
Yeah, Robert, all you said was some kids are chanting something.
Yep.
This
so
is
therefore,
so wild.
Iran deserves it.
I don't know. After saying this, I have come to the firm conclusion that there is absolutely no point in having a conversation with this guy.
My shame is overwhelming at this point.
You gave a lengthy answer that in which there were quite a few points that went much deeper than just kids chanting.
And you notice also that he's just repeating again a lot of the things he said in his opener.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have anything. He doesn't address any of the points and starts repeating himself. And we're only 13 minutes in.
This is so ridiculous.
Powerful.
But the thing is that if you look at the people that follow him nowadays,
they love it.
Many of
They do.
whom are
They worship it.
anonymous, and there seems to be a big problem about this. I don't know. There was a recent report about how certain countries, including Russia and Iran, have engaged in massively pumping up certain voices in the West through the use of bot farms and things like that. I don't know if that's the case here as well, but the guy has nothing intelligent to say. All he does is.
Did you ever hear of this guy before October 7th, 2023?
Nope.
I never did.
I didn't hear about him until like a couple months ago.
Yeah, me either, actually. When he debated Murray. And I thought, who is this guy that got to debate Douglas Murray? Douglas Murray's been around for years. And who is this guy? And I've never seen an answer to that.
To this day, I still have no idea why this person is considered a relevant individual to the whole discussion, to geopolitics, to Israel, to Iran, to what they call Palestine, and so on. Yeah, it's wild.
us. I mean, let's get real here, guys.
Well, I want to talk about that threat real quick, Dave Smith, because we saw the House chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee say in an interview recently that however we confront Iran today, it is at least confronting an Iran without a nuclear weapon. And as messy and as bad as all those rough outcomes you described, the argument just that I'm presenting to you is, well, we eventually have to confront Iran, so better to do it now than later. Your response? And
Wait, Chance Schofield here says he is big with libertarians.
So you notice that Matt Gaetz, after all that, I don't get any chance to respond to Dave because Matt Gaetz asks Dave another question.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That's funny.
Well, it's good because Dave Smith would have just humiliated you if you tried to respond to him.
Yeah.
Well, Chance Schofield just pointed out that he's popular among stupid people. So, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Then we'll go to Mr. Spencer.
It's just absolutely ridiculous. And like I said, all of the intelligence indicates that they're not trying to get a nuclear weapon anyway. So this is all like it's all just begging the question. It's like you have to like demonstrate.
Hold up.
Ridiculous. And like I said, all of the intelligence indicates that they're not trying to get a nuclear weapon anyway. So this is
false.
Yep.
Demonstrably false.
Well, now he's railing at Tulsi today for saying exactly the opposite.
Which she already said before.
Yeah.
Which he wrongly, falsely referenced.
Indeed.
This is all like it's all just begging the question. It's like you have to like demonstrate that they are actually attempting to get a nuclear weapon before you can just make that call. But it
has already been demonstrated.
Yes.
As the great Scott Horton said the other day, Truman did not start a war with the Soviets because they were developing a nuke, and Johnson didn't start a war with the Chinese communists because they were developing a nuke. And this idea that therefore it's okay to just launch a war of aggression because somebody else is developing a nuke. And the wildest thing about it, Matt, the
nuke is not the problem.
Indeed.
It's who has the nuke
is not the problem. If ISIS was developing nukes, nobody would wait. Nobody would wait.
ISIS, Hamas, Houthis, Hezbollah.
I'm not really sure about Hamas, but with Hamas, it seems like if Hamas was actually launching nuclear weapons right now, these idiots would still defend them somehow. But
No, he would. What if Israel can have one? Why can't Hamas?
It is about who is developing nuclear weapons or who is threatening to develop nuclear weapons. Nobody's actually suggesting that there is very clear proof that Iran does have nuclear weapons, or that they are fully in the process, that they are about to have completed their first nuclear weapon. What is being suggested is that they are working towards the building of nuclear weapons, and this is undisputed. It is because they have a nuclear enrichment program that puts them on the verge of building nuclear weapons within just weeks, as we have said many times, as intelligence around the world has said many times, as the United Nations and as others have pointed out many times. This is the problem with Iran. The Islamic regime of Iran is a regime that hates its own population, that had no problem firing into the crowds and killing 1,500 people in order to suppress protesters who wanted regime change. It is a country, a regime that fights proxy wars, a regime that has it in their constitution that it is their mission to expand the revolution and to prepare the grounds internationally, not just inside Iran, but also abroad, for the revolution and the future that is religiously promised to them, meaning the coming of the Mahdi, who is supposed to come and bring great justice to the world. It is their constitutional mission to destabilize the world and to fight Israel and America, which they call the two Satans, the small Satan and the big Satan. You can't allow these guys to have nuclear weapons.
Yep.
That's it. And if you think they should have nuclear weapons, then shut up, because we will not allow them to have nuclear weapons. That's it.
You know, as everybody listening, I imagine, knows, there is one country in the Middle East who has secretly developed nuclear weapons and is not a member of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and that's Israel. I mean, the nerve of...
And guess what? What have they done with those nuclear weapons so far? Oh, nothing? Oh, wait a minute.
They haven't even predicted the demise of countries that hate them in the next 25 years, as Iran has done repeatedly.
Yeah.
Of them to launch a war on these grounds. Iran is in the Non-Proliferation Treaty and is not developing nuclear weapons and doesn't have nuclear weapons. Israel does and lies to the world about it. And this is their justification for launching a war that they want to drag America into? I mean, wake up, people.
Robert, is it hypocritical for Israel to...
This guy saying wake up, people.
...try to draw America into a war over a secret nuclear weapons program when Israel has a secret nuclear weapons program?
No, it certainly isn't. But we got to cover some other issues here, Dave. You know, you're setting up some very big straw men when I list the several, but not all, of the attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran on the United States, and you respond by saying, "And you say because some
no,
kids
on the United States
that we should attack them." Well,
no, I want to get Dave's answer to that, because that was an argument. Here's how the argument is often presented.
Mm-hmm.
When has appeasement ever worked at deterring Iran? Robert laid out a series of aggressive actions from Iran. They're all accurate, by the way. So when has appeasement ever made them more conciliatory? Because we've tried appeasement a few times, and those events have occurred nonetheless.
Well, yeah, but what events are we even talking about here? Like, I'd highly encourage people to go through and read Enough Already by Scott Horton, where he goes through in details with all the sources and footnotes there. You can look through them for yourself, as I have.
You're having a debate here, and we just talked about it. He's not even listening, right?
Yeah, I barely got like a minute there, and now it's back to Dave.
He's not even listening.
In addition, I think everyone should just follow Candace Owens on Twitter.
He's avoiding the topic altogether.
Oh, yeah.
He has no idea what he's talking about. What an idiot.
That so many of the accusations of Iran developing those roadside bombs during the insurgency in Iraq were complete nonsense. They were lies, just like all the other lies.
What about
told
the
during
launches
that
on
war.
our bases that Robert mentioned?
The launch. What specific attack are you talking about?
In northern Iraq, we had an American contractor killed. We've had Americans wounded severely because
right. So again, though, it's like you frame this as attacking the United States of America, when in reality, what you're talking about is the United States of America illegally, aggressively invading their neighboring country, handing half the country.
So they're not actually attacking America, but hey, they are attacking America. But in that case, they have a right to attack America. Okay. So they are attacking America.
Indeed.
Country to them and their influence, huh?
I mean, Iran also invaded Iraq, so they can't exactly get it.
No,
Saddam
Saddam Hussein started that war, and the U.S. backed him.
Yeah, no, it was. I mean, that was a war of great tragedy. I guess I'll allow Robert to get in here, and
I'll allow.
Want to make about?
I'll give him the permission.
These events being insufficiently linked to the decisions of the Iranian regime.
I'm not sure I understand the question. What do you mean these events being insufficient?
Well, you list out all these things that you say Iran was involved in. We know that a lot of those were carried out through
that you say.
That I say,
proxy forces. I think the point Dave is making is that
proxy forces. No, see, but this is the thing, Matt. They say if any Shiite with a rifle shoots anyone, that counts as someone that Iran attacked America, and it's just nonsense. We don't hold this standard. We don't.
Nobody ever said that, and that's not what's happening.
It's exactly what Robert said. Come on.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
Are you deaf, sir? Are you deaf?
This guy is just. I don't know, man. It's just it's.
Yeah,
difficult.
I said 65%. Matt was on Dave's side. I think it's more like 75 or 80.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any point to having a conversation with this guy, and I honestly, I'm not entirely sure if he is just not with it, if he is actually this. If society has just become completely stupid and this guy is just being very stupid and people find this cool because people are also stupid and people don't understand where he is going and what he's saying. So
Yeah,
I
they
don't know
don't.
if this is a collective intellectual decline or something, or
Yeah, I think it is. They're not educated. They don't know how to think straight. They don't know how to think logically. They don't know how to think linearly. And they don't know the history. They don't know anything about the religion. And so, how can they evaluate any of these things when those are the most important aspects of the conflict?
Hey, what about this super chat? Dave is basically saying Americans deserved it.
There you go.
Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Since Dave Smith is known only due to his anti-Israel grift rather than his comedy, he's probably not a very good comedian, says knows too much. That's a
Indeed.
good conclusion. Indeed. The seal of the prophets. The seal. There's this dude, the isolationists. There's this dude, the isolationists like that said that a third of Tel Aviv has been damaged. Highly respected, apparently. Oh yeah, I saw that earlier. I'm not sure if it was actually a real person.
I certainly hope it isn't true. I don't think it is.
No, Tel Aviv is huge, man. I'd be shocked if a third of it's damaged.
No, I saw that post by some guy who said, with Tel Aviv, with a third of Tel Aviv being destroyed, Israel clearly didn't expect how strong Iran's response would be. What are you talking about? It's rather like 1% of Tel Aviv. So- yeah. Larry King, bring the other half of the debater, then we'll be even. Robert Spencer.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, I did say it was 1.5 to 1, maybe 1 3/4.
Knows too much. David Wood, try exercises from Squat University for your back. David, there you go.
Don't tell me what to do.
Recycle Bin Laden. There probably are more people in England and Canada who want an Islamic Republic than in Iran. This might actually be true, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Also, how do you say hemorrhoids in Arabic? Al-Zud. Cam, isn't Iran one of the fastest growing people coming to Christ too? So you're saying, isn't Iran one of the countries where Christianity is growing the fastest? I think it is. Yeah. Ataraxia, 3 clowns with a uniform that don't know which side of the rifle the bullet comes out, deciding for others what aggression is righteous. Keep monetizing your warmongering. Thou shalt not murder. Well, thank you for the super chat, Ataraxia.
I thought this guy had been deported.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny that he's sending in financial contributions to people with common sense when he completely lacks it.
He's saying we're making money off of warmongering, but then he's sending a super chat paying money for it. That's
Yes,
kind of...
being against getting nuked. Yes, that's warmongering.
You know what? I can't believe that in 2025, that day they beat me in the desert, and that David Wood could call Mike Winger the N-word. Powerful. That's what he did. Japister, what is the best response to the Jews believe that Jesus is boiling in feces in the Talmud? You see, well, there are some easy responses to it, which are that the Talmud is not just a piece of scripture. The Talmud is a library of texts, of writings, of commentary, of writings or sayings of people from a long time ago. There is one instance where it seems to indicate such a thing, and Jewish rabbis themselves are kind of in disagreement over the years, over the centuries, over whether that is actually what it means or not. Some say it is, some say it's not. So and then you have to think about whether that is within the Jewish rabbinic Jewish framework a normal thing to say or not. What they're talking about is that a Jewish person leads Jewish people astray and leads them toward idolatry, and in Judaism that is punishable on earth, and God would hate it. So that is the idea.
The Talmud excuse me.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Talmud is a lot of conversations between people and not everything in it is something that all Jews are bound to believe. There's disagreement on this as to whether it refers to Jesus of Nazareth, and there's disagreement as to the significance of it, but it's certainly not 100% anything that Jews are taught to think or bound to believe as a matter of the Jewish faith. That's a complete misrepresentation. You can find a full discussion of this issue and much more about the Talmud in my book, Anti-Semitism, History and Myth, which AP has on his bookshelf.
And in addition to that,
here it is. Thank you.
Yeah. In addition to that, so when someone brings this up, the first question should be, oh, have you read the Talmud?
Yeah.
And that's not because most of us haven't read everything that we talk about and so on. So that's not the issue. It's the point is you want to get to where did you get this information from? Because 99.9% of the time they got it from a meme, from a groiper or something like that, right?
And a lot of those memes I go through in the book and show that a lot of those so-called proof texts that are supposed to show how evil the Talmud is, they're fabricated quotes. And the ones that are real are taken wildly out of context, like the one about supposedly being able to rape 3-year-olds or something like that is talking about actually if the 3-year-old in question is to be considered to be a virgin or not when she gets married later. If she is raped at an early age, there is no justification for the rape. There is no idea that this is all just fine. It's talking about the legal penalties involved at various points. And these kinds of things are completely glossed over in all these anti-Semitic lists of the Talmud's evil quotes.
But what do you think about Libre David and Gaetz?
Made up.
We know.
There is no Libre David.
Yeah. Yeah. So the first question when someone brings it up, but the Jews believe this. First of all, it's false. Your average Jew has never heard of this before. They've never heard it. They've never heard that, right? So anyway, ask, oh, really? Have you read the Talmud? No. Oh, okay. Well, where'd you get this information from? Where'd you get this from? I got it from a meme. Okay. So did you then go to look it up in context and see what's actually going on? No.
Why would I do that? I'm
No,
not opening a stupid.
Do you even understand what the Talmud is? Do you understand how it works? Do you understand that it's a bunch of things various rabbis are saying, and it's all put into a big collection and so on, so that they can see how rabbis thought various times and over the centuries and so on. And what percentage of Jews do you think believe that claim and adhere to that claim and go around affirming that claim? Something along those lines, but that's not how it goes. It goes, see, this is what Jews are going around saying about Jesus. Just blanket statement, Jews.
Look, it's right here. I read it. I read the whole thing. See?
Yeah.
You see? It's right here. I read it on the weekend. It took me a few hours.
So guys, to understand what this would probably be like for Jews, imagine if you took everything by like every Christian theologian in every debate and stuff over the centuries and you put it all into one huge collection. And then you said, see, this is what Christians believe. Well, guess what? You're going to get some you'll have some messed up stuff in there. AP, can you go to like Martin Luther and get some really messed up quotations about Jews?
Oh yeah.
Now imagine putting everything together that every Christian theologian's ever said, put it all together in one big collection, and then going to a quotation from Martin Luther about Jews. And keep in mind, even in Martin Luther's life, you'll have times when he said really nice things about Jews, and then some of the most messed up things you'll ever hear in your entire life about Jews. So you can have inconsistency even in the life of one person, right? Let alone if you compiled everything that was ever said by people. But anyway, so imagine then taking this quotation from Martin Luther's messed up about Jews period, taking it and saying, see, this is what Christians believe about how Jews should be treated.
With Martin Luther, it was just full of messed up periods. So
yeah. So anyway, the point is, you would think it's extremely messed up to say, here's something that a Christian said at one point, therefore this is what Christians say. You would instantly see the problem. Why don't you see the problem with when people do the exact same thing with Jews? Here's something that a rabbi said at some point in history. Therefore, this is what Jews believe and Jews claim.
But
That's insane.
David, every morning, all Israelis wake up and they spit on Christians every morning.
That's what they do. Yep.
It's part of their morning routine.
It's true, especially in Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kevin Gar says Sunan Abu Dawood 203 takes on a whole new meaning after Mo's night with El Zut. What is Abu Dawood 203?
That's the eyes of the leather strap of the
Oh.
anus, man.
Okay, good.
Learn the quotes, man.
John says, what's stopping jihadis from pouring into the country from Iraq, Syria, etc.? The military, police, and courts that are supposed to protect the people who were on the same side as the terrorists last week. That's the problem. That's the problem. I don't know what to say about this. We have talked about this like 50 million times by now.
What's stopping jihadis from pouring into the country? You mean into Iran? Is that what he's asking? A bunch of Sunni jihadis are gonna?
No, into the West. Okay.
Oh well, that's happening. They're coming all the time.
Nurse loves coffee. Winger has cat cam. David Wood has poodle cam. Yeah.
What does that even mean?
I have no idea.
Maybe I shouldn't ask.
No. Some people have an extra camera that's pointing at their cat sitting in the room because.
Okay.
And then they'll just cut over to their cat. Oh, here, look, my cat is sitting there. Yay, because that's what cats do.
Paul Davis talking about the 7 states plan. Powerful. Simon, do you guys think that Genesis 12:3 still applies to ethnic Jews given that God's promises are irrevocable? Romans 11:29. Very complicated topic that you can get 3 different or 30 different opinions on. But anything you guys want to say?
Well, I do think that that's very important, that Romans 11:29 statement, for a lot of the replacement theology ideas, that there is some way in which the covenant with the Jews continues that a lot of Christians nowadays disregard and tend to think, well, it's all over and canceled, and the Christians are the church is the new Israel, and that's it. Well, that all may be true, actually, that the church is the new Israel, without actually prejudice to a special relationship between the Jews and God as per his promises, because they are irrevocable. And so these things, it's a shame, I think, that these things are becoming so fashionable, but people are dealing with them on the level of memes instead of actually studying the issue.
Yep. I think it's pretty clear that Paul says that that God's promises are irrevocable, and that although for right now there is a temporary blinding upon the people of Israel, that it is by a mystery God will eventually reconcile all his people. That's what it says.
Yep.
Knows too much. Those bashing Israel for targeting Hamas bases posed as hospitals don't mind when hospitals and other civilian population centers in Israel are targeted. True. Islamic regime bombed a hospital in Israel. The funny thing is they also acknowledged it, but you have people online saying, no, it's actually fake, it's false flag. Like Iran didn't deny it. Hyperactive. Thank you. My God, he's actually contarded. He is. Spreading democracy in Gaza got Hamas elected. This is true. All right, let's have a little bit more of this debate. Robert, we have a habit of going live for 3 to 4 hours. So
you're old, Robert, and you go to sleep early, unlike us. We stay up all night.
I can. I'm fine right now. I was actually up very late last night.
Oh.
I'm not at liberty to reveal because it would involve compromising people I don't want to talk about publicly. But in any case, I was up very late. I was up to like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Yeah, way past that even. So I'm good to go.
Yeah, the point here is whenever you feel like it's gone too long and too far, feel free to.
Okay, and if you want to deep six me and have a conversation between the two of you, I also understand that.
No. We normally tell people, because some people agree to jump on live and they don't know we end up going for 3 or 4 hours.
No, that's all right. I want to talk about this debate actually, because this guy, he's a dangerous guy, and it needs to be pointed out the kinds of things that he's doing in this.
Yeah. Let's continue with the debate.
Hold this standard with anybody else. We don't say that, like, if America sold weapons to some group, that then they're our proxy now, and if they attack someone else with those weapons, that's America attacking them. Yes, we invaded Iraq and we overthrew the government, which was the minority of the country, right? There was a Sunni minority with a Shiite majority. We overthrew the government and forced democracy on them, and then a civil war broke out.
Sure,
and yes,
okay.
some Shiites with guns were shooting at our guys.
Robert, your response.
Okay, imposing democracy, in my opinion, was a mistake.
Yes,
by America.
You did not have a population ready for it there.
Yeah,
that was a disaster waiting to happen.
That said, he's conflating what it means to, for example, sell arms or to have a proxy terrorist organization. Iran very clearly works with proxy terrorist organizations and has a network for it.
This is not a matter of some Shiite with a rifle and we say, oh, it's an Iranian proxy. Hamas is a Sunni group, as a matter of fact, but it's funded, 93% of its funding, $350 million, comes from the Islamic Republic of Iran. Hezbollah was created by the Islamic Republic of Iran. For more than 20 years, Bashar al-Assad was a client who depended upon the Shiite clergy in Iran to certify that the Alawites were bona fide Muslims so that he could stay in power in Syria. He was totally beholden as a result to the Iranian regime. He was a client of the Iranian regime. And, you also say, well, the IAEA said that they're not getting nuclear weapons. As a matter of fact, in a May 31st, 2025 report, which is almost 3 weeks ago. Oh, this must be outdated. Iran has significantly increased production and accumulation of highly enriched uranium, the only non-nuclear weapon state to produce such nuclear material. This is a matter of serious concern. And the IAEA also said that they've accumulated 881 pounds of uranium enriched to 60%, which far exceeds what is needed for civilian energy production and is close to weapons grade material. So you've got
I don't know. Go read and now read the conclusion. Now read the conclusion of the latest report. Read it.
That is the conclusion.
Read it right now on the air. Let's read the conclusion.
The conclusion takes back that they're enriching uranium at 60%. Come on.
No. See, this is how they're selling this lie, Matt. Yes, nobody's arguing that they're enriching at 60%. They've gone up to the level of having a latent nuclear deterrent.
And why?
They're not the country who's.
Why are they having these levels of enrichment?
Yeah, he's portraying them as completely innocuous, and then we get that they're enriching. Now he's admitting they're enriching uranium at weapons grade levels.
Honestly, I think that he never actually thought about this. He never actually thought about why a country would or a regime would choose to have 60% enrichment, and what the implications of it would be.
Yep.
Ever done this, and yes, that is true. It is higher than what they need for their civilian energy need. And
it is about 60% higher than what they need.
Hold on, do you believe, Dave? Do you believe that enrichment to that degree ought to be deterred or allowed?
Listen, I think again, these questions are. I don't like the spread of nuclear weapons at all, and I don't. Should they be deterred? I think there would be a great way to deter them by making a deal. I think that would be very possible. I think the Iranians have demonstrated that they want to make a deal. Donald Trump seemed to be signaling he wanted to make a deal. It's kind of unclear now what his true intent was, but then they threw it.
Yeah, I'm going to show you what actually happened while Donald Trump was waiting for them to make a deal. What happened was the following here. May 17, 2025, a month ago. This is within the period where Donald Trump is waiting for them to finally go through with it and to come to a deal, where they are, by the way, insisting that there will absolutely be no change in their nuclear enrichment policy, that we have to have conversations or talks without going into that direction. So in essence, the Islamic regime in Iran is just stalling and acting as if they want to talk, acting as if they want to come to an agreement, but they reject the fundamentals of this agreement from the beginning and only falsely, wrongly act as if they are ready to talk. Yep. And meanwhile, here's what Khamenei does.
در این سفر رئیس جمهور آمریکا به منطقه مطرح شد نیست اصلا
they choreograph this, man?
No, totally spontaneous.
There is a person who is leading the. You can also hear him.
Oh, okay.
There is a person who leads, who shouts it loudly. He says it first, and then the others follow. I think we can hear him. Like,
جواب دادن نیست اصلا.
well, there is a group. There's one person. I don't know. But so they are instructed to always say the same things. But here, this is it. Some of the things that the U.S. president said in his recent visit are not even worthy of a response. That's it. And then immediately, Allahu Akbar, Khamenei is the leader. Death to those who oppose the rule of the jurisprudent, which is Khamenei. Death to America, death to England, death to the hypocrites and infidels, death to Israel. This is from a month ago. Dave Smith thinks
it's just kids chanting.
Yeah, look at all these little kids. Just a couple random kids on a playground. They're playing. He's got these kids over here. They're playing on the little merry-go-round, and they're just joking around. And they say death to Israel, and you guys want to like bomb them? Come on, be serious.
What's the problem, man?
اینقدر سطح حرف پایینه که مایه سرفکندگی گوینده حرف و مایه سرفکندگی ملت آمریکاست. اونا رو کار نداره.
Bravo, sir.
See, I'm not going to comment, and they all start cheering. They don't want to hear him.
It seems like they just cheer whatever he says, no matter.
Oh yeah.
So he could say, "And I'm going to say something," and they'll cheer. And if he says, "I'm not going to say anything," and they'll cheer.
I'm going to have pastrami for lunch.
Yay! Death to America.
Did you hear that?
Well,
yeah.
Did you hear that in the back?
Mm-hmm. I heard it. We heard it, AP. You don't need to prove your point, man. You won. You don't need to spike the ball.
This is what Dave Smith describes as the people who were totally willing to talk and make a deal.
They're trying to make a deal, man. You know, and what's stupid is, like, this is always the impression I've gotten. Over the years, it seems like what Iran wants is, hey, so it's basically two things. One, we're either going to build a nuclear weapon, or two, you can pay us endless trunks of money to not build a nuclear weapon. And it's like, you're a bunch of freaking terrorists. We're not gonna pay you billions of dollars
to America.
We're gonna pay you billions of dollars not to build a weapon. We're just gonna bomb the crap out of you. That's how you deal with terrorists.
Yeah, Allahu Akbar, long live David Wood. Death to America, death to England, death to Israel,
But
death
I'm not gonna say
to
anything.
heretics, death to infidels.
See, they just want to make a deal.
Yeah, Dave said it.
Yep.
His source. Trust me, bro.
Guys. So here's another thing that he apparently recently said.
Okay, guys, I want to clarify about the big surprise, because everybody's been giving me shit about this all day because nothing happened. So here goes, okay? I did have a big surprise. But when I gave the order to detonate, they told me we had no nuclear scientists anymore. They're all dead. So I said, you know what? Bring me the freaking bomb. I will detonate that bitch myself. They said, sir, there is no bomb. So I said, what do you mean there is no bomb? And they said, no bomb, sir. We just heard Israel say we had one, so we all thought we had one. But we don't have shit. And then the morning came, and I was all depressed and shit, so that's what happened.
So here you go.
Now Robert understands the power of AI.
That is amazing. Well, why didn't he mention Mike Winger?
He should have.
Yeah,
that's a good question. Good question.
You need to get Khamenei talking about Mike Winger.
Oh yeah, we do. Yeah.
All your centrifuges and all your uranium, and the Iranians weren't going to go along with that. And so, yeah, I think a reasonable deal could be struck here where Iran doesn't get nuclear weapons. But even if they had them, that doesn't mean we should launch a regime change.
We'll
war
just have
there
to give
now.
them billions and billions of dollars.
There's no concrete plan. You have no plan for who the new leader is going to be. You have no plan how to avoid.
We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. But I want to stay on the nuclear development real quick. Robert, you said in your opening statement, I wrote down the words precisely, that Iran was working on nuclear weapons. And that struck me as a broad statement. So I want to pin this down. How close does a country have to be, a hostile country, to nuclear weapons and their ambitions or their hopes or their works, like to justify a regime change war?
Well, look, Ali Akbar Hashemi Rafsanjani, president of Iran from 1989 to 1997. December 2001, he says that if a day comes when the world of Islam is duly equipped with the arms that Israel has in possession, which of course he was referring to a nuke, then the application of an atomic bomb would not leave anything in Israel, but the same thing would just produce damages in the Muslim world. So Rafsanjani was saying we can destroy Israel completely and retaliatory fire would only harm us to a certain extent, but not completely. So he was obviously thinking about an aggressive war of destruction of Israel. As Khamenei said on May 17th, a month ago, the Zionist regime, which is the dangerous and lethal cancerous tumor of this region, must undoubtedly be removed, and it will be. This cancerous tumor language is a recurring theme in Iranian rhetoric. It goes back to Khomeini.
So is that rhetoric sufficient? Are you taking the position in this debate that one's rhetoric can rise to a point around destruction and nuclear annihilation to justify a regime change war, or do there have to be other actions that bring you there?
There have to be other actions, and there are. We have the enrichment of uranium beyond the need for, but beyond what is needed for civilian purposes. So you already have.
So is that it? Is that the answer? Once a country starts enriching uranium beyond civilian purposes, if they're a hostile country, that justifies regime change?
Well, Matt,
dude, why do you think international organizations, why do you think countries came together to make deals and to make agreements on establishing a limit, establishing a cap on nuclear enrichment? Why does this guy think organizations and countries came up with this idea?
Yep.
Why did we? Just because they thought, oh, let's just do this for fun.
Also, it's worth noting that Matt right now is chasing a straw man himself, because I never advocated going in and invading Iran and having regime change.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's trying to pin me down to commit to something that I never actually had advocated. You didn't get my whole statement, because I didn't say we should go in. We should enable Israel in any way that they need. And if a regime change happens, we should support it. The Crown Prince, this is a very different situation from Iraq and Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, it was a total mess from the beginning. It was wrongly conceived, wrongly executed, wrongly concluded. I wrote a book about it, Who Lost Afghanistan? In Iran, it's a very different situation, because you've got people who remember growing up in a secular Western-style republic. They remember life outside an Islamic regime. I was 17 when the Islamic Revolution happened. There are plenty of people who are my age in Iran and who have told their kids about what life was like before the Islamic Revolution. And these people have a leader. The Crown Prince is ready. He is offered to come in and be a caretaker ruler and establish a constitutional republic, or whatever the Iranian people decide. There was nobody like that in Iran.
What do you think the odds are of a constitutional republic emerging in Iran? Do you think they're better than 50%, Robert?
Way better. What was that?
Yeah, and I'll go to Dave with the same question. We're going to ask this question. What do you think the percentage chance is that a constitutional republic emerges out of regime change in Iran? Give a number percentage to that, Robert.
Probably 30 or 40, because...
Well, I want Dave's response too. You laid out the argument. Dave
Look,
Smith?
You've got just the opposite situation from Saddam Hussein and the toppling of Saddam, because Saddam was already a secular ruler. And there were a lot of people who thought he is not legitimate because he doesn't rule by Islamic law. And when he was toppled, then they saw their chance and they established ISIS and implemented Islamic law in the Sunni regions. And in Iran, it's just the opposite. Did you know that there was a survey a couple years ago of the Iranian people who were supposed to be 99%
Yeah,
Muslim?
okay, we're gonna get, hold on, we're gonna get to where the Iranian people are in a moment.
Only 40
Hold on,
said
hold
they
on. But before we get to the Iranian people, I want to get to this notion of
I predict he will not get back to the Iranian people, but let's see.
what the government looks like. You've presented this concept that there is a crown prince ready to come in and rule the country, and you say 30-40% that would go well. Dave Smith, I'm guessing you
That's
don't
not what I said either.
Yeah.
40% that it would be a constitutional republic. In
That
other
was the
words,
question.
there was the possibility that it could be a monarchy. There are any number of other possibilities without it being some kind of Sharia hellhole.
Yeah.
But he was assuming that I meant 30% it's going to succeed, and otherwise it's chaos, which is yet another straw man.
Yeah, Robert, just to be clear, what do you think the percentage is that if there was a regime change in Iran, it would be a net positive?
Oh, I think that's very high, David, very high. I'd be very deeply surprised if it were not a net positive, because as we all know here, the Iranian people hate the regime. They want a secular republic of some kind, or a secular society of some kind, maybe a restored monarchy, whatever. And so the chances that they would be able to establish such a thing are very high.
What percentage would you give roughly to it?
I would give it 85 to 90. What do you think, David?
That a change would be better? I would like 99%.
Okay.
I would say I would be at 95%, 90 to 95%.
So I'm the most pessimistic one here.
Yep.
And I'm at 90.
Yep. Get out of here with your negativity, Robert.
Yep. You can deport me
We're
with that
all
other guy.
doomed. We're all doomed. There's a tiny chance that we're not doomed, but that's it.
Here's the issue. Matt Gaetz is one of those people who are very ignorant about a topic. So he thinks that so this is the option, so there is no other option. And he was assuming with ignorance when he asked the question. So
yes.
I think what is missing here, which you can't tell in the moment because he is just too ignorant, is that that you would have to tell him in order for him to understand it, that it could be this system or that system or that system.
Yes, exactly.
Rather than an Islamic Republic.
I
But
was
he doesn't-
thinking it could be a monarchy, it could be any number of other things. And so 30-40% constitutional republic, and he was acting like that's the only thing it could possibly be.
Yeah.
Or else chaos.
With some people, you have to explain it all because they don't know anything. But then,
Yes.
if they don't know anything, why are they here?
Indeed.
Let me just say, I just want to respond to a couple of things there, and then I will answer that, whatever percentage I would give it. First of all,
why doesn't he just answer the percentage and then go to it, man?
Again, just going to this, like the idea that you're even going to say the chants or the rhetoric. I mean, how many American politicians have said like the craziest things, including John McCain and Hillary Clinton?
He's still stuck on the chants.
Yeah.
He's not listening to
As if
anything
that's the whole case. He's never addressed any of the other evidence I gave that this is a dangerously lethal regime.
And it's just stupid. I mean, imagine you go back to 1776, right before they put out the Declaration of Independence, and you say, what are the chances that we'll actually win all of this? It'd kind of be like 50-50, right?
Maybe less.
Yeah, maybe. And so these guys, hey, we may be signing our death warrants here. You know what? Sometimes you got to take a risk there, Dave. Sometimes you have to take a risk because especially if the situation we're in right now, this really, really sucks. We're willing to take a risk for a better future. Guess what? There are tons of Iranians, the vast majority of the population, who'd like to take the serious risk of a regime change. They love that.
Yep.
And talking about wiping Iran off the face of the map herself, right? I forget her exact words, but it was something like that.
Who wants to wipe Iran? Who in this
and
conversation wants to wipe Iran off the map?
I think it was Hillary.
Everybody.
and all types of bravado talk, has made all types of comments about violence like you've never seen before, but nobody takes that as a serious policy. Like we really just, you know what I'm saying? Like nobody takes that as a serious policy until the other night when he tweeted for everyone to evacuate Tehran. Now that,
You know what's funny? Iran, or the Islamic regime of Iran, says we have to work toward destroying and completely annihilating Israel and America. America then responds, or somebody in America then says, given the circumstances, we just have to destroy this regime. He then thinks that these two are totally the same thing.
Yep. That's it. I mean, there's absolutely nobody. The worst politician in America has never talked about waging aggressive wars against a country because it has the wrong religion.
Yeah.
Yep.
that's like a real type threat. But for us to even be talking about like they holler this or they chant that is just completely beside the point. Again, this is weapons of mass destruction all over again. All the intelligence says they don't have a bomb. That our own CIA said that since 2007, they've made the political decision not to acquire a bomb. We just got that reaffirmed with more intelligence last week.
This guy isn't listening to a single thing.
Nope.
There really is no point at all to have a conversation with this guy.
No, because he actually said this stuff before too. So he's just repeating himself. He doesn't really have much to say.
I think the only good way to actually get this guy and to challenge him and to force him to speak would be to deliberately organize a cross-examination, which just consists of you asking him questions and him responding.
Maybe I should invite him to an interview.
Yeah, but somebody has to moderate and force him to just answer.
Oh, well. We'll have to get cops for that or something.
Yeah, yeah. Or we can get David.
Shine a light in his face.
Yeah.
That's number one. After this, look, I'll concede this. I don't know, by the way, exactly what the percentage would be. My gut instinct is it's much, much lower than that. And I do find it to be such an unbelievable insult. I just can't even believe we're having this debate, that we start the terror war to get Al-Qaeda, and then it turns into spread democracy. And at this point in it, Matt, 25 years later, you understand, we got to support the Al-Qaeda guy who just took over Syria, and now we got to spread monarchy to Iran. It's just such an insult to
what in the world does any of that have to do with what's going on in Iran
or anything I said?
Yeah,
I never said anything like any of that.
Yeah, he seems like one of the guys who has here are my talking points that really
bunch of Arabs
resonate.
in the Middle East. Bunch of Arabs, they're all the same.
Yeah, here's the talking points that resonate with my followers who can't think through any of this. And I just say, hey, we're gonna spread monarchy? Is that what we're about now? And they all go, yeah, we don't want to spread monarchy. Yeah.
No kings, no kings.
Hey, that's a good point. We don't want kings. We don't want kings. Why would we want a king there? Oh, and yeah, it didn't work in Afghanistan. It didn't work in Afghanistan. It didn't work in Iraq. So it don't work there too.
over Syria. And now we got to spread 5 years later, you understand, turns into spread democracy. And at this point in it, Matt, 25 years later, you understand, we got to support the Al-Qaeda guy who just took over Syria. And now we got to spread monarchy to Iran. It's just such an insult to the intelligence of the American people. But I will say this, I'll grant you, I'll maybe meet you in the middle here. And I think maybe we could have some agreement on this area. I will grant you that.
You know what I find kind of shameful here nowadays is that, and I guess this will be the nicest thing I've ever said, Robert, that that people like Matt Gaetz make it a force people to witness an exchange between a scholar and a complete imbecile.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the situation was. I was approached by a publicist who was saying that they were looking for somebody who would do this. And I originally didn't want to do it because of precisely the thing we were talking about before about, well, what do you mean by support? You know, does it mean we have to send troops in or something like that? And so they said, that's okay. You can make that distinction. And I did. And that was it. I thought it was something I had to do, really, because I've been kind of reluctant to debate. I think, you know, they're pointless. And this guy shows that they're pointless in another way again, that there's no real give and take, and there's no real light, there's no real illumination. But at the same time, people like this are out there and people don't know. And so they say all these lies and half truths and distortions, and they believe them. And so I thought maybe I can push back a little bit. That's really it.
And you did. And yet we have a completely empty head on the other side.
Yes.
Perhaps it is true what you're saying, and some of the other hawks say as well, that Iran is a better candidate for regime change. Perhaps the odds are a little higher that it would work out.
Perhaps, yeah, they're very, very much higher, Dave Smith, for some very, very simple reasons. I would like to sit down with you and show you exactly how they are different, such as that in Afghanistan, 99% say they want Sharia. In Iraq, similarly, 90% or something say they want Sharia. Whereas in Iran, you have only 15% say they want Sharia.
It's a different kind of population. So this isn't, oh, maybe it's slightly higher. No, it's massively higher chance.
But they're just a bunch of Arabs right there in the Middle East. They're all the same.
And it would in Iraq. I'd probably put the odds at, like, say, 1% in Iraq and like 5% here, but whatever. Let's say the odds are higher.
That's just idiotic. That means he's an idiot. He said 5%.
I'm sorry, but that just means that you are an absolute idiot. That's it.
Yeah, you're a total dope. You have an entire population basically that is sick to death of their doomsday death cult leaders, and they want a change. So inside, it's in the people's best interest to have a change. Outside, look at how Iran deals with the rest of the world. It's in everyone's best interest in Iran and outside of Iran to have a regime change. Why, in the name of common sense, would you think this is a place that only has a 5% chance of making it work?
He doesn't have any idea. This guy probably doesn't know a Sunni from a Shia. He has no idea about what's different between Iraq and Iran. He has no idea of the history, no idea that Iran is a real country and Iraq is a fake amalgamation of 3 Ottoman provinces. And so he just has nothing to go on. He has no way to judge this except the talking points of the group that he likes.
Oh, here's what we were talking about earlier. Douglas McGregor says, "Don't be fooled. Israel is in worse shape than people think. About a third of Tel Aviv has been damaged or destroyed. As far as their military installations are concerned, I am told many Israeli aircrafts are being are being
use the possessive
to avoid being struck."
Wasn't this guy a general?
Israel was not prepared for Iran's response. So the atrocious spelling aside, that doesn't. How does this even make sense?
Isn't this false? Weren't they thinking there may be a more powerful response from Iran?
Israel was actually thinking that things might get much worse. So the response so far from Iran is actually much weaker than Israel originally assessed.
Well, this guy got 4.5 million views, so how are you going to argue with him, AP? Come on, be realistic.
And this is the sad thing. 45,000 likes, 4.5 million views. Everybody who has the slightest bit of a clue knows that this is complete nonsense. And we have people from Tel Aviv watching right now.
Hello, Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv, what viewers from Tel Aviv, viewers from Israel, is 1/3 of Tel Aviv destroyed or damaged?
Well, the people who are watching from the 2/3 of Tel Aviv that still exists. I don't know why you think it's funny, AP.
Israel is, so far, the Israeli response or the Israeli reaction to it is that the Iranian response has been weaker than expected. The assessment was, once again, that I think worst case scenario that between 800 and 4,000 people could be killed as a result of the responses by Iran inside Israel. It's not getting anywhere near that. And Israel was also very, very quick in taking out massive numbers of targets. But they want to accelerate the destruction of remaining targets, and especially nuclear facilities, because there is still the danger, if they have these levels of enrichment, that they can go toward building nuclear weapons. But this guy is actually suggesting that Iran is being is doing a fantastic job, and 1/3 of Tel Aviv is destroyed or damaged. This is so ridiculous.
Powerful though,
and people believe this stuff. U.S. Army Colonel, retired combat veteran.
Colonel, okay. I thought he was a general. It's bad enough he was a colonel.
Stupidity.
Wait, was that him with Tucker Carlson?
I don't know. Was it? Is that Tucker Carlson?
I can't tell. Who was that?
Yeah.
Oh, that explains things.
Oh, maybe not. That's not Tucker. That's some other guy with hair.
One of those guys with hair.
Yeah.
Is Pierce not aware that it's there's no evidence, there's no evidence, there's no evidence, there's no evidence. And then there are some people who say it's clearly his opinion. It's not his opinion. It's not his opinion.
Also tougher. This is a country 3 times the size of Iraq. This is a government who has maintained power and much more tight control over their country. They're a bigger economy. They have a much more.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that tight control. Let's talk about that tight control a little bit. What do you mean by tight control? Like how? You mean like shooting and killing their own population when they protest? You mean like abducting, beating, raping, and killing the women who want their freedoms?
Yeah, you talk about a country that keeps tight control. Look at how they treat their women.
Look at that video that you were showing of Khamenei speaking, and look at the people's faces in the crowd. You know, they don't have any enthusiasm for what they're doing. They're doing it so they don't get thrown in jail or killed. That's the tight control.
Thank you for proving his point. The Ayatollah's got these people under very tight control, Robert.
See?
Yep,
See?
that's it.
So why should you interfere?
Doing a fantastic job.
More sophisticated military. They have an ability. Look, even what we've just seen in Israel already. See, we're used to picking on real puny third world countries, so we're not used to this. But they just hit Israel back and killed some people there. Now, I don't know how much
some people
they have in the tank, but they certainly at least have a little bit more than this, and they can touch perhaps us or Israel. And then the other thing is the terrain there is much harder to fight on. And then the other thing is that
did he just say they can touch us? Didn't he say earlier?
Yeah.
Didn't he say earlier? Why are you acting like they pose a threat to us, Robert? What are you, stupid? We're the United States. They're just this pathetic little inconsequential country. And then now, they're this super powerful country. How dare you mess with them? They'll mess us up.
That's right. And he returns to that later and says that they can't touch us.
Oh, by the way, here, just gonna play a little small part of this.
این مسئله آمریکا و ایران اینه.
The situation between America and Iran is this. This is from November 2013. When you chant death to America.
شما میگید مرگ در آمریکا.
Oh, what did I say?
You said 2013.
Why do I keep doing this, man? It's not the first time.
Because you're a foreigner and you still have to learn English.
2023, yeah.
Yeah, I quoted this. I quoted this in the debate.
Yeah. So when you chant death to America, it is not just a slogan, it is a policy.
صرفاً این یک خط مشیه. علتش هم همینیست که گفتم. آمریکایی ها سالهای متمادی از سالهای میانی دهه 20 به آخر دهه 50 30 سال در ایران هر کار توانستن علیه ملت ایران کردن. هر جور توانستن ضربه زدن. از لحاظ مالی، از لحاظ اقتصادی، از لحاظ سیاسی، از لحاظ علمی، از لحاظ اخلاقی. اگر
one of the reasons is if it weren't for American support, the corrupt and artificial Zionist regime would have been destroyed in the first week. America is in the way of the destruction of Israel, which is why America needs to be destroyed too.
Seriously, if you say death to America is a policy, I would have shown up with the entire American military the next day and said, "What's your policy?
What was it again? What was it?
Well, I didn't quite hear you. I didn't quite hear you because it was a different language, and I don't know if the translator's accurate. But you want to go ahead and say that? Want to go say that? I got a good translator right here. Got a good translator right here. Say it one more time. Say it to my face. Say it to my face just once.
work out, and one of these maniacs seizes control of the government, and it's a much worse situation than that, you got to consider the potential that we're getting dragged into something catastrophic here that's going to cost another $2 trillion and get another 500,000 people killed. And so I don't know, do you guys after the last 25 years not have any sense of concern about this, of taking this risk?
Well, let
right
me
now?
pause.
What planet does this dude live on, man?
In Iran, there is not remotely enough of a population that would actually be waging war against America, even if America invaded, which is not what we're talking about and which would not happen in any case.
Yes.
Yeah. Dude, Dave Smith, all you have to do for a regime change, all you have to do is exactly what Israel's doing. You just have to keep it up for a while. I'm not saying do that or no to that. I'm just saying you do not have to invade with some huge army or something like that. You have to keep taking out some of the leaders until the people take over. That's it. That's all you have to do. You have to keep taking out leaders and weapons factories and things like that. That's all you have to do. You do that. I don't know how long it will take. I don't know if that would take another week or 2 months or something like that. But all you have to do is targeted strikes on the evil regime. And it's a matter of time before the people take over.
Very, very nice.
40% chance? You made it a 40% chance.
Yeah, hold on, Dave. Dave, I want to push back on this because I've heard this argument as well. Well, us striking Iran doesn't really bring us to that level of entanglement and involvement that mirrors Iraq or Afghanistan or even Libya. This can be more akin to the Soleimani strike. A lot of the people I like and listen to, like Rand Paul, were critical of the Soleimani strike, but it didn't drag us into extended conflict with Iran. It reset deterrence and everyone rolled on their way for a few years. Do you think, Dave Smith, that there's any validity to the argument that this can be a kind of one and done, go strike some nuclear facilities, fly home, and then hope that it doesn't go beyond that?
Well, I certainly hope so. And I certainly hope Donald Trump, President Trump, comes to his senses and
I actually don't hope so. And I'm going to say it right here. I mean, I honestly do not hope that it's just going to stop at bombing their nuclear facilities and then leaving the regime there and then going back and then forcing them to the table and just continuing for the future. I honestly hope that Israel and the United States of America, together with the people of Iran, actually go further with this and not only take out their nuclear facilities, but also force the regime to step down and to leave it to the Iranian people.
Yep. Well, that would be the best outcome. That's actually pretty much where I ended up at the end of this thing.
Nice.
You know what I mean, pulls back from this. I think that hopefully at this point he still could do that. I don't see any signal that that is the case. And I think that we should be honest with ourselves and make no mistake about this, that this is a regime change war already, and that has been Israel's goal here the entire time. They've admitted it in their own words over and over and over again. Netanyahu has testified before Congress and urged us to go overthrow the government in Iran. This is their goal. They know that they don't have nuclear weapons. This is all the culmination of the clean break strategy. General Wesley Clark told us there were 7 countries they wanted to take out, and this is the 7th one. They're going in to take this country out. Like, I don't know how anybody can even argue with this at this point. And so that's why the argument here is, what are we getting ourselves into, and how risky is another regime change war for a country that poses absolutely no threat to us? This is a country that again, there is no need for us to do this. This is a complete and obvious war of aggression by Israel with American assistance, and a war of choice. We simply don't.
A war of aggression, but oh wow, man! I mean, it's one thing to argue about whether the U.S. should be involved in it or not. It's one thing to argue whether the U.S. is being, aggressive in this or not, and that's a completely different discussion. And even that suggestion is ridiculously stupid and wrong. But to then go on and actually argue that this is a war of aggression by Israel is just borderline
stupid.
Worse than that.
Yep.
Absolutely imbecilic.
Yeah, it's insane, really. I mean, after denying all the evidence or ignoring it, then he says there's no threat. Well, sure, I can say the sky is green too, and that's doesn't make it so.
I can't believe we're still having this conversation in 2025. Of course, the sky is green. Don't you think about all those people in the past who have said that the sky is blue?
And every one of them died.
Time they died. It always led to catastrophic consequences. Why do we want to go down that path again?
That's it. That's perfect, Dave.
Look, Benjamin Netanyahu has been telling me since I was 7 years old that Iran is 1 to 3 years away. Hey, guys, do you think he got it wrong when he said that for the last 30 plus years? Or
no, he actually didn't. Very plain and simple, he actually didn't.
Yeah, Gaetz is about to show the video.
Because if Iran was actually left to their own liberty to doing it, they would have actually done it.
Yes.
Was he lying? Or was he lying so that...
This is actually one of those things right now. So right now, America and Israel could have simply left the Islamic regime of Iran to continue doing it, or they could have once again sat down and they could have once again done another deal with Iran to figure this out, like the many other deals that we had in the past. I guess this time, considering that Iran was also directly involved in the terrorist attacks on October 7 and Hezbollah, I guess this time both Israel and America said, yeah, you know what? We're not doing that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to be done with that nonsense.
Well, he's on.
Would go overthrow.
So what?
No, I was just going to say he's onto this about how Netanyahu's lied, and Gaetz. It seems like, you know, I kind of wonder now. How much did they plan this beforehand? I didn't talk to Gaetz at all beforehand, but it's funny how he brought this up, and Gaetz has video ready.
Wow.
As we'll see in a minute.
Throw the government he wants overthrown.
I think we have some of that. I'd like to get Robert's response to some of those claims by the current prime minister who had been in and out of Israel's government for quite some time. Let's go ahead and play that clip.
Oh, they have
if not stopped.
What a coincidence. Interesting.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? Just happened to have video of exactly the point you made. He didn't have any video of any of the points I made. It's you got to wonder.
They just had that ready. Wow, that's awesome.
What an amazing coincidence.
Wow.
Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year. It could be within a few months.
They have the where.
This is so funny. Didn't okay, this is he said we.
It could be a year. It could be within a few months.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it.
Iran is so dangerous.
How is that a point for them? What he's saying here is completely
very quickly. Yeah,
it's completely.
It's designed to show something that it doesn't actually prove. It's designed to convince people that they just saw video of Netanyahu saying every few years that they were weeks away, when he doesn't actually say that.
I don't know how else to put it, but are people completely retarded?
Yeah, a lot of them are.
I just listen to the example here. This clip here from 2018. Just listen to what he's saying.
To make a bomb very quick.
It could be a year. It could be within a few months.
Listen to what he's saying right now.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it.
Very quickly.
What did he say? The knowledge stored up to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it.
Yeah,
in 2018. Did he here say that they are weeks away from building a bomb, or did he say that they have what it needs to make the bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it?
Yep.
Which was completely true at that time and right now as well.
Yeah, and here's the thing, that's true of various nations, right? If Japan decided they wanted to build a nuclear bomb, they could do so very, very rapidly, right? If they decided, you know what, screw any agreements we have with anyone else, we want to build a nuclear bomb, that would not take long for them to do, right? So lots of nations, if they put their minds to it and wanted to, could produce a nuclear weapon. What you're dealing with here is if people start actually moving towards it, and it's a deranged terrorist regime that seems like, if anyone's going to use it, it seems like them. That's kind of a different situation. So I don't know what is this supposed to refute here?
All right.
Like, I know exactly what they're trying to say. See, they're just making it up. They're just making it up, and they're just saying it when it's not really. What are you talking about?
Here's Absolved Soul saying you twisted that very well, AP. Okay, I'm going to ask you here, Absolved Soul. I'm just you're some dummy. I mean, I don't take you seriously, but I just want to use you as an example for all the dummies out there. So
we're making an example out of you, like Israel's making an example out of Iran.
Let's listen to the clip here again. How exactly did I twist this?
Within a few months.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly. If they wanted to do it.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up knowledge to build a bomb very quickly, to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it. I literally just said that this is what he said. And I also said that what he says here is clearly that they have the knowledge and what it takes to make a bomb if they wanted to very quickly.
In other words,
how in the world did I
exactly what he said,
how
right?
in the world did I twist this, Absolved Soul? Please, for all your fellow retarded people out there, tell me how exactly I twisted this.
Hey, P, you don't understand. When you say something completely accurately, we've just been trained to go, you twisted that. That's a straw man. You twisted. That's a fallacy of false. That's something I heard that I'm supposed to say whenever anyone says something that I disagree with.
Come on, Absolved Soul. For all your fellow retards like you, what exactly did I twist here?
That's an ad hominem. That's an ad hominem.
Come on, tell me. I want to stick to this for a second here. For all your fellow mentally disabled people, I want you to point out to me exactly how I twisted this.
Absolved Soul, we're giving you wanted attention, and now you have AP's attention. So use that attention well and show him how he twisted this.
For all your mentally incapable people, for all your fellow inbred people, show us how exactly I twisted this. And how exactly what Netanyahu said here is actually wrong. You don't have to like the guy, but how in the world is this actually a point for these idiots? And how exactly did I twist this? Come on, tell me.
Yeah, so just to be clear, Absolved Soul, if the idea is that Iran has the knowledge and technology such that if they decide, you know what, screw everyone, we're building a nuclear weapon right now, it would not take them terribly long. Could that be true over a period of years? Could that be true over a period of years? That they have the ability and the knowledge and the equipment such that if they decided to build a nuclear weapon, it would not take them terribly long. Could that statement be true over a period of many years and still be true? Because if so, congratulations, then Netanyahu
This is the same false dichotomy that those guys were trying to make on the debate, that they either don't want one or cannot make one. There's a third choice, and that is that the Israelis stopped them and stymied their program and set it back years so that it was weeks away, say, in 2015 and years away in 2016 or whatever. But it's not so easy as to say either they didn't want one or couldn't make one because they didn't come up with one.
Or in addition to that, just the idea of, hey, we'd like a bomb, but if you want to pay us enough in some sort of agreement or give us enough benefits, then we'll put that off.
So here is the response by Mr. Mentally Underdeveloped Absolved Soul. The point is he has been saying this for years and they still have no bomb. So either they don't want one or cannot make one.
What's that called? What's that fallacy called, everyone? Either they don't want one or cannot make one. Those are the possibilities.
Furthermore,
false dichotomy.
The accusation
That's a false dichotomy, Absolved Soul.
The accusation that he just made prior to this was that I twisted it. How did I twist it? He just denies that I twisted it, but he just said that I twisted it.
So you still, in other words, absolve soul. One, what you're doing right now is a logical fallacy. But even apart from that, you said AP twisted it. So we're still wondering how he twisted it.
I'm done with this idiot. These are the kind of people that Dave Smith and Matt Gaetz and whatever they are called appeal to.
Yes.
The people who have who presume to speak on topics that they, well, number one, don't know anything about. Number two, don't even begin to understand. Number three, they are just way too emotionally messed up to even properly engage in, I would say. I don't know. But just to put it clearly for everyone here, what Netanyahu is saying here in this clip from 2018 is not making the point that they're trying to make here at all. What he is saying is that Iran has the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to. He even explicitly says here, if they wanted to. So what the Netanyahu is implying here is that at this moment, they are not actually doing it. But if they wanted to, they could make it. This should actually be a point for how reserved Netanyahu is in his accusations about Iran at this point. And he's completely correct. And right now at this stage, Iran themselves have admitted that they have 60% purity, 60% enrichment, which means they can be weeks away or months away from building the nuclear weapon if they want to go ahead and do it. And there is no reason to be at 60%. No reason at all. And especially not for a country like Iran, the Islamic regime of Iran, to be there. A destructive, genocidal country led by a death cult.
The stored
and so there are other possibilities. There are other possibilities here, namely the one I've already mentioned earlier, that maybe they would like one, but they're happy to be bribed out of it. And they're waiting for a bribe. And they want us to bribe them. They want us to say, here are endless trunks of money as part of the deal for you not building a nuclear weapon. In which case, suppose that happens. Suppose that Trump goes in there, makes a deal, and says, you know what? Here's $1 trillion. Just don't make the weapon. Guess what? They're not going to make the weapon. But 2 years from now, they will still be very close to building. You could still say 2 years from now, they have the technology that if they want to, they could have a weapon really, really soon. That would still be a true statement. And you'd go, oh, but you said that years ago. Yeah, because it's true now. It will be true later. It will be true
material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb. Iran is gearing up.
Perfect. 2012. What happened since then?
Well, there were the killing of the scientists, the big computer viruses that knocked out the Iranian nuclear facilities. There were several other attacks. I discussed them in the response to this. I mean, I just discussed them in general in the response to this, but they're a series of very specific attacks on the Iranian nuclear facilities that set back this timetable without making Netanyahu a liar at all.
Apparently these people can't think in like two steps. It's just, oh, he said this, but it didn't happen, so therefore
lying.
He lied.
It's away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb.
Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out.
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
You're joining us in the...
And since then, what happened? After that, what happened?
After that one, let me see. I have a whole list here.
But you know what's hilarious about all of this is, and I'm going to let you continue with that, but what's hilarious about all of this is apparently Israel is dragging us into wars, and Israel is controlling us, and Israel is making us do this, and Israel is making us that. But Netanyahu says in 95 that Iran is close to developing nuclear weapons. but the U.S. hasn't done anything about it violently or aggressively since then in 30 years. This is very strange. I thought it's Israel that is pushing us into wars.
That he's getting I thought he and this guy in particular is supposed to be, he says something and we jump. So yeah, we should have been attacking Iran in 1995.
Yeah. I mean, he's talking and talking and talking, and we're not doing anything. So this is very interesting. I don't really understand. But Robert, go ahead.
Oh no, it's just this kind of thing. For example, in 2012, Netanyahu made the red line speech at the UN where he said Iran is within a year of enriching uranium to weapons grade. That's 90% or over. And that this was followed up by the Stuxnet cyber attack that crippled the Natanz centrifuges and set back Iran's abilities for years, Iran's abilities to enrich uranium. So 2012, he says they can do this within a year, but then they attack, and the attack is so effective that their program is set back years. And so when he comes back a few years later and says they're just months away, they can make this into a gotcha video, but it's really quite dishonest because they never mention, you notice, the attack in between.
Yep. So since the 90s, but especially since the early 2000s, the Islamic regime in Iran was repeatedly going toward and openly bragging about and openly planning on continuing with their enrichment program, preparing levels to which it would make it very, very quickly possible for them to create nuclear weapons. On multiple occasions, the Western nations, America, Israel, had to step in either to make deals or to directly interfere, to directly intervene, to shut it down and to give them a setback. And since then, they have repeatedly tried to do it again and again and again with setbacks, with deals, and so on. And throughout all those decades, Netanyahu did indeed on multiple occasions point out that they are very close, after which they no longer very, very close because something was done about it.
Yes. And so you notice that we talked about 2018, I think it was, where he's just said they could do it quickly. He doesn't give a timetable.
Yeah.
And the same thing is also true of the clip from 2006. It's in here to give you an impression, but this is a very manipulative video because for two reasons. It doesn't mention any of the attacks on the Iranian nuclear facilities, and because it tries to fool you into thinking that Netanyahu was setting deadlines every few years, like some crazy millennial preacher saying the end of the world is going to come on July 5th, 1945. I mean, September 3rd, 1950. I mean, and just keep on postponing it and keep on naming specific times when he doesn't actually. Yeah. There's only a couple times in here that he's specific about the timetable, and every time there's an attack after that that sets the Iranians back.
Powerful. There you go.
Without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years.
You're joining us in the Zero Hedge debates. We're here with Robert Spencer, director of Jihad Watch, and Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem. So the question to you, Robert, does
you say the Zero Hedge debates?
Yeah, Zero Hedge co-sponsors.
Because what?
The fact is that it's not just
Zero
Hedge co-sponsored this with Matt Gaetz's OAN show.
What the heck is Zero Hedge?
Zero Hedge is a website. I don't know what it is exactly. It's a website where it's supposedly got like a lot of inside information. It's zerohedge.com.
I'm just saying hedges are important. I don't know why they'd be against hedges.
And they were really nasty when they set this up. It's Matt Gaetz, Dave Smith to clash with Iranian regime change hawk. Like I'm calling for that, you know?
Yes.
And
awesome guys. Awesome guys take on bloodthirsty genocidal war hawk trying to profit off his shekels that are being sent to him by Netanyahu personally.
Yeah, exactly. Spencer has written well over 20 books bashing Islam.
What?
Yeah, bashing Islam. And let's see.
These guys are libertarians.
Yeah, exactly.
This is so embarrassing, man. It's just so wild to me that that these people who are supposedly libertarians are the ones who are running cover and defense for Islam, for the ones that actually want to subjugate and destroy all of us, and subjugate and force all of us to take over our nations and change them by their own admissions, while attacking Israel and Jews at every opportunity they can.
It's true.
But by the way, I want to make a video about this, but one of the disturbing features, which you could have anticipated as more of these conservative content creators and so on become increasingly anti-Jewish and so on. You just wondered how long before they start being the cheerleaders for Islam. And someone shared a clip of the Hodge twins, who were known as conservatives. In fact, the channel is called Conservative Twins. Their channel is called Conservative Twins. But they were pointing out that Islam is actually against nuclear weapons because Islam is against killing. Why? Because Surah 5 verse 32 says, if anyone kills a man, it's as if he's killed all mankind. And they just rolled with this. They put it on their show. And they went with that. So now they're using deceptive dawah talking points to win their arguments.
I wonder how that happened. I wonder who's organizing this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Dave Smith didn't bring it up, but there are a lot of people out there, including people at high levels like John Kerry, who was Secretary of State, saying that the Ayatollah Khamenei issued a fatwa against nuclear weapons. Somebody was coming at me on Twitter just today with that. But the thing about it is that Khamenei has a fatwa collection online. All his fatwas are there at Khamenei.ir, and there's no fatwa against nuclear weapons. It's a massive deception. People talk about it, but nobody's ever produced it. And there are even news stories about it, but the actual document nobody can seem to come up with.
When is that Hodge twins thing from, David? Is it like a recent thing? What is that?
It's very recent. Yeah, and they were there. This was in a video. They're going through a video clip from Nick Fuentes because he's right. And so the video clip is titled "Nick Fuentes Exposes the Truth About the Iran War." So
you should make a response to that.
I'm going to.
Dumb twins and that.
I'm going to.
And Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem. So the question to you, Robert, does the Prime Minister have any credibility?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the fact is that it's not just either he's right and obviously he was wrong or he's lying. There's a third choice. And the third choice revolves around the fact that there have been numerous strange, mysterious accidents that befell Iranian nuclear scientists, computer foul-ups in Iranian nuclear facilities. A lot of this has been blamed on Mossad. Mossad, of course, has not taken any explicit credit for it, but it is altogether possible that the Iranian nuclear adventure has been stymied at several points by the Israelis, and that is why the
why not just keep doing that instead of a regime change war? Why don't we just keep doing those things? Those sound great.
That would be great.
This is so stupid, man.
Yeah.
Oh, but by the way, that's I'm actually okay with just bombing the crap out of their nuclear capabilities and not doing a regime change, right? When we're talking about like regime change, it's like, okay, I think that's what's best for the people. I think it's what's best for the rest of the world. It's best to not have a deranged doomsday cult running a nation. It's just going to it's endless terror. It's endless terror, which is it's exactly what they do. So does there come a point when you say, we don't want all future generations to have to deal with the same exact problem? We want to actually deal with it. And we don't want the people of Iran to continue being raped and tortured and killed and so on. And I'd prefer that. But yeah, if you wanted to say, hey, why not just blow up their every time they start working on anything nuclear, just blow it up.
Yep.
That you're right. That keeps us safe. Yeah.
But see, they were constantly pushing me to say, as if I want to have armies go in and topple the regime, which of course I never said.
But Robert, why do you think we should send in our armies and fight?
Yeah,
there?
Robert, why do you think? Why are you advocating that the U.S. military start a draft and draft all our young people right out of college and send them over with just their bare hands to fight a hopeless war in Iran? Why, Robert? Why?
I don't want to die for Israel, Robert. Why do you force me to go
die
there?
in Iran for Israel? I don't want my sons to go and be killed in Iran just to make Netanyahu happy, Robert.
I think both of you can make a lot of money doing this.
We could. We should just do that.
Yeah.
AP.
Yeah.
We'll put disguises. We'll put disguises on so that people think we're a new channel. We'll just say this stupid, idiotic nonsense all day.
We should call ourselves the Stupid Twins, and then do that. Yeah.
You'll have a huge following within like weeks.
Yeah. And we'll start getting mysterious amounts of money from Middle Eastern nations and
AP, you should do it with your new AI abilities, your AI video abilities. Just take all the standard talking points and just go, well, the regime change didn't work in Afghanistan, so there's no way it would work here, idiots.
Stupid. Are you guys stupid? Never thought
Millions
about
of
this?
views.
I mean, it's 2025. I can't believe we're talking about this.
Okay, I seriously can't believe it's 2025 and we're talking about this. Go on. If someone had told me, I would have told this as a joke on stage during my comedy routine like 5 years ago. I'd have been like, hey guys, you want to know something funny? In 2025, we're going to be talking about this. The whole place would have burst into
Yeah, they would have. Yep. Because they were laughing at everything he said before. They'd laugh at that too. Great. If it can be handled that way, then I'm all for it.
I don't understand.
Straw man, because I'm not talking about both boots on the ground. Some sort of yeah, it's a straw man to say.
Okay, this is the most dishonest.
This to Iran, because that is not what I'm arguing, and that is not. There is no reason.
Yes, no, I'm not. I'm not saying.
Hold on,
I
Dave. Hold on, Dave.
Sorry.
Necessary at this point.
Yeah, I want to
also-
clarify your argument, Robert. You're saying that you're not advocating the position that we ought to deploy troops to the streets of Tehran today, but are you sensitive to the argument that
But what about tomorrow?
You said today, but because
America-
he means tomorrow.
Are you sensitive to the argument that our involvement in Syria, where a lot of Americans were mangled, killed, that began with 40 military advisors? Do you worry about America's history of slow walking or sleepwalking into some of these wars?
Yeah, except for one thing, and that is that Trump is aware of this. Trump, for all the rhetoric that's been going on the last few days, is not George W. Bush. Lessons have been learned from Iraq and Afghanistan. Remember his devastating exchange with Jeb Bush back in 2015, I guess it was. And the fact is that Trump has been...
This whole conversation is so funny to me, man. I mean, imagine people just are quiet for a little bit, and we actually send in the jets and take out the nuclear facilities, and possibly also, while we're at it, the leadership of the Islamic regime and the IRGC, and then leave it at that.
Yeah, without the nation building. Everybody's assuming we're going to spend 20 years there trying to bring them a system of government that they don't want, like in Iraq and Afghanistan. And
Why
there's
do
no
we-
reason to assume that.
Why
Because
do we have to assume this that we have to jump in there and then spend 50 years in there? Like,
Yeah.
why?
this is the point I'm making here, that Trump is not George W. Bush. He's explicitly criticized George W. Bush for doing that. It's very unlikely that he's going to do the same thing.
It's so ridiculous. It is as if there are only two options. One,
Yeah.
we stay out completely militarily, or we get involved and somehow end up sending thousands of troops in there who then start dying over there.
I'll bet if we switched sides and attacked Israel for Iran, Dave Smith would love it and he'd be
Yes.
cheering on.
Yes. Yes.
Consistent all through these years of saying he's not going to allow Iran to get nukes, while at the same time rightly excoriating the Bush administration and Obama as well for engaging in this pointless and fruitless mission creep and nation building. And so why is it impossible to believe that he intends to take out Iran's nuclear program or is willing to do so if it comes to that. But that does not mean that he's going to go in with some Bushian adventure and try to give democracy to the Iranians.
Well, Robert, how do we stop Israel from...
Is that a term, or did you just use that for the first time?
Which
Bushian?
one? What term?
Bushian?
Bushian? I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe I just made it up. I don't know. Can I trademark it?
Probably. I've never heard that before.
I'll
a
be rich.
decapitation campaign if we're bombing nuclear facilities? What's the leverage we have over them at that point?
Well, okay, if Israel undertakes a decapitation campaign, you've also got to reckon with the possibility that the Iranian people might undertake a decapitation campaign. You know that it was several years ago now, as a matter of fact, a full soccer stadium, looks like 50, 70,000 people in Iran was chanting, "Long live Reza Shah," who was the father of the deposed Shah of Iran. He was the Shah in the 1930s. And that kind of open defiance of the Islamic regime and disgust with the Islamic regime also combined with the fact that, as I was trying to say before, that so many Iranians, where it's officially 90% Shiite Muslim and 95 to 99% Muslim in general, and actually only 40% of Iranians now identify as Muslims, is an indication of the deep disgust that the Iranian people themselves have for this regime. There was nothing like that in Iraq or Afghanistan. And both of those were wrong-headed and stupid from the beginning. This is a very different situation with a very different president. And
this is very, very well put, but I bet that all of this just completely
lost on them. Yeah. Oh yeah.
The funny thing is, when you were talking about "Long Live the Shah," I spent the last few days for very, very long amounts of time listening to Twitter Spaces or X Spaces run by Iranians, by Goldie Amari, who is a Canadian Iranian politician, and just listening to them the whole time with a bunch of Iranians there. But whenever they're done, they kind of made it a habit to say Javid Shah, which means long live the Shah.
Oh, that's
So
wonderful.
It's kind of stuck in my head now. Now I'm thinking of that.
Yep. Idea that he's just going to blunder into making all the same mistakes that George W. Bush, who he knows was a fool and has said was a fool, made. There's just no reason to assume that.
I certainly hope so. There is the argument that we've heard in other campaigns in Afghanistan and Iraq that we would be greeted as liberators, and it seems Robert's making that argument now. Dave Smith, do you see any challenges with that?
All you need to do for any of these situations is look at the polls. That's all you have to do, is look at what people believe and what they actually adhere to.
I swear these people.
That's all you need to do.
Did this guy lose his brain with all the Botox? I don't really get it. Like, what happened?
It might be very tight in there. You know, his head's tight. His brains are all scraped up against the edge. It's tough to think that way.
Well, let me just, I got to respond to a bunch of this stuff, but yeah, of course, there's a million challenges with that. But
I can't believe that we are outraged about kids chanting.
Here we are in 2025.
I wasn't strawmanning your position. I didn't claim that your position is to send boots on the ground. That's what a straw man would be. What I said is that your position has an unacceptable risk of being dragged into a situation where we have boots on the ground. So it's not a straw man of your issue, but I just can't.
It actually doesn't have such a high risk.
Yeah, there's no, if you said, hey, we're just gonna bomb any nuclear anything that looks like a nuclear facility, whenever it pops up, we're gonna bomb it. And even if you wanted to go further than that and do regime change, and you say, okay, every time anyone who looks like a leader pops his head up, he's gonna get bombed. How is there any risk of, oh no, now we have to put boots on the ground? What scenario? What could the scenario possibly be like that you would say, now
let me make it very simple.
Now the only way for us to drop this bomb is to send in 1 million soldiers. Like,
let me make it very, very simple. Let me make it very simple. When America went into Afghanistan and when America went into Iraq, there was always an extremely high risk, which is why it took so long in both cases. There was always an extremely high risk, and there were always many instances where people would pop up in random corners and start shooting at American troops, or start blowing themselves up, or firing rockets, or planting bombs, planting mines, and so on, because there were large numbers of the population that wanted to fight against the American invaders. Because you had large numbers of the population that were, I'm sorry to say it, that were terrorists, that were simply prone to terrorism, that loved terrorism, that were Islamists, that were just like that. It was just like them to be like that. In Iran, we don't have such a risk at all. You only have a mostly old population that is in support of the Islamic regime. The vast majority of the population is against the Islamic regime. If even at any point small groups started popping up today in Iran that began to fight against troops, or fight against Israel, or fight against somebody, or try to violently fight against the population, they would be overwhelmed by those by the Iranian people who are overwhelmingly against it. We don't have this is a completely different country. Stop thinking this is like Afghanistan or Iraq.
He keeps assuming it's just like that. He doesn't have any idea.
And here's what's crazy. I'm totally open to an argument against one. I'm not in favor of like an actual invasion or something like that. It has to be the people. It has to be the people of Iran who actually at some point seize power. You cannot be the future regime that was installed by the United States or Israel. That would be thrown in your face forever. Now, if you seized an opportunity provided by Israel and stuff, and then you took power and so on, that's a different story. But I don't know. It's just like if you had some compelling argument for not intervening, or that a regime change is just a bad idea, if you had any sort of good argument, I'm open to it. I'm open to you changing my mind on this issue. When all you keep doing is, but it's just like Afghanistan. It's the same thing. Okay, you sound like a freaking idiot to anyone who knows anything about Iran and Afghanistan. You sound like a moron, which says a lot about your followers if they hear this and they think, well, that's a great point. That's a great point there.
But it's just like Afghanistan.
It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing.
It's the same.
In Afghanistan, they got 99% want Sharia. In Iran, it's almost nobody. So you see, it's the same thing. That's the same thing.
It's just like Iraq. Iraq is the same letters.
That's what I mean. All of the arguments that are being presented are all based on completely false conclusions, and then completely false claims and logical fallacies. And
You
it's
can't
like,
point out that it's
on
better
what?
than call it based, man.
Yep.
So here's a graph. This is from Pew Research 2013. Favor or oppose making Sharia the law of the land. Percentage of Muslims who favor making Islamic law the official law in their country. Let's look at two countries here. Country number one is Afghanistan. 99%. 99 freaking percent of the Muslim population in Afghanistan says they want Sharia law to be the official law of their country.
Yep. Now check out Iraq.
99 freaking percent. Now look at Iraq. 91% of Iraq says we want Sharia law to be the official law of the country. 91%.
And so if you were to say, David, let's suppose that we had no idea of what's happened in recent years and so on, and it was all a fresh blank slate, and that nothing had ever happened in Afghanistan, and nothing ever happened in Iraq and so on. Suppose you're before all that, and you say, hey, David, is it a good idea to invade Afghanistan and Iraq and to give them a Western-style democracy? I would say, I would look at those numbers and I would go, that would be insanely idiotic.
Yep.
And now compare that to this here. Of Iranians, 81% of respondents inside the country responded no to the Islamic Republic. 15% responded yes. 4% were not sure. 99% abroad responded no. So on one hand, you have the Afghans and the Iraqis, who to 99 or 91% say they want Sharia law to be the official law of the country. On the other hand, you have only 15% of Iranians who say they want Islamic law, while 81% are against it. So it's completely reversed.
Yep.
How in the world can anyone with a little bit of knowledge, with a little bit of a brain, think that these two are quite similar?
Yeah, and so if I just looked at that number, 15% say yes, as opposed to 99 and 91% in the case of Afghanistan and Iraq, and you said, hey, would this be a good place for a regime change? If that was all I had to go on, I would say, well, I don't know. I don't know. It would depend on other things. But that's a place where it would work. If there's a place where it would work in a place where only 15% think that, you know, the religious theocracy is a good idea. That's a place where it could work. Now, if there are other factors involved, namely you have a bunch of terrorists in charge who constantly terrorize the rest of the world and want to completely exterminate an entire nation, and they're saying, "Oh, we'll build a nuclear bomb." Okay, yeah. Why not?
Yep.
By the way, totally irrelevant, but look at what is also here. Palestinian territory is 89%.
There you go. Give them a state.
Yeah, totally.
We
It's
need
going to
more
work out
Sharia.
just well. We're going to work out wonderfully.
Can't believe.
I want to take super chats. Are we almost done with this? Do you want to go through the whole thing?
I don't know. It's up to you. We got 16 minutes, but it's coming up on the 4-hour mark here.
Oh yeah. Let me take a few super chats here. Why does Dave Smith, says Ivory Leviathan, never mention Islamic scripture, jihad, or literally anything that would explain the mindset of these nutcases surrounding Israel? Poofter. Don't say poofter. Don't say poofter. We just found out that that's a very bad thing in the UK.
But I don't see the connection. I mean, lots of people don't want to mention Islam or jihad who aren't necessarily poofters. So I don't see it.
Yeah.
Well, what are the precise statistics on poofter who refused? Come on, Robert, you don't even know the number. So
Poofter jihad denial?
Yeah.
There needs to be a study on this.
Yeah,
a national
you
inquiry.
have no evidence to go on, so you're just saying things.
Yeah.
A positive Allah, I do think it's America's business. Iran getting nuclear weapons is in fact a direct threat to the United States. So here's the thing. I will say, I know it's a very unpopular thing to say nowadays, but I do think that the United States of America, and I say this as a U.S. citizen, should be directly involved in international affairs, should be directly involved in geopolitical matters, should be directly involved in conflicts where conflicts are happening and needed. It's a kind of it strikes me as a strangely extremely American, extremely bad American thing to say, oh, America, as Americans, we should only care about America and about nothing else in the world. It's kind of a very selfish, very egotistic, very hyper individualist thing to do. And also, honestly, doesn't strike me as, and I don't want to say this or go into this territory, but it also doesn't really strike me as a very Christian way of thinking, right? To say we shouldn't be in anyone's business. We should only
AP, who is an unbaptized cat human, is now lecturing everyone on Christianity, guys.
Well, this is just what I think. It's just what I think.
They're reacting to the idea that we all learned when we were kids. Well, maybe you didn't, but all American kids learned that, you know, America's the world's policeman and we have to expend our resources to better the world and so on. A lot of people are very angry about that because a lot of money has been wasted, a lot of lives were lost. And it has not been a net positive, and so a lot of what we're seeing today is a reaction to that.
Yeah, and I get that. I understand that, but I think it's a very, very misguided idea, and especially if there are allies to America that are that have been with America for the longest time now, it would be wise to act together with them and to help them instead
I
of
certainly am all in favor of helping our allies and vice versa. It's ridiculous to think that if you're America first, then America should have no allies and be going it alone everywhere. It's naive and stupid.
Isolationism is stupidity. It is ridiculous. It doesn't work. Sassy Dan, isolationists remind me of the dog in the burning house meme. This is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Elon says, oh, what's up, Elon? This is Elon Musk from Israel. Iran is critical for US because the Saudis didn't sign a 600B deal without protection. Watch the video. Bin Salman says mere days would separate Iran.
I'm not sure what that's about.
Oh, Iran is critical for the U.S. because the Saudis didn't sign a $600 billion deal without protection. Oh, so I think that's because we have a deal with Saudi Arabia. Therefore, we have an obligation to make sure Iran doesn't get a nuke because of some agreement with Saudi Arabia.
Oh, okay.
And Bin Salman did say in an interview, he said, Saudi Arabia does not want a nuclear weapon. If Iran gets a nuclear weapon, we are going to get a nuclear weapon, right? In other words, they don't want a nuclear weapon. They don't want to be nuclear, but they are not going to put up with a nuclear Iran without themselves going nuclear. In other words, Iran has lots of enemies. If Iran suddenly went nuclear, everyone in the area has to go nuclear.
Oh, yeah.
And so for all the people, why can't they get a nuclear weapon? You're kind of saying, hey, why doesn't everyone in the region just go nuclear?
Yep. That'll be good.
Yeah, that's good. That's a really good idea, everyone.
All the states with lots of jihadis.
Yeah, all the states with all the jihadis should be nuclear.
What could go wrong?
Yeah, I mean, if the United States and Great Britain have nukes, why not? Why not Iran and Saudi Arabia and Syria and all these other countries?
Nice. Jesse says, I wonder what percentage of that 81% is using Turkey.
They're much more likely to use Turkey to say they want Sharia if they're in Iran, because they could get killed for saying they don't want Sharia.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as far as that organization, they do anonymous polling, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like in other words, that the 15% who say yeah, if it's the government showing up at their door running the poll, all of a sudden that goes to 99.6% favorability rating of the Shia theocracy.
Yep.
Sega Boy says this guy is an ass. He's talking about Dave Smith. So he's saying that Dave Smith is a donkey.
That's not.
Anthony Stevens, I served in the Marines in Afghanistan and Iraq. I bestow my rights upon you to speak. LOL. We serve to protect everyone's right to speak, not just us.
You heard it here. Who was that dork earlier who said, unless you've actually been on the battlefield and you had your face shot, you can't say anything ever. Yeah.
I think his name was anorexia or something like that.
Yeah, it was something stupid like anorexia.
Anthony Stevens gave us the right to speak. Thank you, Anthony. I appreciate it.
So
Thank
in
you
your
for
face, we now have been bestowed the right.
Yo, Anthony.
Cold Savage, 3 goats on the live stream. Also, my friend, show me your book, The Palestine Delusion. Keep up the good work, gentlemen. We need it now more than ever. The
Palestinian Delusion. Yeah, I wrote that. I don't have one right on me, though. I can't show you, but I did write it.
Nice. Are the ones that I have are the Critical Quran and
I've got it around here somewhere.
Trust their words on not getting nukes. Don't trust their words to destroy us. Also, don't make a move. It's risky. Their nukes, no risk. Perfect logic.
That's well said. Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's like, what? He says in an imaginary fatwa that he doesn't want to. You got to trust him. You got to trust him on that. Okay, he says death to America is their policy. Why are you going to believe that? It's just some kids. It's just some kids saying it on a it's a prank on a playground. Come on, kids say stuff, man. Come on.
Norm Alman says, I have a question. Are there any ethnic tensions between any of the ethnic groups in Iran, or do they live in relative harmony with each other and people are making false comparisons to Syria? Go ahead.
There are Sunnis in Iran, and they don't have a good time of it. Most of it is not ethnic in Iran, it's religious. The Baha'is have a terrible time. The Jews have a terrible time. The Sunni Arabs have a terrible time. It's really it's an ugly regime that is very tough on religious minorities.
Yeah. So the big problem that they would have nowadays is with the Iranian regime itself, with the Islamic regime. I wouldn't say that there is, aside from the Islamic regime. So I guess the idea would be if the Islamic regime got out of the way and the people stepped in, would there be ethnic or religious tension between the populations inside Iran at that point?
I don't think so. Religious, maybe, but I really don't think any of that would be very serious. Iran is a country with a rich history, which is different from a lot of the countries in this area where the history is really just all Islam. But Iran has a long pre-Islamic history. And the Zoroastrians, I didn't mention them. They have a terrible time. They're also Azeris in the northern part of the country. And in any case, the point is that Iran lived for many centuries without Islam. And the people who were there then. And they lived together in relative harmony, a lot greater harmony than they did with Islam. You remove Islam from dominance, likely you're going to have a more harmonious society, not a less one.
Yep. There is one thing, which is that to my understanding, there are some there is some tension between Persian Iranians and non-Persian Iranians occasionally. Some of it also comes from the Persians being really, some of the secular Persian population being really angry about the Islamic regime and blaming it on Arab influence and things like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of resentment. I mean, that 40% survey that only 40% are Muslims, that's an extraordinary thing. That means that the other 60 have rejected Islam in recent years, and they're very resentful. There's widespread resentment in Iran of Arabs because the idea is they brought Islam and destroyed Persia with it.
Nice.
Hey, AP.
What?
Hey, look at this. Look who we got here.
Oh, there he is again.
Anorexia says,
I thought he was deported.
Says, these clowns won't get through the debate. Robert et al. Are so prepared to kill Americans, as Robert has repeatedly said. I want more Americans to die on the ground in Iran. I just want to send all the young people of America to die in Iran, and simultaneously not use anything but their tongue. Robert, you're sitting here using your tongue to support getting Americans killed.
You know what's funny about this? I earlier saw a comment by Anorexia, which I didn't want to pay attention to, where he had an objection to me describing terrorist organizations as terrorists. And he asked me, how do you define terrorism?
How about by the Quran? Strike terror in the enemies of Allah. So Allah commends terrorism.
And then look at this. We desperately need these three to focus on Islam versus truth. But we're not in the military. We can't talk about Islam if we're not in the military. We're not allowed to talk. We're just supposed to sit here and be quiet until a guy in a uniform comes in and tells us what we're allowed to say.
This is so stupid. He's predicting that we will talk a lot instead of going through the whole debate. Well, I mean, the whole stream here is about reviewing the debate, and we have one of the debaters here with us. What do you think we're doing here?
Why keep letting him talk? He's not a general. Only generals let him talk.
Anyway, but thanks for the $10, man,
Yeah,
or $7.
thanks for the cash.
Yeah. And YouTube thanks you for the other $3 or something. K4 said MEK is a potential problem for Iran. I don't think they are. They have a schism with the Pahlavis and with other anti-Mullah Iranians for their support of Saddam's invasion. The thing with MEK is they are mostly dead, and inside Iran, nobody wants MEK.
Nobody wants the dead king.
Yeah, everybody hates MEK.
They don't want. It's just going to be Sharia again. Nobody's going to want that. I don't think that they have any chance.
Are you guys talking about Amy Mech?
No.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about, so MEK is a socialist or communist terrorist organization.
They're socialist communist Sharia.
Yeah, it's so messed up. It's like a religious cult that is also communist.
Yep.
Nobody wants them. So Yeah. My tree and my Zabiba beat my Al-Zut in the desert. Crazy spider Welsh Abu Bakr to Muhammad, your wives are pooping in the desert. Do you know what that smells like?
Robert, you haven't seen these awesome video clips, so you have no idea how funny this is.
Indeed, I haven't. I've been missing out.
People do this funny thing where we'll talk about one thing that's hilarious, and on a different day we talk about something else that's hilarious, and then they'll combine them.
Yes.
Powerful, powerful.
It's a beautiful thing.
Are y'all familiar with Dr. Michael Heiser? If so, what are your thoughts on his work pertaining to the Divine Council of Yah?
Sounds weird. It sounds weird.
Who's Dr. Michael Heiser? Never heard of it.
He's passed on. Was a Bible scholar. Very, very smart. That's one of the issues I would disagree with him on.
Okay.
He claims that when in passages where it's talking about we and so on, this is like a divine council and so on, and then where in the Psalm where it says I said you are gods and so on, that's actually talking to a divine council of various supernatural beings and so on. So anyway,
okay, I heard
that's where Protestantism will take you.
Yeah, he's got a point.
That's what you get. Abraham Harb, AP.
Yeah, but if the Pope says it, then we'll all have to believe it. Then
no.
Then the Pope says it.
No,
wrong one. Wrong apostolic church.
If my Archbishop says it, then I'll have to do it.
No. Sorry.
Abraham Harp, AP, you skipped my first super chat in Greta's voice. How dare you? You stole my dreams. I had to skip a few super chats because there were too many of them. So I had to just skip like very small ones that I put on the screen or something. So I'm sorry. I apologize. Joshua Wood and Dave Smith must be a masochist. He was already humiliated by Douglas Murray and now Robert Spencer. My comment on the video is based. Well done, Mr. Spencer.
It's
Thank you, Joshua.
Humiliated.
Ivor Leviathan Israel has its Mossad dolphins too. Don't forget, powerful. Yeah, they do. They do.
That is true.
Yeah, they also have Mossad birds, by the way.
And
squirrels.
I just have to point out. Like seriously, Israel, and that epic move of blowing the testicles of countless Hezbollah jihadis, just blew all their testicles right off their bodies, blew them right off.
Powerful move.
How many American boots do you need on the ground for these guys to deal with the leaders of Iran? Like how many?
Indeed.
I would guess zero. I would guess zero. Right.
Indeed.
Justin K2 thinks David's a comic who found his shtick that is getting him attention, and he's a libertarian whose only paradigm is anti-war.
Yeah, well, that's silly because, like I said at the very beginning of the debate, it's not always only up to one side whether they got to go to war or not.
Yeah, I don't want to insult people, but it often strikes. So libertarianism often strikes me as a very stupid position. But many libertarians strike me as incredibly simplistic.
Yes,
people who have very unrealistic, ridiculous positions. It's almost as unrealistic as communism.
Yes,
that's what it strikes me as. Just pretends to be more reasonable. God like snake, Scottish accent. Do you know what that smells like? Abraham Harp to AP the Super Chat skipper. Where's your culp? Well, jokes, bro. You know I forgive you for your sins and mistakes. I know. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Sassy Dan, Eastern Europe's regime change was base, but ignore that. Powerful. But what do you mean? Username says you went easy on him, Robert. DS didn't answer any of your points, ignored Americans killed by Iran, and lied about what intelligence says. He can't debate.
I don't know if I went easy on him. I did what I could. Gaetz was there, and that misdirected the whole thing a lot. Maybe I should have just interrupted him more, but I just don't generally do that in life. I don't know. I guess that makes me a weak debater, maybe. I don't know.
No, Robert, you don't know how things work online right now. You're just supposed to go, no, you're gay. You're gay. You shut your mouth and start Or you were supposed to go and have material prepared, like to insult his family or something. That's what Muhammad Hijab does, and that works out well for the ummah.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice. Some people are going here after libertarians, which is very, 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 very rude. Very rude. Poi, Dave is relevant for the conversation because he's informed more than the average, and also he's charismatically says one truth, one falsehood, and people go along.
Yeah, I think he's dangerous. He's got a huge following on Twitter, 700 some thousand, I think, followers, maybe more. But it's a testimony to how shallow people's thinking is that they go along with this guy and think he's compelling.
How many followers did he have when he before October 7? I really wonder.
Yeah, I'd like to know that.
3.
In fact, I might check that out, see if I can find an answer to that.
Is there somewhere that keeps record of that?
Yes, there
I
is.
wonder. I only see YouTube here, but the YouTube section is already very telling. So I'm checking out YouTube here, the YouTube stats on Social Blade, and what it says here is the following: Dave Smith's YouTube channel, part of the problem. Wait, let's zoom out here. So before October 7, he had here 127,000. His channel
120,000, and now he's got 780,000 or something like that.
This is on YouTube. Now
I see.
28,000. I can't find the stats for Twitter yet, but I'll have to check that out later as well.
Yeah, what happened to them? It used to be an option, right, on Social Blade. I'm looking at it too.
Yeah, they removed. I think it's because Twitter changed things, so Social Blade just removed Twitter from there.
Or they're like, we don't like Elon. He beat us in the desert.
Dave Smith does not know history. The US did not know the Soviets were developing nukes. We discovered it when they detonated it. Ditto China, India, and Pakistan. Clinton allowed DPRK, regretted it. Powerful, powerful, powerful. Just another visitor in this world said, in all honesty, I used to listen to Dave Smith during COVID. It wasn't until the October attack on Israel that I realized how disingenuous and arrogant he is. He is always right and everyone is wrong. Yeah, I've just seen so many ridiculously dumb takes from him so far that I have very, very little faith that he actually has any good intentions or that he's a good faith.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like it to me at all. Not at all. Indeed. Misha, without Momo existing, Al-Zut doesn't split the moon. Ezra doesn't hitherforth to son of godship. The sun doesn't set in a pool of muddy water. This is the chain of narration. Thanks be to Ezra, you see. This is very powerful. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys always say that if Muhammad didn't exist, then none of these things happened, as if you can't talk about them. And so I'm going to say it one more time. Muhammad didn't exist, yes, but the stories about Muhammad do exist, and Muslims believe them. So it's very important to know what they say because they believe them and they act upon them. But that doesn't mean that they have any historical value. That's all. That's the short version.
Powerful, powerful, powerful. Saudi Arabia is not threatening to get a nuke because Israel has a nuke. This is true. So we have the Saudi Arabian crown prince. There was a speech from him where he says that Khamenei is like Hitler.
Yes.
And that they have no intentions to get a nuke, they don't need one, and Iran should not have the capabilities.
So it's a good point here being made. They're clearly not afraid of Israel. They're not worried about Israel's nukes. They're worried about Iran only.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, AP, did you see why Social Blade took X off?
No.
They were able to track the data for $200 a month back in the day. Then Twitter changed it to $210,000 a month, and they said no, thank you, and so they stopped.
Wow!
210,000 a month. That's incredible.
Jesse Charity Strawman Smith is literally debating a neocon from 20 years ago instead of living in the present reality and engaging with Robert's points.
Why am I from 20 years ago? Much less being a neocon. I've been here the whole time. If you didn't see me on television from 20 years ago, didn't mean I ceased to exist.
No,
but also, I am not now and never have been a neocon, in the sense that it's usually used so that a neocon wants to invade all these countries and spread democracy. I was against that from the beginning.
Yeah, they're not calling you a neocon. They're saying you're right there, and instead of engaging your points, he's actually debating like an imaginary person from 20 years ago.
Yeah, they couldn't get anybody who was like that, so they tried to push me into the role. That's probably it.
Diamond Encrusted Abdullah says Israel views non-Jews as goyim. Angel Gabriel killed. Yeah, I also view you as a goy. I also view you as goyim.
Doesn't it mean the people or something like that? The nations. The nations.
Just the nations.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a bunch.
What a slur.
You're a bunch of goyim.
Yep.
Michael Beacon, guys, Iran doesn't want nukes. They were just being silly pranksters when they refused to sign the deal that would require them to not develop nukes. This is true. Absolutely. They were just pranking. It was just a prank, bro. PC, Iran's want liberty. Yes. Nurse loves coffee. People will always talk about the straw men. Nobody ever mentions the stick men, the brick men, the three little pigs men, or the big bad wolf men. This is very true.
That's poetic. I love that.
It's beautiful too. Yeah. Romology saw a Pali woman saying the reason Egypt and Syria won't absorb the Palis is so they continue being victims and a problem for Israel.
It's absolutely true.
Yeah, and I also think that there is also the reason for it that that they want to keep the fight for Jerusalem going, and they just use the Palestinians as their pawns in that.
Yep.
So
the Palestinians were only invented to fight Israel. They never existed as a people before the 1960s.
Oh, yeah, prove it. Prove it. Write a book.
Okay, I did. It's called The Palestinian Delusion. It's all in there.
See in your face.
All right, well, you won that one, Robert.
That's 2-0 now.
K4 said people fail to understand that sociopaths dominating a society through fear, aggression, and ruthlessness isn't evidence of popular support.
Indeed.
This is true. This is true. Nobody should be associating with sociopaths.
Yeah. Sociopaths should be taken out and shot.
And the ground sown with salt.
Derek Perry, we did not have 500,000 people killed in the 25 years on the war on terror. 5,000 Iraq, 2,500 in Afghanistan. This guy is crazy. Did he say that?
Yeah, he said 500,000 people killed, yes.
I didn't even catch that. Okay. Austin, thoughts on if Israel or America takes the head of the snake and let the people take control? Yeah, I mean, that seems like a good thing. I mean, I guess I could pontificate as much as I want. I think Israel and America could together come up with a good solution for this instead of letting it go or putting boots on the ground.
Yeah, and I think that's what should happen. In other words, if I were in control of things, I would make it so that the people can take over, so that the people take control, and then they bring in their exiled leader and so on, and decide what to do. But yeah, again, you can't have Israel go in and take over the country and then say, "Hey, we're installing this government." That would, even if you had a majority population that are in favor of that, you don't want to be for the rest of the existence of your country the government that was installed by Israel. You just don't, and you don't want to be the government installed by the United States. You want to be the government that the people decided on. With that said, the people need some help because they are dealing with an absolutely brutal regime of complete lunatics who are trying to bring the Mahdi in there to rescue them and so on. Anyway, it's a doomsday cult. It's a doomsday death cult. The people want better. The people deserve better. And so I'm in favor of helping them, but they got to take it themselves.
That's it.
Long live the Shah. Cars in depth. Smith says he's Jewish. He would have volunteered to be a capo or overseer in the camps to save his own skin.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by that at all.
It's very rude. Derek Perry says,
But come on! What do we want, a regime change here in Germany? Of course not. We got to work with them. We got to work with the system.
I can't believe we already did this like 20 years ago, 30
Can
years
you
ago.
believe?
It didn't
Can you
work.
believe people
It
are
didn't
saying that we should get rid of Hitler? Come on!
It didn't work.
Come on. When does that work? When does a regime ever?
The last time we tried that, so many people died. Do we really want to do this again? I can't believe we're in the year 1942 and we're still talking about this very same thing.
That's it, though. That's it. It's 100%.
Derek Perry, that precludes the fact that both Israel and the U.S. has been sabotaging their program for decades. Stuxnet killing, isn't it called Stuxnet? Wasn't it something else?
STUX, not KS, but yeah.
Okay. Killing scientists, etc. Yeah, the mysterious virus that took down the nuclear program. Loaves of bread. The BB clip is from the Daily Show. Dave and BB clip is from the Daily Show. Dave and Matt grew up getting their news and politics from satire shows. They think jokes are political points.
That's a good point.
Is that clip really from the Daily Show? Like, did they put it together?
It wouldn't surprise me. That's exactly. I mean, I like the Daily Show. They're pretty funny, but that is exactly their type of humor, and the joke would have been, look, he says they're 2 weeks away from getting a nuclear bomb, but he's been saying that forever. Look,
Robert, why do you have to interrupt them when they constantly interrupt you? So rude, like that drives me nuts. Says Austin.
Well, so I should act like they do. I guess I should. I don't know, but I don't see it.
Why do you always interrupt them?
Yeah, why'd you just interrupt AP?
See that?
Isaiah 53, read Olivier Melnick book End Times Anti-Semitism. Y'all understand what's really going on with these so-called conservatives like Shucker, Candace, Stupider, and
Stupider.
More. Yeah, powerful. Maybe we will. The Brandalorian, my biggest fear is Iran could become a second China, especially since it hates religion. No, I don't think so.
I don't see it happening.
Iranians are super cool people.
I don't see. You see communists taking over Iran?
Well, they were kind of a big deal back in the day, but I think people want something else.
Yeah.
Iranians really don't like communism and don't like Islam.
They don't want an authoritarian regime to follow the authoritarian regime they got. Let's have a different brand of authoritarianism. I don't see it.
Yeah, they want real freedom.
Mm-hmm.
My biggest fear, I already read this. Arctic Based, dear Robert, I apologize for all the childish AP and David Wood fans in the chat. They have such dirty little minds. Good night, poofters. Very rude. Holy Joe, David Wood, what's your favorite Pokemon? AP, what's your favorite Pink Floyd album? That's funny.
I only know one Pokemon. That's a Pikachu, right?
Yes.
A Pikachu is a Pokemon.
Yes.
That's the only one I heard it, and I've only heard that because people making fun of Daniel Kikachu with Pikachu.
Is the Pink Floyd album The Wall? Is that it?
Yeah, there's The Wall.
Okay, yeah.
But Dark Side of the Moon is better. You're supposed to say Dark Side of the Moon.
Which one is that thing on the song? I don't remember the name of the song.
Now the Wall is awesome. You've got part 2 of The Wall. That's the famous one, but you also have Comfortably Numb. That is on there.
Yeah, that. Which one is that on? Wall.
That's on The Wall. That's on The Wall, which is a two. That was a two record set. The difference between that and Dark Side of the Moon is everything on Dark Side of the Moon is awesome. Like the entire album. There's no weak spots.
Hello. Is there anybody in there? Low third, David about to be beat in the desert by angry Orthodox. Hyperactive, Iran runs to the UN shouting, they beat us in the desert. Astrofuturist says, Dave Smith excuses Russia's invasion of non-nuclear weaker Ukraine due to an imagined NATO threat, but is horrified by Israel's preemptive strike against a regime that has tried to use proxies to destroy Israel and working on a nuke. Did he really? Does he? I
If
don't
he
even
did,
know.
if he did, that would be interesting. If he'd be like, "Of course they invaded. Of course they did. They're worried about NATO. They're worried about NATO. Of course they did." That would be interesting.
I don't really know his position on the whole Russia-Ukraine ordeal, but
Nor do I. If anyone has,
I wouldn't
any,
be surprised.
If anyone has the video on that, be sure to send it to AP so he can do something with it.
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. Anyway, we've been live for 4 hours now. Do you want to go for 5?
And this is the latest Robert Spencer has ever been up in his entire life.
No, last night I was up to after 3.
Yeah. I mean, I could really continue with the debate, and we could just go through it very quickly, or we can just be done with it. Up to you. guys.
There's some interesting things coming up, I must say, but it's far be it from me to detain you.
That makes me want to check it out. So,
like the hardest pivot I ever saw in my life, from you watching that video of Netanyahu to basically saying a couple scientists dropped dead, and so I could imagine a world where they would have had nuclear weapons. He said with certainty they're 6 months away from being at 90%. Just bold-faced lies. And then, by the way, I mean, just Matt.
is this guy completely stupid? Does he not even understand the point here?
Yeah, I don't think he understands, and I think he's.
Netanyahu says they are so much away, if they want to, for example, of building nuclear weapons, and then something happens, and Israel and America obviously strike Iran's nuclear plants down.
So
therefore, it doesn't happen.
He's not honest. I don't know. I don't think he's stupid. I think he's dishonest.
He's dumb or dishonest.
You could be both. To be fair, you could be both.
Indeed.
You could be stupid and dishonest at the same time.
Indeed.
Indeed.
As basic human beings watching this here, you're telling me that by the 19th time you've gotten it wrong, you don't go, now granted I have been wrong about this 18 times in a row, but no, with certainty.
No,
he
I
says
think
there's-
he's actually under the impression that you just argued that that things just randomly happened, which is why Bibi was not proven wrong.
That was not my point at all. And I don't think it was all that unclear. I'm
But I
not.
think
I'm
he's-
not as clear as the Quran, but still, come on.
I think he genuinely doesn't get it, actually.
Maybe not.
I mean, he's both stupid and just dishonest, so.
They're 6 months away. And every honest human being knows he was lying to try to lure America into a regime change that he wanted. And
So that means that Israel doesn't have any power over America. Glad we have that cleared up.
why on earth should we do it on behalf of it? It's just so crazy. I just couldn't believe that you completely got away from that. It's like right there in front of you.
And here we are in 2025. I didn't think this could happen in 2025.
What question did you want me to answer, Matt?
Well, I think you got somewhere around there. I'm going to ask you this question. Some say that the modern nature of warfare, Dave, is such that everyone kind of has their proxy forces, right? A lot of the Sunni monarchies had their proxy forces in ISIS. We've heard Robert talk about Iran's proxy forces. And so sometimes the neocons make this argument. Well, America needs a proxy force, and we've been paying for Israel for so long. Why not just use Israel to do America's dirty work and give us plausible deniability? They get the return rockets instead of us.
I thought Israel's
Actually,
using us for their dirty work,
first
wasn't
would mean giving Israel the weapon
Right.
so that they could execute this campaign with great effectiveness.
What the hell did I just?
So wait a minute. So now Israel is our pawn that we're using to carry out our. Are these guys making up their minds yet?
Which neocon makes this point?
You know, the neocons, AP.
The ones
You
like in the
stupid-
guy in the super chat, the guy from 20 years ago who I forget how it went, but that's the guy they're talking about.
Well, it's not a war that's in America's interest. So I don't see what and I believe we've had plenty of proxies. I mean, half the world is American sock puppets. We prop up Jordan and Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and Egypt and Israel. And I mean, it's the common theme amongst the countries that people are always advocating regime change against is that they're the few ones that aren't American sock puppets. So I don't even know what people are talking about, man. And this whole thing, this whole experiment of America being—
I don't think that this guy is aware that Saudi Arabia is perfectly happy with what they are and who they are. The people are happy with the government, It's actually kind of remarkable for an Arab nation to be that happy with their own government. But the Saudi Arabians are very proud of it, and the monarchy, despite having their little grievances and depending on America in certain ways, are quite happy with where they are. So,
yep.
Super involved in the Middle East. It's like I can't even believe people can argue for this anymore. What has it brought us? It's bankrupted the country. We got thousands of our bravest young boys who have been killed, tens of thousands of them who have been maimed and injured, tens more thousands who have blown their brains out in the aftermath of these wars. And we're sitting here talking about
what does any of that have to do with what we're talking about?
Then there are millions who died in Iraq.
Hang on, Robert. Is anyone involved in this debate or our discussion of the debate talking about sending in many thousands of young Americans to go and get killed in Iran? Anyone?
Nary a soul.
Why does he keep responding to that and pretending
because
as if that's
it's
the argument?
easier for him to deal with that than to deal with the actual arguments presented.
So it's easier to deal with a straw man than someone's actual position.
That's
it.
it.
Got it.
We're going to launch an illegal, aggressive war of choice or help the Israelis launch an illegal, aggressive war of choice. This is, I don't know, this is absolute madness. We don't need to do this. And if you want to look at
the people.
Wow.
What?
I was wondering what the stats are on veterans committing suicide. Because I never knew about this. I didn't really know how bad it is, and I looked it up, and it's pretty awful, man.
It is.
So I guess
it's worse when they believe that it was actually like pointless and so on. Like in other words, if you came back from like World War II, you came back as like legend status heroes. If you came back from Vietnam, you were called baby killer and this and that and so on. So
that makes a big difference.
And then if you're talking about like if you came back from Afghanistan when it all ended up being pointless, and then we just take all our stuff and we'll get out of there. We'll get out of your way. Sorry for the inconvenience. Like in your buddies got blown away and you lost your arm for that.
That's really, 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 really messed up. But this is the issue. Conflating the Iran issue with Afghanistan or Iraq and appealing to this then it's just very wrong. It's dangerous in and of itself.
Yep. He's arguing against a position that is nobody there is taken.
Yeah. Nobody wants boots on the ground. Nobody wants people going there and fighting and dying.
Yes.
The argument that, well, Donald Trump said some good stuff about it back then, so there. It's like, yeah, Donald Trump just demanded a complete surrender, dude. I don't know. It's not looking like he's pursuing that policy, and I think we should be trying to do everything in our power to urge him to get back to his previous position. By the way, that was kind of my point when I said that he was betraying MAGA, whatever MAGA means to you. The point is that he's gotten away from that great stuff he was saying, and now he's demanding a complete surrender.
Stupid grin.
You demand complete.
Maybe he just had the back of his neck tightened again, and so he has to grin.
I wonder if I should get some Botox too. Yeah, I look like this
all the time.
Complete surrenders from nations you are at war with. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I want to talk about the cost of that war with Robert. One of the things that has given a lot of millennials resentment over the regime change wars in the Middle East of yesteryear is the cost. And so I wondered if you'd given any thought to like what's an amount of money that is worth it to the American taxpayer to cause a regime change in Iraq. I'm sorry.
Well, there's no doubt that this is a big thing that has been not paid sufficient attention to. The fact is that Osama bin Laden actually launched the 9/11 attacks in order to cripple America economically. And that was why he chose the target of the World Trade Center, thinking that it was the center of the economic activity of the United States. And so there's no doubt that he had tremendous success with this. And the American economy has suffered tremendously in all kinds of ways, from the war on terror, so-called, which was wrongly conceived and wrongly pursued from the beginning. But on the other hand, you have to balance economic considerations against considerations of survival. And Dave was saying, are we going to go to war for Israel because Netanyahu wants us to go to war? Even if Netanyahu and Israel didn't exist, you have a regime that, as I showed earlier, has repeatedly attacked the United States, is on a war footing with the United States, has been since 1979, has incredibly hostile stances toward American policies, has kidnapped Americans, tortured Americans, killed Americans. Meanwhile, the rhetoric, yes, is frankly about destroying America, and this is something that the Iranians—
But how much money, Robert? Is it worth $1 trillion?
To assassinate Trump, and so
we got it. We've heard. No. We've heard you lay out the list of criticisms.
What do you mean? Come on.
He doesn't think they tried to assassinate Trump. There'll be more on that.
Oh yeah, so we don't.
Robert
we don't
said
believe anything.
Robert said moron.
Because Tucker Carlson said that nobody was trying to assassinate Trump, and he's just assuming that Tucker must know what he's talking about.
And Tucker actually didn't know.
Yeah,
Because Tucker was talking to Ted Cruz, and it's very funny. What Tucker Carlson actually said is really messed up. Tucker Carlson said that if Iran was actually trying to take out Trump, then we should nuke Iran. That's what Tucker Carlson said.
Yeah, he says the same thing coming up. Not nuke, but go in and fight a war against them.
And then he asks Ted Cruz where is the proof or where is the evidence that they are actually trying to kill, that they actually try to kill Trump. And
Ted Cruz didn't have it, but I have it.
Yeah. But we know it. It is. We have it confirmed.
Yes.
That Iran did actually have, on multiple occasions, they did try to take out Trump.
Yep.
The question is, what is it worth financially to you?
Well, survival is worth a lot to me. Yeah.
Do you think that toppling the Iranian regime is necessary for American survival?
If they attack, if they have a nuclear weapon and they are attacking Americans.
But just as you find them now, as you find them today, however that is, do you think it's worth $1 trillion in U.S. spending to change the regime there?
To change, you mean just like willy-nilly out of the blue with them just minding their own business? That's not the situation that we're in.
Well, no, I didn't say that. I said in the situation you find it now, not an idyllic situation or not a.
I can't believe what I'm listening to. This guy's. How...
They're just trying to push me into taking a position that I don't want to take and that I don't hold.
In this position, if we are not doing anything, then Iran will have would have a nuclear weapon, and we wouldn't want that. In that case, we would have to wage a brutal war.
Yes.
In order to prevent that preemptively, action must be taken, but he doesn't seem to understand that.
In the situation you
And,
find,
and by the way, what's actually cheaper, sending Iran endless piles of money to get them to not build a bomb, or just using that money to get rid of the regime?
Good point.
In other words, Matt. In other words, Matt and what's the other guy's name? Dave. In other words, are you guys willing to spend $1 trillion to make sure they don't get a nuclear weapon? Would you give them $1 trillion to keep them from building a nuclear weapon? $1 trillion. Would you do it? Yes or no? And if you say no, then we say, so you want them to have a nuclear weapon? Ha ha! That's how it works, right, guys? That's what you're trying to do.
That's it.
Situation or not a catastrophic situation?
I do not think that the United States should act right now to either attack Iran or change the regime in Iran. If Israel acts, we should support them.
With
At
how
the
much
same-
money?
Iran could well attack. And if Iran attacks, we should be prepared to defend ourselves.
Is there any limit on the amount of money?
How many dollars? How many dollars do you want to put in there? How many dollars?
$12.99.
Money? How many dollars?
Any resources or material you would give Israel in this battle?
Well, the money is very bad because the people in Washington behave as if the money never runs out. And so I'm not really in favor of giving out money in general. But when you are coming to issues of survival of the United States, then you're going to have to shell out. At the same time, we have tremendous economic problems in the United States that I believe ought to be addressed, and foreign aid ought to be stopped.
Are you
sure? So
are you actually making the argument that this is a war of our survival, that we won't survive if Israel doesn't overthrow the Iranian government?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
So how is this a war of survival for us?
If they attack the United States, it's a very different situation.
Can I just say, when you say attack the United States,
is imminent.
I'm sorry,
Very
I don't mean to interrupt, just like a clarifying question. I just want to ask you a clarifying question because I just don't. When you say the United States of America, we might be talking about different things. Like I'm talking about the geographic area between Mexico and Canada, like the middle section of North America. When you say they've attacked the United States of America, when has Iran attacked the United States of America?
Well, if you limit it to that, then you can talk about the assassination attempt on Masih Alinejad, the Iranian dissident in New York a few years back. You can talk about the attack on the, I believe it was a Saudi diplomat in a restaurant in Washington a few years before that. You can talk about...
they made claims. Did they ever even demonstrate that that was Iran?
What's that?
That is such nonsense, dude. There is no proof that Iran was trying. You're telling me Iran was trying to assassinate Donald Trump? Matt Gaetz, you know the man, okay? You're telling me Donald Trump, they tried to assassinate him, and Donald Trump's response was to negotiate? His response was to negotiate with the...
I'm going to say this. Manhattan federal prosecutors in November 2024 charged Farhad Shakeri with plotting to kill Trump before the election at the behest of the Iranian government and the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps. They ordered an operative to assassinate Trump. His name is Farhad Shakeri. You can look him up. He's been charged. I don't.
But hey, it doesn't make sense to me, so therefore it can't be true.
You see, I got to admit, I'm very proud of this last bit we watched because he was trying to get me. He thought he had me when he said, "Okay, you limited it to the continental United States." Then he was expecting me to say, "Oh no, Iran's never attacked us here." And I had the assassination attempt on Masih Alinejad and the attack on the Saudi diplomat in Washington. And I was going to go on. I had others. And so this was, I think, the best moment of the debate. That
very good.
And
receipts.
Yes.
But I wonder if Matt Gaetz actually would agree with him that Iran didn't try to take out Donald Trump.
And also his denial of the assassination attempt. And I got the guy's name right there because Tucker was asking Ted Cruz, what's the name of the hitman? So I thought I should get the name of the hitman and have it ready. And so it worked out very nicely.
Nice.
Justice Department announces murder for hire and related charges against IRGC asset and 2 local operatives.
Yep.
Nice.
Iranian asset Farhad Shakeri employed multiple associates in the New York City area to surveil and murder a U.S. citizen of Iranian origin who has publicly opposed the Iranian government. And then as you go through it, then you start having the talk about Trump and so on.
Yeah, see, these were the same people. They were going to kill Masih and they were going to kill Trump.
I wonder why they would want to kill Masih Alinejad.
Well, she's been very critical of the Islamic regime.
So have you, Robert.
Yes, indeed.
Where's my assassination attempt, man?
But I'm not Iranian, so they probably don't care as much.
Where is Robert's assassination attempt? Where is David's assassination attempt?
Yeah,
Where's
maybe.
my assassination
You never know. Maybe they'll get it together if they get through this little crisis they're in right now.
Yeah, maybe.
Where's my fatwa?
Absolutely no proof.
Did we also
ridiculous.
have sort of a revenge?
Wait, what? That's the
Him up.
conclusion.
He's been charged. I don't think Manhattan Federal.
Robert,
no proof.
Robert,
Absolutely no proof.
Did we also
ridiculous.
have sort of a revenge plot in the Iraq War on an assassination attempt? As I recall, there was this belief that an individual had motivated an assassination attempt against George H.W. Bush, and that was something that inspired his son.
That was Saddam, right? Saddam was supposed to have done that, and so W wanted to do it. But this, because W
is that similar to you?
That he's Trump once again.
So this is the funny thing. Here we have the U.S. Department of Justice about the murder for hire and related charges against IRGC asset and 2 local operatives.
Yeah, scroll down.
But according to Dave Smith, it's like,
Oh, there's no proof, man. There's no proof.
No, scroll down to in addition, right there. No, go back, man. Where are you going? Right there. In addition.
In addition, according to statements made by Shakiri in recorded interviews with law enforcement agents, the IRGC has also tasked Shakiri with carrying out other assassinations against U.S. and Israeli citizens located in the United States. In particular, Shakiri
Hips don't lie.
Shakiri has informed law enforcement that he was tasked on October 7, 2024 with providing a plan to kill President-elect Donald J. Trump. During the interview, Shakiri claimed he did not intend to propose a plan to kill Trump within the time frame set by the IRGC. He also stated he was tasked with surveilling 2 Jewish American citizens residing in New York City and offered $500,000 by an IRGC official for the murder of either victim. He was also tasked with targeting Israeli tourists in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, so get that. So it's the IRGC that says, "Hey, come up with a plan, and here's the time frame." And then he said, "I couldn't do it within that time frame." What's that mean? It's the Iranian government that's telling him we need a plan to assassinate Trump. So what our good friend Dave Smith is insisting is this guy's just lying, and he's making stuff up.
Well, if
isn't this amazing? You have an actual assassin who works for the Iranian government saying they gave me the task of putting together a plan to assassinate Donald Trump. And Dave Smith, that's just made up. That's just made up. You can't believe that. Okay, well, great. I guess the entire Iranian government could be saying it, and you just no, they're just making it up. They're just making it up.
It's just kids.
It's just kids. It's a kids saying stuff, man. It's just some kid saying something on a playground, and you making this big story. Come on. Yep. What a dork, man.
Yep.
What a dork.
Nice. So there you go. But Dave Smith says there's no proof, so therefore I don't believe it.
Okay. And so, look, also, there have been the fact that the Iranian leadership has said that they want to assassinate Trump. Not Spencer, not Benjamin Netanyahu, but the Amir Ali Hajizadeh, who was the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps Aerospace Force, 2023, says, Allah willing, we're looking to kill Trump and Pompeo, and military commanders who issued the order to kill Soleimani should be killed. Ahl Bayt News Agency, January 23rd, 2021, the Supreme Leader's website.
His face. He's just ready to dismiss it all, or he's pooping his pants. I don't know.
Posted a montage of
yeah. He kind of looks like he's pooping. Yeah.
Trump playing golf under the shadow of a drone.
Okay.
With calls to avenge the death of Soleimani.
Okay, wait,
sir, how are
but just because the Iranian government says they want to kill Donald Trump, you believe them? Huh. Got you.
It's just kids.
Are you possibly not advocating that we declare war on Iran right now? How is Donald Trump such a wimp that his response to this, they're trying to murder him, and his response was to negotiate? So how you should support America declaring war on Iran right now. Everybody should. They tried to murder the president, right?
I don't buy it. Because the fact is that Trump is a man who makes deals. He sees he's for all the talk about him.
Yeah, well, bad news to you, Dave Smith. We actually do know that Iran has been trying to assassinate Donald Trump. So
yeah, I mean, it's just reality. Iran has indeed been trying to assassinate Trump, and he's been trying to make a deal. So they have to reconcile those two things and correct their understanding of the situation rather than just assume, oh, we have to go to war. That's the only possible response that an American president could have to an assassination effort against him. And that's not the case, as I was explaining here.
We saw him evade a bullet coming for his head by just turning his head in the right moment. We saw him in front of us.
Yeah, you think he's scared of being assassinated? The man literally dodges bullets. He's like, look, I'll go stand against the wall. You get your best assassins. Come over there. They can try to shoot me, and we'll see what happens. And here goes like full Matrix.
People are saying it's going to be the best assassination attempt ever. Everybody's been telling me that. Egomaniac or whatever. He is actually extremely pragmatic and
all right, hold on. Let me get in here for just a moment. Gentlemen.
So he understands there are more important considerations at play here. If he can pacify this situation with the deal, he's willing
Look at
to
this.
do it.
Look, dude, these guys are idiots.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, guys, think of this. So
there's no attempt to understand anything, man.
Yeah. So Robert says, hey, they had a plan for assassinating. They wanted to assassinate Donald Trump. There's no evidence for that. And Robert gives the name of the guy who was arrested and who said he was tasked with coming up with a plan to assassinate Trump. And then it became, this can't be true. Why? Because if they had actually assassinated Donald Trump, then Donald Trump would go in there and take over their country. He hasn't gone in there and taken over their country. Therefore, it's just ridiculous to say that there was an assassination, that there was an assassination plot. And then after that, they're just both mocking. Yeah, well, we've proven that point. This is embarrassingly stupid.
Like, this guy is more intelligent, man.
Mike Winger is the best. I absolutely love that guy.
Got what he deserved.
Much better.
Video of Trump being killed by the drone that the Supreme Leader posted. You can't tell me it was fabricated. It was right there on his own channel.
We are.
This is a 2-on-1 debate. I mean, let's be very honest. It is.
We are out of time. But I do want to get a final word from each of you. I'm going to give you each about a 1-minute closing statement. We'll begin with Dave Smith.
Yeah, I mean, again, as I was getting at there, Iran has never attacked the United States of America. And this is just like 2003 all over again. All this war propaganda. I get all.
What did he do?
This is just like I was getting at there.
And with Dave Smith.
Yeah, I mean, again, as I was getting at there, Iran has never attacked the United States of America. And this is just like 2003 all over again. All this war propaganda.
It was always, Robert, when they attacked, it was actually not Iran, it was actually AI. So.
Yes.
All these lies will fail. Every single war starts this way. You remember at the beginning of the Ukraine war when there was the ghost of Kiev and the war was going to be fought with sanctions alone and that was going to drive the Russians out. You remember how the Afghan army was going to hold the country together. They told us that for 20 years. You remember when the surge was going to work in 2007 and Dick Cheney said the insurgency is in its final throes, and then it just went on for years and years and years, and hundreds of thousands of more people died. You remember when they said mission accomplished? You remember when they said they had weapons of mass destruction? It's all the same thing again. This is so naked right in front of all of us. We are choosing to engage in another aggressive war of choice.
What a stupid comparison to the Russia-Ukraine thing. I'm just stuck on that. Like, who in the world actually thought or argued or genuinely believed it's just going to be like, oh, Russia is just going to be deterred by this, and then they'll just leave, and it's going to be over. I mean, pretty sure that everyone was aware of what kind of a catastrophe the war is, and will probably be.
To overthrow another regime in the Middle East. That's what's going on right now, and it is absolute madness for anybody to support this. It's just the last thing that the United.
I support it.
United States of America needs. And all of this hyperbole about how we will be finished is absurd.
Robert Spencer, your final word.
Yeah, once again,
Robert Spencer, although I don't really want to let you talk, what's your final word here? What's your final word?
You look at
That's
his
a
face
strong
there.
man,
because this is not what I'm saying. I'm not in favor of a war of choice for regime change in the Middle East. I'm saying that Iran poses a very real threat. It is a nuclear threat. This is abundantly documented by the IAEA and others. The foreign minister of France recently was talking
IAEA.
about how Iran poses an imminent threat. He doesn't have any reason to be in the pocket of Israel. As a matter of fact, the French government under Macron has been quite hostile to Israel. And so the idea that this is some kind of war for Israel and a repeat of 2003 is completely out of focus. Trump, above all, has learned the lessons of 2003 and the drastic mistakes of Iraq and Afghanistan. We're not talking about boots on the ground. If regime change does come in Iran, it's most likely to come from the Iranian people themselves. And we should be supporting them wholeheartedly in every way that we possibly can.
Robert Spencer is the director of Jihad.
That was actually there was a very good closing, actually, you know.
Thanks,
Robert. Yep, Robert's good at closings.
And the thing is, it's also it's good that you put it as that this is a closing statement, because there is no more response from him, and now he just looks like he just did poop his pants, and
Well, you know, I don't know. You guys do a lot more of this than I do, and so I did notice. I went over to his Twitter, where he's got so many followers, to see what he said about this. And I thought it was interesting because he debates people left and right all the time. And I don't know. This is the problem. I don't know. I don't have a full list of everybody he debates, but he never mentioned this one. And I thought maybe he didn't think it went very well for himself.
That might be a good sign of it. That might be a good sign that he didn't actually think that he made any good points, or that he didn't get any of those gotcha moments that he was going for.
Yes.
But I do think this was he indeed did not get any of those gotcha points, and you wrapped it up very nicely. So I think the closing statement here just leaves him naked and with a
Naked and defeated
and with
in the
I'm-
desert.
I pooped my face and they beat me in the desert face. Yeah.
Yes.
I pooped my pants, not I pooped my face.
Thank you,
Watch
gentlemen.
This was good.
Smith is host of
He so badly wants to respond, but he's still pooping.
Part of the Problem podcast. Zero Hedge puts on these debates as their Zero Hedge debates.
I don't care about Zero Hedge. Yeah. So, David, what are your thoughts? Who won?
Robert, but it's Dave Smith has like the
You
cult-
think Robert won this?
the cult following. Dave
what-
Smith has the cult following,
Yeah.
and they're good at for situations like this online on social media. It's really good to have a cult following because they run
Yeah,
around.
you go to Matt Gaetz on his whatever his show is and his YouTube channel. They posted it first, and it's like 90% even more in his favor in the comments.
Yeah, because they like so what like your fans, Robert, what are your fans focused on? Your fans are focused on jihad and what's going on around the world, right?
Yep.
A sort of cult-like following is they're obsessed with their guy and whatever he's doing at that moment. So that's how they roll. So as far as like big picture stuff about the issue, guys, it's very simple. Israel has a kind of narrow window of opportunity where they have some friendly world leaders, and they know they can deal with some of their enemies right now, and they don't want to wait till they don't want to put this off to the next generation when they have the opportunity. They don't know if they'll have they don't know what the world's going to be like for the next generation and so on, if they're even going to be able to deal with it back then. So they're trying to deal with it now, and they have this perfect window of opportunity because Iran normally has more allies, and now they don't right now because their Hezbollah's kind of been crushed. Syria's got that to deal with. Russia's occupied. And so Iran is basically in a possibly once in a lifetime opportunity where you can get the regime change. And it just happens to coincide. It just happens to coincide with the calls for a regime change being at an all-time high within Iran. And so you're looking at this going, guys, if you're ever gonna do this, if you're ever gonna pull the trigger on this, it's right now. And they're doing it. And it just again happens to be right when Iran's running their mouth about death to Israel, death to America, nuclear enrichment, and so on. And so if not now, then never.
Yep, may well.
Yep. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, David.
You're welcome, Matt.
My
I got mine down too, AP.
Is your
well, this has been a good debate, guys. This has been a good debate, guys.
Wait, I'm Dave Smith.
This has been a good debate, guys. All right, next time on the Hedge Fund Show. It's actually hard to do having your eyes closed and your eyebrows raised. It's easier to do one or the other, but both simultaneously, that's a lot of work.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Yeah, that's why you have to have surgery to achieve the look.
Yes, you got to do that. Well, actually, super chats, final super chats. America would have been well within its rights to go to war with Iran multiple times. Forgive me for saying Iran. I normally don't say that. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't it Iran? Sorry, I didn't say that. Who blew up a passenger airliner with Americans and Canadians aboard?
Yeah, they've committed numerous acts of war, and the American presidents in succession have decided to ignore them, which may have been the right decision. I'm not saying, but there was ample justification many times since 1979 to go to war with this regime.
Ligamathigoyon says David Smith has to be paid off by someone because he sure as heck doesn't make his living by making people laugh. I laughed. Michael Feldman, I'm an OEF vet. Thanks for knowing that US is not sending a large invasion in Iran. That people that think that are Muppets. Yep. AG, the more this clown talks, the more I realize he has almost mastered David Pacman's inflections and mannerisms. Both of them are bozos. Anyways, excellent professional work, Robert. You are a blessing.
Thanks, AG. AG, my goodness.
AG. Living laugh. The truth is all this happened to promote Mountain Dew's new flavor, sweet lightning, peaches and cream. Oh, interesting.
Sounds disgusting, actually.
Yeah.
Peaches and cream Mountain Dew. Yeah, that sounds like a bellyache in the making.
Yeah, Hyperactive says, stay safe, brothers. May you be blessed for your courage and support of Israel. May light guide you, kindness surround you, and truth strengthen your voice. Your bravery is seen and deeply appreciated. Thank you. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you,
strong. Knows too much. They enriched Muhammad with zutanium. With the zutanium in the desert. Do you know what it smells like?
Oh my goodness,
Robert! You also don't know about the what? Do you know what that smells like?
No, I don't know.
The guy was doing that. It sounded insane. We couldn't even figure it out. So it's a guy who's trying to get into Gaza. As part of this group, trying to get into Gaza through Egypt and stuff. And he's trying to reason with the Egyptian soldiers standing in front of him, going, "You're not getting in here." And he starts going, "I can't. The women, they can't even breastfeed the babies. They keep trying to breastfeed the babies, but they can't. Do you have any idea what that smells like?" And it's like, what the heck are you talking about, man? What does it smell like not being able to? What the heck are you talking about? But anyway,
nobody knows.
That was his attempt at reasoning with the Egyptian.
I found Carl Benjamin's reaction to that very funny, actually.
That would be funny.
Carl Benjamin was reacting to that, and he reacted to that moment in a very, very special and precious way, which, yeah, I can't find right now. We should take seriously every random Israeli says, but not believe anything the Supreme Jihadi says. That's totally not moral relativism. Yeah. Powerful. Empty Dave Smith wants to sit in a chair in the darkest corner of the motel room and watch while Iran develops nukes. Derek Perry, if that was me, I would have said everything he said is bullshit in my Joe Pesci voice.
Oh, that was he actually did that in My Cousin Vinny.
Nice. Just another visitor in this world. Dave Smith usually does a synopsis of his debates on his channel. There was nothing posted, nor did he promote the debate. I think Robert put him in his place, and we are seeing Dave being unmasked. I think so too. MT, 55 out of 9 rating for David Wood's Matt Gaetz Botox face impression. Again, not sure whether that's the best or worst rating. Mohammed will tell us. Mark Vendy, 9/11 led to setting up stay behind intelligence networks to Iran's immediate left and right. Anyone who doesn't grasp the implication is utterly blind. MT, they zooted me in the desert. Ruby Scott Horton is the one that Dave Smith reciting. Salt, you see the interview with Mossab from 12 years ago. He talks about his Christian faith, Mossab, along with everything else. It was posted on the Act 17 site.
Well, if it was posted on the Act 17 site, then I've obviously seen it.
Yeah, I have seen it a long time ago. All right, anything else, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
Been fun. Osama been fun.
And great job, AP, making sure that Robert will never want to join you for a live stream again.
Yeah, while we're here, I actually want to watch another thing together.
Hey, Robert, want to join us for a quick live stream? Sure. 17 hours later.
Yeah, no, this was a lot of fun, and I think I'm glad I watched the debate, and it was good to see Dave Smith with his poop face in the end. And I'm glad that he finally finished it and did poop his pants. Thank you, Robert. I think it was a good debate. And
thank you.
No thanks to David.
Well, I appreciate it again. Very interesting.
Thanks everybody for watching. We will be back again tomorrow on my channel and later that and on Sunday on David's channel. Until then, as always, which translates to
stay away from Islam.
Advice.